Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live. I figured I'd do one. Why not? Too. It's been out all this morning with my husband. We went out for breakfast, I guess, but it was more like fish and chips and whatever. He had a burger, and then he took me over to this. I guess you guys probably have it out there, eh? This store called Marshall's. Anyways, it's part of Home Sense, so it was the first time I was in there. I don't usually go shopping actually, but he bought me a couple of things that I asked for. So I was like, "You can. This can be my like Happy Mother's Day gift," even though it's not my mother. Anyways, welcome. I decided to do a live on Christopher Proudfoot somewhat, and well, we all know he's the Walk of Shame. Him and John Paul Miller, and so thought we would just hang out together today for a bit. And it's so hot outside; it's like 27. I don't know what is there in Fahrenheit there, but it's 27 year, which is decently high. Usually 34s is when it's like sweltering hot in the 30s, but 27 is still pretty hot out here today. Anyways, hi Linda, hi Elizabeth. Um, so I have a few things lined up that we can watch. Um, I don't even know where to start, to be honest with you. Sebastian case is so embarrassing to what's going on with his case. Like honestly, um, I feel like I haven't even seen anything like this when it's just what an embarrassment to a child that's missing to watch what's going on, and the person behind most of what's going on, whether he wants to believe it or not, is the narcissist, Christopher. Just what an absolute humiliation to himself, to the public, to Sebastian's case, most importantly. Hi, Crafty One, how are you? And then John Paul Miller, of course, Micah's husband, ex husband, and all that, listening while I clean the garage. Happy Mother's Day. Yes, I want to make sure Happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful mothers out there. Um, mothers. And yeah, I expect a zero Happy Mother's Day from my own child, but whatever. It is what it is, So it's embarrassing, Sonny, beyond belief. Do you guys want to start off with Sebastian, or do you guys want to start off with John Paul Miller? Which one do you want to start off with? We're going to talk about both and go through both, and I won't be playing Christopher Pussyfoot. I'm not going to be playing his clipping. When I heard it, I just honestly, he's so disgusting, but True Colors Shining Through. I feel like playing that Cyndi Lauper song, True Colors Shining Through, you know. Nah, hugs Daisy. Did you see? Yes, I seen Tony cut ties. Yeah. JLR was playing it. Or we'll watch a little bit of that. You know, um, J for Justice was playing that. I'm sure there's a lot of people playing it. Oh, but before we get started, you guys, obviously, Charmaine Aspen and Travis did West Memphis 3 yesterday. um I had to go back out and take out a couple things out of it because it did get a copyright claim. Usually when somebody plays a documentary that's from, like whether it's from Netflix or a documentary, usually those ones will get copyright. So I had to go back and take out a couple things from there, but it's a case that I didn't end up joining last night because I was out for quite a while. I was working, then I was out for quite a while. And then when I came back home, me and my husband was tired, and it was like about 9:35, and we were just like tired and lying in bed, and I was listening to the last part of it and stuff. But I had watched a documentary on it like previously a couple days ago just to understand the case. It was a case I didn't know about. Very interesting case. So uh, in the weeks to come, we'll cover that one a bit more. Some people, like I said, it's a 31-year-old case. May 5th, I guess, was the, anniversary for the 31 years. But anyways, so kudos to Travis, Charmaine, and Aspen for covering that West Memphis 3. Another very sad story. Yeah, on there. Again, I'm going to have to, I haven't gone back to listen to the start part of it to see, but I want to watch some more of it so that next time when we do a live on it, that I have even like more knowledge. Because I just had watched one documentary on it, and it's kind of like anything. You kind of got to, you know, uh, watch quite a few things to get a full understanding of it. Um, so yeah, so happy Mother's Day again to everyone for tomorrow for Mother's Day. It's weird because and I said to my husband, so my husband's British and Mother's Day was March 30th, whereas we celebrated it, it's the second Sunday of May, and Father's Day is the third Sunday. So they celebrate Father's Day the same time, but Mother's Day, it's in March for the UK and May for here. And I said to my husband, like, why is it different? Like, why why did that one have to be different? Father's is the same, but why did Mother's Day have to be different on there? So, and then we have the long weekend coming up soon enough, which is Victoria Day. So basically, Victoria's birthday is May 24th, but it's the Monday, whichever Monday follows. So it's between the 18th and the 24th. But the official Victoria's Day was her birthday is like May 24th. Um, West Memphis was outstanding. Good. Glad you thought so. Yes, I've already had my Mother's Day. Yeah. I don't know. You guys, is it really hot out there where you guys are living today? Just to ask, because it's 27 degrees here. Um, let's see here. Let me just put this in perspective. 27 degrees um, in Fahrenheit. So that's 80.6 Fahrenheit is what it's saying to me. Actually, I'm really hot actually because I might turn on my fan again. Or my air conditioner. It says Smirnoff Ice, um, original, crisp. It's probably why my husband likes it best because it says crisp citrus. Anyways, it's so cool. Uh, Sometimes I just do this on my face just to cool it down because it's just so hot. Anyways, yeah. So me and my husband all morning we're trying to figure out what to do today, and then it ended up being we just went out for actually to tell you the truth. We were deciding where to go out for breakfast, and me and my husband, like over 4 years ago, probably more like 5 years ago, we were given a gift card from, it's called like a diner's card, and we were given it about 5 years ago. And I said to my husband, like, why don't we go to Montana's? And I said, we'll see if this gift card still works. And I was trying to do it online to see, but it was just giving me errors or whatever. So anyways, when we got to Montana's, I was just like, hey, you just check to see if this gift card works? Because it's from like 4 or 5 years ago, eh? There's no expiry date on it. And then she comes back and says, yep, still has $50 on it. So I was like, sweet. So like lunch was like $76 plus tip, you know? So it was like 85 or whatever. So yes, anyways, that was sweet that it still worked. 96 degrees. Okay. So it's warm over there in Tampa already too. Kind of cool here, rain off and on. Okay. It's 77 here in northern Washington state. Hot for this area. Yeah. Like I said, this is like 23, 24 with the breeze is nice. That's kind of like one of those nice days where it's like not too hot. The wind's got that little bit of wind going type of thing. Anyways, so right now I'm just happy with me and my air conditioner in the bedroom. Had to turn it on for a sec. It's just so warm. I cannot stand being hot. Okay, so anyways, you guys, um, you know what? We'll start off with News Nation, and we'll start off with Micah and John Paul Miller. And honestly, again, like this husband is not a good husband. He's just not. Um, let's start off with actually the first thing actually I'll show is something that JLR posted on his Twitter, and I've seen it on another channel as well. But he had a big frigging, when somebody in a sense puts a copyright picture in a sense on top of their thing, a watermark is what I'm trying to say. But anyways, let's go to. I want to show you guys this, and this is of John Paul Miller, and some of you guys might have seen it already, but let's just watch this.
JP. You all right, man?
Talk about embarrassing.
You okay? Huh? You okay? What's the matter? Huh? What's the matter? You switched my medication. Makes me go crazy. Is somebody helping you? Oh, okay. I thought I was going to see Jesus. Okay. But you got Mark coming? Somebody called him. JP.
That was that. Now I'm just going to, 1 second. We'll go to News Nation here. Where's my News Nation one? We'll watch the News Nation one first here. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? Okay, let's watch this one here.
Reporter Rich McHugh, who has been digging into this story for us all week long. Rich, there is this incredibly important sort of stalking report. And we were talking about it quite a bit after we discovered that Mica had taken her life. It talks about a tracker being put on her car. It talks about her tires being slashed. It talks about this device being jabbed into her tires to let the air out. It talks about a man showing up at a gas station, then following her to a car dealership, and that man's name was redacted all the way through. Last night, we learned the man's name was actually John Paul Miller, the estranged husband, the man who everybody had pointed to as the cause of all of this prior to finding out it was a suicide. But now we actually have an email from him when he's admitting to some of this behavior. What have you found out?
So we've come into a lot of information that has been sent to the police, and that's the key thing here, because people are wondering, okay, so what are police to do with all of these allegations? Do they even know? And now we know that her family has forwarded all of this information to the police. One of the things that is included in these documents is an apology email from him to Mica on April 15th of this year, which is about 12 days before she died. In it, he writes, "I'm sorry for damaging your car, tires, etc. If you ever come back, I will turn in both cars and get you a nice SUV or whatever car you want. Again, my horrible flesh pattern of hurting someone when they hurt me." So there you have it. He's kind of outing himself.
And I'll give you something shiny and new if you just come back to me. Boy, if I had a dime, Rich, for every time I've seen an abusive relationship like that. So JP, actually, Mr. Miller, John Paul Miller, Pastor Miller, has been having conversations with you via, texting back and forth. And if I understand this correctly, he has also admitted directly to you that he's the person who put the tracker on the car.
That's right. That's right. So earlier this week, I believe it was Monday, I engaged with him and he started talking back with me kind of unprovoked. And I also want to read this because this thing stood out to me when I read it at the time. I didn't really know it. He said, this is JP to me, "I even hired a PI to put trackers on her car to know if she was going to a gun store because she kept trying to get a gun for the past few months. I have never once in my entire life ever hurt her in any way, ever." I was just communicating with him on text, drawing him out, and he kept texting and texting and texting. I've officially asked him for an interview. His attorney has, of course, said no, but that's where it stands.
That's pretty glaring, admitting to that. Okay, the next thing is that he apologized for something else. And this was something we were unsure of. There were allegations that Mica had been threatened, that a topless photo of her would be posted on the internet. And now he is admitting that it was him. He was the one making those threats.
Yes. So this goes back to this apology letter that we have. It's an apology letter from him to Mica, dated April 15th. In it, he's apologizing for a series of things, and one of them is a photo that was produced on the internet. It was topless of her. We're not going to show that here, of course, but in the apology, he says, "I'm sorry for putting a picture of you on the internet. It was for less than 1 hour and immediately taken down. I was hurt that you were telling everyone horrible, intimate details of my past sin, and I just wanted to try and hurt you. Please forgive me. It was evil of me to do that."
Oh, so yeah, it's only up there for an hour. Like, that doesn't have life elsewhere when people download naked photos and they live forever. And I'm sorry, but there's the but. Like, that's again just a classic pattern that you often see. So you have also seen text messages between John Paul Miller and Mica's family. What were in those text messages?
Some of the text messages I've seen were pictures of text chains where her family was communicating, and Mica was on there. But Mica, this was at a time where I believe she was in the hospital, and so the Mica jumps into the conversation and said something like, "Happy Valentine's Day to me," and I believe her mother or a relative says, "Mica, is that you?" And it was quickly figured out that this was not Mica. This was JP. That he had possession of the phone, and it was his interpretation, legal interpretation, that it was marital property. And so this is just one of a number of instances. You know, he took over her Facebook page. Her brother took it back, and her sister took it back and said, "Hey, this account has been taken over. Do not post." There's a lot here. There's a lot here, actually.
Like, I mean, marital property, sure, but communicating as someone else is not marital property. You can't just grab a marital property telephone and then pretend to be like, there's a distortion if I've ever heard one. So Mica herself wrote something before she died, a document of sorts. Did you get your hands on it, and what's in it?
Yes. So this is a letter that she wrote 2 days after this apology letter, if I have this correct, and roughly 9 days before she died. It was a letter to for the courts in part of her divorce court proceedings, and it's a hard thing to read. I'll just be completely honest. She lays out like the entire case of why she's leaving him and what has happened to her. I just want to read a snippet of it. I don't even know if we have it, but her opening sentence is, "Since the day we became husband and wife, I have been abused in every way I can think of, emotionally, sexually, spiritually, financially, and physically. He has harassed me physically and electronically with letters, phone calls, emails, texts, hacking my emails, hacking my personal Facebook, and impersonating me, using my stolen phone to send texts and emails out to church members." It goes on and on and on. "Installing tracking devices on my vehicle, on my godmother's vehicle. The trackers were found on March 11th, March 14th, March 24th, April 15th. All of these have been documented and reported to the police." That's the key here, actually, is that the police
what I wanted
have
to
all
ask.
this information.
The police have all this. They have the letter, they have the incidents, they have police reports. Did they do anything about it?
I've reached out to all the police agencies today. I only heard back from one of the agencies that was the lead agency investigating her death in North Carolina. Keep in mind, she's from South Carolina. She died in North Carolina. They kind of passed the buck. They said, "This is not related to her death. You need to contact the police agencies in South Carolina." I have, and I haven't heard back. So it'll be interesting to see what they do respond, because from what I can tell, from what I can gather from conversations with her family, and you're about to speak to them directly, but they'd like to see some charges come from these past incidences. Like, there's questions about legally, what lines were crossed here, and it seems to me
at least
there may have been some.
I mean, just at least that an investigation has been going on, right? With all of these reports and all of this evidence. Rich McHugh, amazing digging on this. Just really terrific reporting. Thank you so much for this.
Thank
you. From these past incidents.
Just quickly. Okay, so come back over here. So that's pretty disturbing stuff. Yeah. let's see. I believe it was a church member or a neighbor that made post online taking responsibility for making the video public and calling JP out for his ways. So we talked about this case the other day, and as I was watching it, so I knew that this case was out there. I knew that a lot of creators had hopped on it, and then some hopped on it a few days later. I was paying attention to it, and again, the reason why it connected with me is because of being in physically and verbally abusive relationship twice, but the first one was really abusive. And I was like 15 to 26 years old. And so for me, I can totally connect with this case because the person that JP is, he's obviously so insecure about his own self that when people try to control other people, it's typically because of their insecurities. They're either narcissistic and portray that they're bigger than life, like a Donald Trump, um, or they're insecure that they have to do ways to control. Now, if you look at Mica, she's a very beautiful woman. JP, not such a beautiful man, but you can see just by all the different things that he's taken, that he's admitting to, really, actually. So with this case, I personally hope that he is charged with what he's admitting to, right? Even though beautiful Mica is gone, and it was by her own choice, which reminds me, I will show you this. I've seen, again, JLR have it on his Twitter. So this was the purchase of the gun. It was a Sig Sauer. So $524 with taxes, $571. Purchase on the 27th of January, April, obviously. And Micah, I'm not sure how to pronounce the middle name there, Miller. And so I'm just showing you this because this was the purchase of the gun. Now, at the end of the day, right? No, everyone's in charge of their own happiness and well-being in life. But they're just like myself. I was trying to think back. So I'm just going to tell you some incidents, if you guys don't mind. When I was in my first relationship, 15 to 26. Now, my first relationship was with Dion. He was, I would call, let me put it this way, the mother thought that she was part Japanese, and later on they found out that they were native, partial native. Well, she was more probably, I'd say 75% native, the mother of Dion. Anyways, Dion was this guy that I met in high school when I was 15. What kind of like, how my hair is like this? His hair was kind of just like mine, but as a guy. Very, very good looking guy. And it was kind of like, that was like my first, what I thought was, fall in love moment in a sense. And I remember we were walking through a field, and this is when I was living at home, right, in Calgary. And I remember like we were joking around, and then I said something sarcastically, but joking around. And I remember he went to go do a spin kick. And I remember that I was like, wait a second, you literally meant to kick me. Like, you were literally trying to kick me. So I walked to home, told him to bug off, walked back home. And because I was pissed off because, obviously if somebody's truly trying to kick me, I was like, wait a second. So anyways, I went home, within a very short period of time. This is when payphones existed, people. He called me, said he was sorry. And if I could come meet him back at the store, which was like a little Max or whatever. And, I did. Now, at this point in my life, my mom decided that she wanted to move back to Vancouver. So if anyone knows, I'm from Vancouver, Canada. And so I was upset with my mom because she was getting back together with my stepdad. And it was like, wait, but I just met somebody, type of thing. And now you're making us move back to where I was born. Because we had lived in Calgary for a long time, or, quite a few years. And anyway, so moved back home. I was upset, talked to Dion all the time. I remember I wrote up this like $500 phone bill. And that in itself, probably, I didn't care because the phone bill didn't come in. But anyways, my stepdad, whatever. Um, so I basically got on a bus at 15 years or 16 because my birthday was in July. So I got on a bus and I went 13 hours back to Calgary. And for a week, I just kind of stayed at some friend's house. And then after that, I kind of just lived behind Dion's parents. Their mom and dad had a home with the basement. And I just kind of stayed behind the couch that was in the downstairs basement until one of his brothers came and heard a noise and found me. And anyways, and then so me and Dion kind of lived together from when I was 16 to 26. And we had married when I was 24. And I knew I shouldn't have married him. But during that time, he was very controlling. Now, I don't like to be controlled, but this is the stupid thing that us females do a lot of times is, and men too, but you kind of like think you're in love, and stuff like that. And let me put it this way. I was kicked in the face. I had a black eye. I literally was the first time I ever seen stars. When people say, like they do stars in cartoons, well, he like kicked me in the eye and I literally saw stars. Like this was ongoing for 11 years, to be honest with you. He would throw me into the bathtub. He would throw me into the towel rack. He would cover my face with a pillow. He kneed me in the leg and I couldn't walk hardly for a week. I could walk, but I could barely walk because I was limping for a week. I got forks thrown at me, just all the time, just whatever. All I had to do was just do something he didn't like, or if I said something the wrong way, either that meant I was getting pushed around, chokeholded, whatever. And I finally realized when I was 26, that I was always willing to put my life to the back burner because I didn't want to disappoint people. And, but then finally I realized that I just couldn't live my life this way. I couldn't live my life for somebody else and my own happiness, and it was like, that's where, if people want to see the strong Sunny, that's where that derived from, because I don't put up with any shit from anybody anymore, because my second marriage was with my son, who's 27, and I was with my ex-husband, Steve, for 17 years. And that's what I said. He started getting physical and abusive. And it was the first time I actually felt in fear of my life because he did have guns and stuff like that. So here you have poor Mica. Is people never knew that I was abused up until the day with Dion that I called my mom and said, Mom, can I please come home? And then she asked me why, of course. And I told her why. And then she had no clue. Nobody had any clue that Dion was abusive to me. Everyone thought Dion was a good guy, nice guy. Nobody had a clue because I didn't say anything. Same with the second marriage. It was a good marriage for quite a long time. And then whatever went south in my ex-husband's head, anger about life, everything, you can't control somebody else's happiness, do you think you were lacking self-esteem? I would say so. Self-esteem, yes. He would constantly call me, this is Dion, he would constantly call me a whore, SLUT, all these names in the book. And I knew I wasn't. But the bottom line with mostly why I stayed with him is because I didn't want to go back home to feel like I was a failure to my family and to let them know that they were right and that I was wrong. And I just figured, why, if somebody loves you and cares about you, why would they put their hands on you? So the word sorry, I have heard so many times that the word sorry means literally nothing to me. When somebody says sorry to me, in a sense, it really has no value because it's been so overused. Because every time he put his hands on me and then he'd come back a little about 20 minutes later or whatever to say sorry, that's all I ever heard, sorry. But yet it always happened again and again and again and again. um and then with my ex-husband, he wasn't like my Steve, he wasn't abusive until towards the last few years when he started. He's a manipulator. He's more of the narcissistic personality that thinks he's smarter than everybody, whereas Dion was just insecure that perhaps I would cheat on him, insecure, type of like two different types of personalities. You have Dion that was insecure, that tried to control me by hitting me, making me feel like nobody else wanted me, type of thing. And it's not like I believed it. It's just I didn't have really, there's no place I wanted to go. I didn't want to go back home to my family, and stuff like that. Whereas my ex-husband, Steve, he was more of the narcissistic guy that you didn't realize it at first, but then in hindsight, you could see it more so. But he was more of the sheep, or the wolf in the sheep's clothing personality, that person that thought he was smarter than everyone. And what always got me was that my ex-husband, Steve, I would have rated him a 5 on a scale of 1 to 10 for looks. He wasn't really somebody that I would normally have looked at twice, but it was because of the way he treated me that I always like, kind of like Charmaine, right? Like you raise an eyebrow and you're going, why are you so nice? Because you come out of an abusive relationship. So with Mica, for me, anyone who's been in an abusive relationship and a controlling one. So when I see the stuff that he's done and what he has done and where her mindset was in her head in order to get there, she would have had to been in the darkest place possible, where not even her own family or friends. So Charmaine, and that when we were talking about this, nobody knows what I feel inside. I will never show somebody the truth in that way because I don't like to burden people with my own issues, have typically. So when I started sharing about my own life, my past and stuff like that, and when I'm so grateful to my husband that I have now, because he's everything that I ever was looking for in a person, just someone to treat you right, make you feel like you didn't have to, like you could just be yourself and you didn't have to worry about someone trying to control you or hit you, and they have like respect for you. That's why for me, if I could wish for anyone to love themselves enough to realize what took me a long time to get there, I wish that others would do the same in their life. Realize that you just love yourself enough, that you deserve the best for yourself in this life. Even if that's alone, you still deserve the best for yourself. And you don't deserve now. Poor Mica here. She got to the point where she was so depressed, so in such a dark place, that she obviously decided to take her life. Now, we can sit there and absolutely say, did John Paul contribute to her unhappiness? Absolutely. You know, where her mental state was at. But we can't blame him for everything because at the end of the day, a person is still in charge of their own happiness, you know? And if Mica was in that spot where she was just in a deep, dark place, and this is what her outlet became, it's so sad because honestly, when someone's crying for help on the inside, most people, unless you're living that same feeling, no one's going to really understand how deep and dark of a place that she was in. Um, I'll just quickly read what you guys are saying. It's horrific. My heart it's from Mica. I can unfortunately relate to her having suicidal ideations because there's no escaping. I could never leave my babies without their mummy, though. Correct. And I've talked about this because I personally, I'll say during the first relationship, the 11-year one, so taking my own life never even entered my mind, because I was 26 and I just thought I had so much more life to live. And there's somebody out there that would like love me and care for me, type of thing. And that's when I met my ex-husband now of 17 years was Steve. So my husband now is Steve as well, but Steve Austin, different Steve. My husband now is 21 years younger than me, but yet we connect so well. It's like me and him are two peas in a pod. Me and my husband are more of twins than me and my twin sister, So I'm very grateful that life brought my husband to me now, because this is what I felt like I always deserved. He deserves the best me and I deserve the best him. And that's what people deserve for themselves. So this story really, gripped at my heart, knowing that I'm from, two abusive relationships. The second one being the latter. I couldn't control his anger issues. I couldn't control, like my ex-husband, Steve, he thought I was always going to leave him. Now, granted, sometimes I gave him reason to think that, because whenever he was hurting me, and when I say hurting me, I mean hurting my heart, I would just say, because of the first relationship, I would say, well, I don't need you. You know where the door is, you know? I'm not going to put up with your shit. If you want to hurt me, there's the door. But he always, from the beginning, thought that he didn't deserve me. And I didn't understand that. So meaning his insecurities were so low, in a sense, that he thought, okay, and this isn't no ego to me here, but he thought he didn't deserve, because he said this to me, that he didn't deserve someone as good looking as me. I don't think that way at all. I base everybody, it's not about looks to me. It's honestly about your personality. And if you have a true caring heart as a person, and just who you are. That's how I deem people. I don't give a crap about race, color, anything like that. There's some shit people in every category, but it all depends on what kind of person you are. And hence why you guys, at 55 years old, almost in a couple, July 3rd, I don't need anybody's crap. I refuse it, right? Because I've been where Mica has been, and a lot of you guys have been in that spot. And I just don't need that in my life. Now, sadly, it's just heartbreaking to know that that he got served the divorce papers. She was speaking out on her, was it TikTok there? And she was doing all those things to show that, hey, you know what? I'm a strong person and I'm moving on. But yet ultimately the receipt and the phone call to 911, she took her life. And that makes me so sad, because, like I said, there was so much more of a beautiful life for her to have without John Paul Miller in it. And yet he obviously seemed like he was just so jealous and relentless and controlling. Obviously, like nobody went to the extent like this guy's doing, but there's a lot of people out there. Look at Barry Morphew, Hi, Carrie. How are you? Absolutely. It's, when somebody's beautiful on the outside and inside, that's where it counts. Yeah, me too. And I've always wished for others that are ever in a domestic violence situation, or or a relationship where you have. So first of all, if you have to be a detective in a relationship, then you shouldn't be in the relationship. Simple as that. A relationship isn't about that, right? So for me, it's like life is too short to stay in it. And so because I have that hindsight and could offer, because you can only really talk about something purely when you've experienced a situation. So for Sebastian's case, if you've never experienced a child missing, you could never truly feel or understand what that parent, you can try to understand, you can come close to understanding, but if you've never walked a mile in somebody's shoes, you really don't have the true concept of it. And if nobody's been had domestic violence in their life, then they don't understand it, unless you've literally had someone put their hands on you, like I said, kick you when you're down, And that's just the thing to me is I don't deserve it. And I won't put up with that because I don't deserve it. You know, in life, like I said, you're here for a good time, not a long time. So, like I said, it took me a long time. It's not that I guess I did lack confidence because obviously, if I let someone put their hands on me and abuse me, obviously I wasn't loving myself enough and I lacked, the confidence, I guess. Yeah. But I've always been a very strong person, but I would not let people in to see what I was going through because I'd rather be helping other people and I would just deal with my own stuff. Sometimes when you get older, you realize that there are people like Charmaine, and Aspen Connor and stuff like that, or others. There's Charmaine right there as I speak it, that understand and care about you as a person. Um, and then, you know, it helps when you do have a person to talk to. I would never talk to my family typically about it and stuff like that. I would just hide it, because I just, like I said, I don't like to put the burden upon people. So, Micah must have been in that spot that she obviously, it's fine. I know the spot she's in because I've been there in my brain. I just could never pull a trigger to myself, or at least I think I couldn't, whereas some people can. So she must have been in such a broken heart, a broken state. And John Paul Miller, he is an embarrassment to himself, to his wife, to the world, because, obviously this case is captured, you know, across the country, across the nation type of thing. And you can see what kind of personality he has. And it's an insecure one. And and he keeps trying to tell people, this is the part that makes me, I'll say, laugh a bit because it's such a joke. The part that makes me laugh is the part where he keeps saying, I never touched her, I never put a hand on her, type of thing. Now, she did say physically, spiritually, emotionally, you know, all these different things with him. Again, he's not a person that can be trusted at all by what he says, because he's clearly admitted to slashing her tires, putting a picture up there of her topless. Like, this is a pasture. Like, that in itself is just disgusting. When you lose trust in the ones around you that you should be able to trust, you feel you have no one. That's absolutely true. Because you hide the abuse, it's easy to hide your true feelings, sadly. Absolutely. And hey, Charmaine. It's so hot out, Charmaine. It's 27 down here. Such a hot day. My heart breaks for Micah and all of you that have walked in the DV shoes. I have been there, absolutely. I just like the fact that if somebody's watching a live, and because of somebody's words like mine or somebody else's, that somebody brings a change to their own life, which I've had happen a few times, that people have emailed me to say that because of me, you know. So that's the only reason why I truly do it. I don't usually like talking about myself, my own life and stuff like that. But I just know that there's all different things. People can show off their cooking skills. People can do this. You know, my biggest thing has always been people and caring about people and about domestic violence because it's impacted my life, most of my life. My dad was abusive to my mother, and I watched my mom fight to be strong and to take care of us kids, and I recognize that. My twin, it's so funny, as I say, you could be in the same household and you have totally all these different perspectives. My twin grew up to be materialistic. I grew up to be a penny saver, not a pincher, but a saver, because I watched how my mom always struggled, and I always had to struggle too. Dion was pretty lazy. I worked all year round. He worked 6 months, and then he'd sit on EI for 6 months. He mows graveyards, on there. The ironic thing about him is that the girl that he met after me when I left him looked pretty much similar to me. It was almost like me and her could have been sisters, to be honest, and all that. And she was all worried that I was going to go back to Dion. I was like, no, honestly, you can have him. He can abuse you, okay? If you want to believe that he's this nice guy, go right ahead, you know. But you can have him. Don't be worried that I'm ever going to come back. When I'm done, I'm done. I'm just done. I will never give a man a second chance. Never. You know, I don't have it in me. Cheating is the ultimate thing, but I will never give somebody a second chance. I am nobody's leftovers. If somebody doesn't want me the first time, they sure in the hell's not going to get me the second time. No, you know, this is where women have to have their own self-respect, eh? You never take a man back that treats you badly or cheats on you. You know, you don't love yourself if you honestly believe that that was okay. It's not. It's never okay. It takes a while to find true friendships. The best thing about that is friendships that last a lifetime. Absolutely. Absolutely. She probably didn't have anyone to turn to. Well, that's the thing is, she probably felt she didn't have anyone to turn to. Not that she didn't. She just probably felt she didn't. Because, you know, a lot of people, had they known that that's the point that her mind was at, they only wish that they would have known that it was that it was that deep. They isolate you and turn against you. You can't ask anyone for help. Her family loved her, but they were blinded by his lies and gaslighting on there. He's definitely a manipulator. Yeah, con artist manipulator. So much wildfire smoke. Oh, that sucks. You guys got fires going on, eh? I feel bad for people who go through DV, honestly. Let's see. Charmaine, if you're bored, you can come up here, by the way. Just let me know. I could use the company. I feel bad. I got nothing going on today anymore. I'm not going outside. It's nicer and cooler in the bedroom, and I've already been out for the day. I feel bad for people who go through DV. I've been with my husband since I was 17. We got married at 20. Oh, that's beautiful, Crafty One. Hmm. That's beautiful. Hmm. I love it when I hear marriages are like 55 years. You know, most people don't understand. I mean, it takes work to make a marriage, you know. I mean, it's a roller coaster, yeah? It's just that at some point, some people just go whoop off the roller coaster and they don't really even try, you know. My uncle came down from Burns Lake, BC. We had hoodies and jeans, and he was in a tank and shorts. He said it was hot. I know where that is. Mhm. I'm sure she has the severity of the abuse. I did the same. I ran the youth ministry at our church. When I asked for help, was told I need to be a Proverbs wife. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I hid the severity of abuse. It took me years to break the cycle. It made me stronger than most people, full of empathy for others. Yet I find it easy to walk away. Yeah, I would say the same thing, Angel, on there. I caught my ex cheating and decided that I'm better off by myself. My ex puts his hands on me and took away my ability. My first ex put his hands on me and took away my ability to have a child. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Robin. That's so sad. That was supposed to, yes. Crafty One, so sweet on there. Okay. Oh, you guys, let's watch a little bit of the Micah's celebration of life that, you know, he held for her. Let's watch a little bit of that, okay? I wanted to watch that. Yeah, let's find that. Um, this one right here. Yeah. Yeah. Again, my heart goes out to anyone, you know, like I said, the missing and the murdered, you know, like I said, being in abusive relationships. I always just want the best for everyone, myself. Like, that's my wish, that everyone realizes that their own happiness is in your hands and don't let it be in somebody else's hands. Okay, so let's watch this for a minute. I'll just start it from, let's see, from here. Listen to this puke.
Um, I've been I've been speaking for many years, and for the first time, I don't really know exactly, how to open or how to close or any of that. Um, um, I'm just everyone knew how beautiful she was on the outside, but only I think a spouse knows how beautiful that person is on the inside. So I want to take a few minutes to just kind of tell some stories and just share some things about Micah that that may, I don't know, shock you or help you get to know the more intimate side of her. Um, she was beautiful on the outside. She had won so many beauty pageants, all when she was young, and um, I have one of her trophies here where she won Saucus the Idol. Let me tell you, just to talk about how pretty she was on the outside. When she went to one school, she won the Miss whatever the school was beauty pageant, and then her family moved and she went to another school and she won the Miss Beauty pageant for that school too. So it was the first time in that county's history that someone won, both the pageants. But uh, it really hadn't hit me. I've gotten to spend as Christians, of course, we know she's not here and uh, in heaven, and she's worshiping and enjoying, and probably hadn't even had time to look down here yet. But I got this lay next to her body and spent time with her body about 4 times this week, and each time it still didn't hit me. I thought she was going to wake up. I even tried to raise her from the dead one time this week, and that morning actually I went to the mall later. She had bought me this dog tag, and the chain broke, so I went to the mall to get it fixed. And I saw a female about 20, 30 feet in front of me, and she was wearing one of Micah's dresses, and she had the same tattoo Micah has on her arm and the exact same hair. And out of just instinct, I screamed, "Micah!" And the girl turned around, and it was one of her sisters. And I thought I raised her from the dead. She's alive. But I can't wait to see her again one day. I'm good. So I have pictures, and I want to just tell you some stuff about her. When we fell in love, and we started dating, and it was time to get engaged. She loved public displays of affection. Like, she loved that. She always wanted me to, hug her in public and stuff like that. And I'm more of a private person. But I thought, okay, we're going to get engaged. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it everything she wanted. So I set up a church baptism out on the beach so that everybody in church could be there. For us to get engaged and be a part of that. And then I had this plane that was going to fly by and have "Will you marry me?" Micah, there, and she's going to love that. And so everybody's kind of waiting. The baptism's over, and we're out there playing volleyball. And all of a sudden, the plane comes by, and I take Micah and I turn her around and I face her toward the ocean, face her toward the plane, and everybody's clapping and cheering. And she leaned back. She said, "Why is everybody cheering?" I said, the plane, the plane, the plane, the plane. And she said, "Oh, I don't have my contacts in." I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm playing this whole thing." I got a picture of that, I think, yeah, there. And her exact words were, she said, she turned around, "There's the plane up there." She couldn't see it till we took a picture later. Her exact words, I'll never forget, she said, "Well, yes, anyways, yes." And she had a hoarse voice that day from singing. And but she was always excited about stuff, always so excited. I'm sorry if I'm just rambling, but I'll do my best. She loves Solid Rock. She served this place for over a decade. Her time with Reverend Randall, I think is there a picture of her and Reverend Randall somewhere there? And Reverend Randall never gets his picture taken. So when she got this, she was so excited. She sent it to me. Said, "I got Reverend Randall's picture," and we had it blown up, and it's down here. She loved that. She was the worship leader, and she was bold and confident and anointed and passionate. And the very first time I worked with her on that, I said, "Okay, I'd like you to try to lead a song, and I'll help you." And I told her what I wanted her to do. About 3 minutes later, she's like, "No, you're doing it wrong. I'm going to tell you how we're going to do it." And she said, you missed this note. You need to fix this. She did. I thought, oh my goodness. And she was the graphic designer. I think it's a picture of some of the stuff she designed. Yep. She designed every logo we got, every book, everything we ever did. And she loved doing this stuff. And she would do it with such integrity to the T. Like I would say, okay, it's good. We're done. She said, nope, it can be better. I said, no, it can't be any better. And she'd fix the slightest, smallest thing and spend 6, 8, 10 hours doing that. She was in charge of women's ministry, youth ministry. She loved that. She was the go-to person around here if anything was kind of messed up or needed to be fixed or needed to be created. That was the thing she did. We spent almost every night just talking and chilling out. We didn't watch much TV. She would make me turn my cell phone off, and so I turned the cell phone off, and we would talk for hours and hours about. Well, let me rephrase it. She would talk for hours and hours and hours, and sometimes I would kind of not listen. I thought, oh no, is she going to ask me a question? I'd get back in my mind to what we're talking about, and she would change subjects. She'd go from one thing to the next, and she had the idea that to buy a blow-up mattress and put it in the back of the truck. And so we would do that, and she would make us hot chocolate in these in the coffee mug things that don't get cold, and we'd go park somewhere around here where there was no lights or no houses, and just lay there and look at the stars and talk for hours. We probably did that hundreds of times over the past several years. We'd laugh a lot in the house. Our house was very loud. It was very loud, with kids and that such. Whatever room Mica was in, you could hear her in the whole house. She'd start singing about something or come up with an idea, and everybody could hear. And one night we were going to bed. It was like midnight, and normally she falls asleep first, but I fell asleep first this night. And I don't know why I started talking in my sleep. And the sentence I was saying as I was talking in my sleep, I said, "Why are you talking in your sleep, stupid?" And I did that, and then I woke up, and she said, "Did you just say, why are you talking in your sleep? In your sleep?" I said, "I think I did." And she laughed so loud. We talked about that one thing for the next 3 hours till 3 a.m. We were stayed up just talking about it. There was a time where for several months I got into those Pitch Perfect movies, the ones where the girls sing a cappella, and I thought Micah loved it. So we watched them like almost every night. We were watching a different Pitch Perfect. Then we rewatched them, and it shocked me. But after 15 times of watching the movies, one night she said, "I don't like any of these movies." And I said, "Baby, you don't?" I said, "Why didn't you tell me?" She said, "I knew you liked it, and I didn't want to, spoil the thing." I said, "You could have told me we'd watch something you wanted," but that meant a lot to me. What's the next? Oh yeah, there's designs. What's the next picture? Okay, so she loved to travel. Loved to travel. I can't stand to travel, but she loved it. So we go wherever she wanted, and we went on a mission trip to Jamaica. It was like a 10-day mission trip. And we were in the jungles of Jamaica, and we're helping these other pastors and leaders. And there's churches that don't have ceilings and churches that are out in the woods. And it was so hot, like 110 degrees. We're sweating in everything we do. And after about 5 days, I said, "Honey, maybe we can just go home early. And, I know this is horrible. I'm so sorry that you came to me with this. I'm so sorry." She said, "Are you kidding?" She said, "I love this. This is great." I thought, oh my Lord. And she loved all the mission stuff, places where you had to use the bathroom in the woods or places where there was no air conditioning at all. She loved that kind of thing. Until towards the end of the trip on Jamaica, one of the pastor's wives pulled a mango out of a tree. And she had never had a mango before and handed it to her, and she bit it. And here's what happened just a few minutes later after that. She swole up on the mission trip. Let's see, what's the next picture? Puerto Rico. So she loved Puerto Rico. She'd ride horse. She loved adventurous stuff. Like it was always something really adventurous. Riding a horse. What's the next one? Riding a four-wheeler out in the woods. What's the next one? Doing some kind of thing with the rope she wanted to do. And all these things scared me. All these things I would tell her, like, I don't think this is safe, honey. Like I'm a lot older than you. I don't know if I should be doing this. What's the next picture? She wanted to do the candlelight thing out by the ocean. She loved that. She loved nature. She loved nature. So we went to Mexico. So my boys, the ones that were in college, they said, "Dad, we're going to Cancun on spring break, with all of our college friends." I said, "Okay, have fun." Micah said, "We should go." I said, "I don't know if we should do college Cancun with all the college kids," but we did. And we were on a bus with all these college kids and going to do different things. And I'll tell you a great story about Mexico. One night, her and I, we were riding on a moped, just looking at everything around. And there was this hole in the wall, like looking nasty restaurant, and it said on there, "Tonight karaoke." And I said, let's just check that place out. And we went in, Man, it was packed. I mean, Mexicans everywhere you look, not a single white person, not a single black person, and none of them spoke English. We couldn't even order the food because everyone was Spanish, and they were up there singing karaoke, all Mexican songs. And I said, honey, go.
Honestly, I dropped the link down there, guys, but honestly, I honestly can't listen to this guy anymore, to be honest with you. I just can't. He has already said himself what he has done, with the tires, with the tracking, with putting her picture up there, contributing so much to why Mica would have taken her life. That honestly, listening to him, being from a domestic relationships, I just can't honestly keep giving this man a platform. If somebody wants to watch the whole version of it, but he makes me honestly sick to my stomach just listening to him. And what he's like, again, whatever makes him feel better. Okay, so his love for her was based on control, manipulation, controlling, all those things. These are pretty much self-admitted things. So it's not like we're just contriving this information from thin air. These are things, like you said, he messaged that news reporter and stuff like that. And again, so these are self-admitted things that he is saying. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. So so you know what I mean? It's kind of like I said, when Dion was abusing me, but yet he loved me. But when somebody treats you that way, that's not love at all. So in his delusional mind, right? Of course, Micah was so special, but obviously he treated her horribly, which really resulted in why she took her own life, right? Depression, like I said, sadness, darkness, all those things, stalking her. Um, it's just sad, honestly. It's just sad. He is pathetic. He is pathetic. He's a pathetic human being. And to sit there, like when somebody, like I said, is from a domestic violence relationship, and then he's sitting there trying to go down memory lane, acting like, his poor heart, like he misses her. We did all these wonderful things. Well, they were so wonderful that she took her own life, you know. And again, he like I get the fact that the 911 calls there, the purchase of the gun from Mica, but he has to take accountability for what he contributed to her death, even if it's not through, of course, getting charged with it, but he has to live with himself every day. But he won't see it in the same light that the victim will see it, because he's trying to portray an image that's truly not the image, you know. Yeah, there's no telling what pushed her over the edge. Well, it would have been multiple things, you know. So, um, screw him, pretty much. Honestly, it's just honestly, it makes my stomach churn. I'm sitting here listening to him, and all I'm doing is looking at these pictures, and he's trying to give us a false hit. He's trying to give us, like I said, the version from his eyes, not from Micah's eyes, in a sense. Like I said, he won't be charged for it, but I do hope that he is charged for the things that he's admitting to doing, like, slashing her tires, whatever else. Like, like I said, we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg, but that in itself, you know, doing things that literally are against the law, to do. And so I hope he gets charged, at least for the things that he's admitted to that are chargeable by offense. Yeah, gaslighting, you know. If you have been there, exactly, Sherry. If you have been there, you know exactly what this personality is, who he is. He's not fooling me. He's not fooling anyone with common sense or a brain that can decipher between an insecure, narcissistic personality who's trying to feed us how wonderful this relationship was when he's admitted to all these things. And the thing is that that's again only the tip of the iceberg of what would have happened during this relationship, you know. And it's so sad that it has ended the way. She's such a beautiful lady, you know, and it's so sad too, you know. Um, you know, mother, oh, which reminds me because it just popped up here. So back in 2020, Suzanne Morphew disappeared on Mother's Day. So that was on the 10th of, like I said, back in 2020 on Mother's Day. And here we sit in May, and uh, tomorrow's Mother's Day. And so, yeah, so basically 4 years. You know, can't believe how time flies. Yeah, wow. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. You know, it's just so, I just find it so sad when somebody has to, you know, when when somebody has to treat like we're all just human beings, right? Typically in somebody's mind when they're younger, most people they envision that they're going to marry, you know, maybe the female or the male of their dreams, have a nice family, you know, live happily ever after type of thing, you know. And sadly, this world is full of different types of people. There's the people that truly have caring for others that would never put their hand or treat another human being in a way. And then there's a lot of people that are so insecure that they have to deflect and become manipulators or abusive and all that stuff, you know, because they feel like they're losing, like that's their way of control. And then when they're losing control, which you can guarantee that that's how he felt, because I think it was in that interview with News Nation there, where it's like, you know, like if you come back, like, I'm sorry I did this, you know, to your cars and tires, but if you come back to me, I'll buy you like an SUV. Right. Exactly. Yeah. I wish we could have heard all of that conversation. You know, who knows how that conversation went past the point of what was released, to be honest, Angel. Um, yeah. You know, I had a phone call uh, yesterday when I was at work, and um, this lady that I was talking to, she was a Muslim lady, and she was telling me, you know, like, okay, so she was getting frustrated why she couldn't log in, and I said, well, hey, try logging in on your phone and see if it works, and if it works on your phone, you know, because she's like, well, can you put money towards my card because this is giving me a headache? And I said, well, no, well, we can't do that, you know, because once she was able to log in on her phone, it told me it's not our issue. This is your issue. You obviously have a VPN running your Norton antivirus, which is contributing to why you're getting this error, right? Because, of course, businesses, like anyone knows, you're trying to get hacked anyways. So we finished with that issue, worked it out. And then she started talking to me about her husband, you know, that had passed about 3 years ago, and how she has to do everything by herself. And, you know, but she knows that she wanted to kind of go with him because she didn't want, like, she wanted to say, she said to me, she wanted not to live a long life, and she wanted that, but she says, like, God has a purpose for me. I know he does. And then she said to me, um, and obviously, like, basically to say that I was brought in her path. I had a nice little conversation with her because I cared to listen to her. And this is the point of it, right? Is that when people literally care just to listen to you, even if it's a stranger on there. I ended up giving her some points so she could, you know, take that. It can be deemed as a dollar value in a sense and whatever. But sometimes you just never know in life what somebody's going through, you know. So she was frustrated because she has to do everything by herself now. She doesn't have a husband to say, hey, can you help me, you know, and stuff like that. And like she said, her world was flipped upside down. And anyways, it was a really great conversation. And that's why I truly love doing what I'm doing for my job, um, doing what I'm doing on here. That's why it's like I said, no matter what, people can be trolls, they can do whatever they want. But, you I know that I'm just trying to bring an impact, to bring awareness, to try to bring loving and caring and kindness, to people and stuff like that. And I think that Micah was a beautiful heart with a beautiful soul, like Suzanne Morphew inside. But not everyone can handle things the same way on there. And so, you know, um, all I can say is it's a very sad story with Suzanne, Micah, anyone else that's ever, like I said, you know, well, Suzanne, her life was taken. And most people know her life was taken by her husband because he couldn't stand to see that, first of all, that Suzanne was having an affair. He knew about it. He's trying to play stupid to it like he didn't know. He knew. He knew. He didn't want anybody else to have her, right? He's too much of a man chauvinist to let anyone think. Like basically in Barry's eyes to me, that would be someone that basically Suzanne cheating on him is humiliation to his ego, and he can't have that. Nobody else could have Suzanne. It was almost like Suzanne was his property. But he hasn't been found guilty, but by the jury of the public. He's absolutely guilty. I hate to, I hate today, I think to say it, you meant to say. I also blame the system, Ali society. She had recordings. She told others, the courts, Ali, yet still no help. They sweep those things under the rug when it's a community leader. There's a lot of things like happen like that all the time. And it always, kind of like in Harmony Montgomery's case and stuff like that, where I really cannot stand it when after something happens, then they want to preach about changing laws and this and that and stuff like that. Why is it always after the fact? Why is it always when there's a public outcry? Then all of a sudden, sometimes it just doesn't seem like lives have a value to them, in a lot of ways. Uh, totally agree. I don't know if she tried to talk to her though and out of it. I know she hung up on the 911 call. Mm, mm. Yeah, I again, to me, it's a difference, Carrie, of someone being genuinely caring, and people that actually do care, or there's people that portray that they care about other people, So I always can find those people that have a good heart, and that's why I love Charmaine so much, like only because me and Charmaine, like I said, we've had talks behind the scenes, and same with Aspen, but it's like someone that you're talking to, and I care about her, and if she ever needed me in a second, I'm just using Charmaine because um, me and her talk quite a lot, but I would, and it's because we don't know each other that well, but yet we do, you can just see uh, pureness in people that do have really caring hearts. Um, what was that? My friend fell from Newcastle Bridge. It broke my heart because I only saw him that day before. I wish he had opened up to me. Yeah, absolutely. And that's just the thing. Yeah, is that again the person? I remember this one time I was just crying. I was so broken inside. And my husband, no matter how much he was trying to understand, you can't understand somebody if you're not in that place yourself. Like to sit there and try to explain a broken heart and what that exactly means, and the depth and severity of that meaning, someone usually doesn't know, you know, um, because it's hard to really express it. You can say it, but unless somebody's been in that same space in their own mind, they really can't understand really truly what that person's going through, you know? And again, it's just because how do you explain that? Because it's just two different feelings. It's someone that's saying, I'm sorry, like, do you need me? Is there anything I can do to help you? And that person almost probably just can't even express themselves to what they're feeling besides using words to the best of their ability. But how their heart is feeling is just so broken that there's no words to even express that depth of, darkness or despair. Um, Thank you. Well, I just do always wish that the world was a kinder place, more forgiving place, and stuff like that. There's always someone there to listen. Such a shame. Mm. I enjoy that about my job is that I choose to make it more of a personal experience for people. I remember when I got off the phone the other day, forgotten, um, the other customer service agent, Nikki, when I got off the phone with the customer, because you don't realize, you're just talking to the customer. And all of a sudden she says to me, oh my God, Sonny, that was awesome how you talked to that customer. And I was like, oh, thank you. And I was like, no, Nikki, you're awesome, because I've listened to Nikki talk because, she's on the other cubicle in a sense. And Nikki's she's a very bubbly person, hi, this is Nikki. How can I help you? But she said to me, I wish I could have more, though, what you have, where you really give that personal experience. So Nikki does a great job. But by the same token, I get what she means, because it's kind of like what Marianne said. It's like you can't teach people that. That's something that you have inside you. That's something that you are just built with, that you can tell, like, genuineness. And that's what Marianne said, like when she said, I hired you, is because, you just know when somebody is genuine and type of thing. And that's just it. You either have it or you don't. You can't fake being genuine, at least not to caring people. You can't. You think Micah was threatened in that Micah didn't take her life? Someone in her family was threatened. Maybe this is reaching. I don't think so. Myself, Bogey. And how are you doing, Bogey? I just think that, it's just sad because I'm trying to equate with Micah that here she was, that the divorce papers were just, he had just gotten them 2 days later. And had it not been for that 911 call, right, I think this would be a whole different case right now of definitely just blaming John Paul, like, for the actual taking of her life versus the contributing that she pulled the trigger because of how she felt about, everything type of thing. But I honestly just think that, like I said, when somebody's in a place that some of us can't even bring ourselves to do or to get to, it's just sometimes I've spoken about this when I say some people have stronger personalities and weaker personalities in a sense. So however somebody wants to equate that, I deem that as, have I thought about taking my own life? In the midst of such darkness and sadness and depression? Yes, I have. To honestly, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I just couldn't, because to me it was deemed as always wrong, can't that would be taking like the easy way out in a sense, but everyone has their own personalities and the different ways that they handle things, so to me it's kind of one of those things, like, who am I to judge? Because not everyone thinks like I do. Everyone has their own feelings and their own ways that they reach things or whatever. And it's just sad because you just know that beyond the sadness in her life, there could have been a ton of better years with better choices, because she would have learned from this marriage what she truly wanted, type of thing. So it's sad. It's just, like I said, it's kind of like, who are we to judge how somebody handles something? It's just sad when you see this beautiful lady that that she had to a zest for life. You can just see it, right? You can see it in her aura. Just sad. Ladies, we need to be there for each other. If anyone needs to bend an ear, I am here. I do understand. It hurts my heart so much. You're not alone. Absolutely, Carrie. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you. I beg for help from my local resources, but they won't. They won't keep strict confidentiality and puts us back to risk over. They will then ask why I didn't ask for help if anything ever happens to us. That's sad. And yes, you guys, that's why, females do need to be there for each other. People need to be there for each other, to be honest with you, at the end of the day. If no one, like I said, if anyone truly knows me, what hurts my heart the most is watching a world be so cruel to each other instead of loving and caring about each other. It's about the cruelty that people try to impact on other people. And I can't understand. I cannot, like, I'm obviously understand that people lose their shit and stuff like that, take someone's life and stuff like that. But I don't understand what brings somebody to that place. Like, there's so many cases that you're just like, you just had to divorce. That was it. That was it. But they were maybe pissed off because then the wife would get, child support or this or that, or they didn't want the husband or the wife to have this or that and cheating, and people snap. I just don't understand, though, taking somebody's life. Yeah. No, he had an alibi. Yeah, right. He did have an alibi. Yeah. True enough on that. He did have an alibi. But you all know that in true crime, someone can have an alibi and some people just don't give a crap. That they'll make up whatever story they want to from it. Very possible. I think my ex threatened my family members that he thought were helping me. Even tried driving my pregnant niece off the road into the river. I stopped saying anything or trying. I'll never forget still the day that when my mom, she was going to leave my dad, my real dad, who's a loser. I just will never forget. I was 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old. I think 5. And my mom put us in our grandma's, and she went to stay at Uncle Bob's, which is her brother, because my dad didn't know where Uncle Bob lived. So my mom took us to our grandma's, and my mom said, whatever you do, don't open the door. If basically my dad, Bill, William, whatever, comes over. So that night, my dad comes and knocks on my grandma's door. And my grandma's at first talking to the door. And then she slightly opens it up and my dad barges in. He makes all of us children get into the car. And we're just driving around. And he's basically telling us that your mother better come back to me. Hi, Miranda. And my dad, he literally said to us, if your mom doesn't come back to me, I'm going to drive you all over the cliff. And I'll never forget that. My mom ended up going back to my dad because she didn't want, of course, anything to happen to us. And then she left again and took us, and she hid. We moved into half of a duplex, and my dad didn't know where we lived for a while, and then he found us because we could see his car going up and down the street. And then I remember he came into the home, and my mom's cousin's clothes, because my mom's cousin would come see us. I honestly think that my mom had a thing for him. All I remember was clothes flying out of the front door onto the lawn. And he told my mom, that he wanted to take us all out for dinner, which is just down at the end of the street on Little Mountain. which is in Chilliwack, Sardis area. And my mom, I kept saying, no, 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 no. Then she said, okay, but only if she drives, because she didn't trust my dad. So as we were leaving and going on our street in Carlton, all of a sudden, my dad, who's sitting in the passenger seat, he slams on the brakes, and him and my mom are like pretty much rolling out of the car. And my mom's saying, kids, 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 get out of the car, get out of the car. We ended up going to this house that was at the corner, what we deemed as like the witch's house, because there was some cranky old lady, and we ran to her house. And then the car sped off. But my brother Kenny, he didn't get out of the car. He wanted to stay with Dad. And that's when my dad had took off to England. And that's why I never seen my one brother for years, because my dad took him to England. And then he would hop and skip the country, over and over again. But, and I also remember as a child that my dad, when I heard my mom and dad arguing, and we slept on like a mattress on the floor each. We didn't have beds. We just had mattresses on the floor. Whenever I heard my dad yelling at my mom, I was the only one that would literally get my little blanket, and I would fall asleep in the hall where in front of my mom's and dad's room. And I remember waking up or hearing, I found out later it was an ashtray. When you have those mirrors on the door, those long mirrors, and that went smashing as I was like lying out there in the hallway type of thing. And so, sometimes it's hard because to watch, I was always a protector. So I was the only one that would literally grab my blanket. I felt if I stayed out in the hallway that I was protecting my mom if something happened to her, So it was one of those things is that, makes you wonder sometimes why you get into an abusive relationship, knowing that you watched your mother be in an abusive relationship. Different things like that. Anyways, those are the things that will always impact in my brain, like that stick there. Not always the good things, but when I think of my dad, that's mostly the memories I think about when I think of him on there. Hi, friends. You guys know I'm always on the posts of what true crime psychics and card readers are saying, and her soon-to-be ex and his current girlfriend were there with her, and basically, was there more to that sentence on there, Sherry? Forgotten survivors. I don't know what to say except how to bring change. Yeah. And now I've learned that we can access any social services help without being entered into the HMIST SHE systems, which was another way he tracked us. Oh, I used to be an RN. Now we're homeless. Really? That's so crazy. I opened up to a friend 2 years ago. Hi, Jenny. About wanting to end this life. She replied, yeah, me too, and proceeded to tell me all her hardships. Right. She ended up making it about herself. Hey, Jenny, like my twin sister always does. You talk for a minute and the rest of it's about herself and how her life sucks. Phil Bond. Hi, Phil. I don't think, it's funny, Carrie. I don't really think about it that way, I suppose. I've always mostly thought of always like kind of like my husband, the way he thinks. It's like if you didn't like something that you remembered, you did the opposite in a sense. Like I never, even in my relationships, I've never ever thought of myself as, say, a victim, even though I guess I could be classified as that. I never thought of myself as a victim, as much as I was more of an advocate for strength, you know, and wanting other people to find their strength and stuff like that. I never blamed anybody for anything because those were all my choices. Like maybe as a child, no. That's what my mom, why she left, right? Got tired of my dad. But as an adult, I always knew I was responsible for my own choices. I couldn't blame anybody else. I couldn't blame Dion for hitting me if I chose to stay in it. Does that make him a great person? No. Did it make him a bad person in a way? Yeah. But I never ever blamed him for my choices. I just blamed him for being a shitty person. He used a different name. I feel we should stick to facts. Not sure what you're talking about on that one, Miranda. Sunny, you've gone through a sad. Yeah, I guess, like I said, I felt sorry for myself maybe twice now, and I don't like it. It's depressing. I don't like depression. It's not who I am, but sometimes it's hard. Sometimes your heart gets tired. Sometimes you just get tired, as you get older. Sometimes you just get tired of hurt, and then you just kind of start blocking people and things out. I think a lot of people can associate with that. I changed my name when I moved. Angel, yes, you can have your address blocked from the orders, but it's still disclosed which state and country it's from. It's easy for someone with the access to locate, or even in the ACP program. Sorry for everything you're going through, Forgotten. Thank you, Miranda. I just truly would love, just for everyone that is not happy, for whatever reason, that we are in charge of our happiness. Nobody else is. We are. If that's one thing that's really important, it's taking responsibility for our own happiness, and that regardless, we don't deserve to be treated, or we all deserve to be loved and cared about, and for those people who don't offer that, get them out of your life. That's why you guys know on here I don't put up with trolls, and I don't care if people unsubscribe, subscribe because they don't like something I said, or whatever. I don't care. Then you're not a good human. If people can't empathize and be sympathetic and caring towards others and stuff like that, go find yourself a new hole to crawl into, because I just don't put up with that crap here. It's just, you're not worthy of the time. And I could care less if someone goes, oops, I'm subscribing because you said that. Go right ahead. That's the least of my worries. I don't live my life around somebody decides that they like me or don't like me because of something I said or stuff like that. Well, I'm not going to sub to you because of this. Don't care. Literally, don't. You weren't worth my time then anyway. Like the world's going to end because you unsubscribed. Me too, Sunny. Like I said, we just want a kind, caring community here. We don't want those insignificant people who try to hurt others. I did things much differently from my childhood. Yeah. That's how I always was myself. If I didn't like it, I just said, when I grow up, that's what I'm going to do. I did that with my son. My mom, my grandma weren't huggers. They didn't really overly tell you that they loved you a lot and stuff like that. I made sure I gave that to my son because I felt like I wished I would have had that. And I want to make sure that my son knew that. Too bad he's an ungrateful little shit, and he's been like that for 9 years now, but whatever. I mean, I always tell myself I could end not I could end my life, but my life could end tomorrow, and I will be fully satisfied who I was as a person and who I've been as a mother, because those are things people can't take away. Thanks, Bogey. I appreciate anyone that comes into this chat that are subscribers or just not even subscribers that just come into the chat. You know, a lot of you guys open up, and I totally appreciate that, because this isn't, you know, this is a world now where people sometimes need to talk to other people, feel like they're part of a family or community of something, you know. And I know for some people that this is their little family, this is their home that they come to whenever we do lives and stuff like that. And like I said, so I appreciate that. I just appreciate caring, kind human beings. That's what I appreciate. There was more, but we are capped at so many letters, words, something. Oh, right. Oh, okay, Sherry. Mhm. You're so Sunny. You were so inspiring. Sounds like you've been to hell and back, and your heart hasn't been hardened. No, it has, but it hasn't. Blessings to you. So nice to hear a happy ending and a new beginning. Yeah, you know, I always lived life through rose-colored glasses, and I liked it. I didn't care when people kept saying that to me, to be honest with you. You know, I just speak. Let me put it this way: I always will speak purely from my heart. Always, you know, either somebody likes it or they don't. I don't care, right? People that have compassion and empathy and care, they understand this personality. They understand what truth and transparency or being genuine is. You don't have to explain it to people because they already see it, you know? Um, I was never, like I said, I never played a victim role. I felt sad for myself a couple times. I didn't like what happened when I did that. I just, because all my life I was just taught to be strong. You had to be strong. That's what I was taught. You had to fight for your position on a, basketball team, volleyball team. You had to always fight for things. And because I was like the baby of the family, and because I was the shorter one, I always had to fight for my position, right? That I was always a tomboy and stuff like that. But it's always like I had something to prove, like just because I'm small doesn't mean I can't lift a lot of things and stuff like that. So I always had to, you know, like lift the heaviest things to be like, see, I'm just as strong as you guys, type of thing. But I always was a strong person that way, you know, and it does bug me when I see people that let people walk over them, because everyone has a voice. And I guess, again, it just boils down to just that we're all in charge of our own life. Nobody else is in charge of our happiness. We are. You can't blame other people for your misery, in a sense. They can be hurtful and they can do hurtful things, but we have a choice to stay in it or not stay in it. And we have a choice to speak up or stay quiet. We have all these choices. So I'm fully aware of that as a person, that I have a voice, that my voice matters like anybody else. And it might not matter to some people, and I don't care. And it might matter to some. Thank you very much, for caring as well, or having a voice or being a voice for people, right? Unselfishly caring about other people, not because you have to, because you want to, you know. Some people become victims. They're absolutely. Yeah, it makes me sad when I see people play the victim role, because there's been people that are hurt. Like my twin sister lives in the victim role. And honestly, there's no bringing her out of it. She's been this way my entire life and she ain't going to change. And that's sad. That's sad that I literally watched my own twin sister live life like it's kicked her in the stomach, in the head, and her whole, everything. And that she lives her life around misery instead of really going, you know what? I need to change my attitude and how I'm thinking, right? Because at the end of the day, nobody else is going to do that for you. And there's some people that have had some horrible lives, or horrible things happen in their lives, like Ginger, that comes in the chat. She has had more pain and grief in her life than most people could ever imagine. And so I find it very breathtaking to have someone that has so much strength that they don't feel like they're strong, but yet they're stronger than most of us because they've been through so much more than any of us could even imagine going through. So to me, what I've been through is so nominal to what others have been through. So I don't think of my life as like, a ball of sadness. I think of it as life lessons. And there's some really pathetic, and sad things that people do. But that's on them, right? My job for me, finally, that I got to learn is to take care of myself and to take care of my needs as well and not worry about everybody else's needs over my own. But I'm in charge of all that. Nobody else is. Yeah. And I'm not going to sit here. If I play a victim, what's it going to do? What's it going to benefit me? I'm going to die being a miserable old hag, right? No, not going to happen. I just refuse it. Just like, I've been married. My husband now is my third marriage, 11 years, 17 years, and ours will be 9 years. But finally, I got to a point, like when I say it like that, I mean, I only have one child, but when I say it like that, to some people it might seem like, dang, 3 marriages. But honestly, I was with someone from 15 to 26, married 2 years. Never should have married the first one, okay? Just shouldn't have. 17 years, those are really good long years. I'm 55 almost, But my husband now is what I deserved for myself. Somebody that respected me, treats me good, loves me a ton, and yet he's 21 years younger, so yay. And he's got the British accent, yay, Yeah. It was so funny. What did he say today? He said a word today. Oh, my brother is in England right now. Hi, Bunzilla. So my brother, he's gone to England a few times, but he's in England right now. And my husband says to me, I saw your, I said, my brother's in England. My husband goes, I know. I saw him on Facebook or whatever. So apparently he was doing a video. And my husband's like, it really bugs me when they call it a freeway. It's not a freeway. It's a motorway. And I'm like, oh, do you call it a motorway in England? And he's like, yes, it's a motorway. It's not a freeway. And he goes, if you're visiting somebody or if you're in somebody else's country, whatever. And I'm like, well, great. Then I can say aluminum all I want. And because I said, you're in my country. So I can say aluminum and I can say, the trunk or the hood. And I don't have to call it a bonnet, or a boot and stuff like that. Because he's always telling me how I'm saying the words wrong. What he told me about the word aluminum, and this is just an FYI fun fact, he said that the reason why we say aluminum instead of aluminium is because when they made aluminum, they forgot to put the I in it. And it was for money's sakes. In order to fix that, it would have costed way too much money. So they just left it as aluminum instead of aluminium because of the mistake on the printing or whatever. And I'm just like, great, because I have to think about saying aluminium. I don't have to think about saying aluminum, Yeah, I'll be right back. I guess we should get on. I guess we've been, oh my goodness, been talking about stuff for a while here. Mercy, it's so embarrassing when words are spelled wrong and auto check messes up the word in your sentences. Huh? Yeah. I wish my son would too. There's so many children would love to be in a good home, have someone love them. My son is so ungrateful. Too bad. So bad, honestly. It's mind-blowing to me how you could just live, eat, and breathe your child, and then they just turn on you, blame you for everything. They stick to the person that was hurting them the most, the father, but whatever. I'm sure he'll get a happy Father's Day and a happy Father's Day present or something. I know Mother's Day will come tomorrow. I might get one. I'll let you guys know if I actually get a happy Mother's Day. My son hasn't messaged me since his birthday when I didn't give him no money for his birthday. That was January 4th. So We'll see if I get a message tomorrow. I doubt it. It's not going to have no meaning, though, really. You know, do things out of more of a chore than actually meaning it. Don't feel our kids realize how cruel they have been. And absolutely, Angel. Maybe one day. It's just sad. It's very sad, to be honest with you. It just, I'll still say this. The most hurtful thing is when you treat your child like gold. You just love them so much that you try to do everything in your power to protect them, to bring them balance, to love them, to be there for them, to hug them, to hold them. And then they just shit on you, you know? And it's the most hurtful thing to the heart, especially when you have one child and that child is so ungrateful for all that stuff because they're too selfish in their own mindset and they think that they know it all and they think that, they have this memory that is not accurate, but it's their memory and they claim that it is to be fact because it's their memory. What do you say to that? So it's just really sad, especially when, I love being a mom. I love animals, I love people. So it's just hard to the heart knowing that your only child could give two shits about you. I feel like a failure of a mother and unworthy of Mother's Day after putting my kids through the trauma of fleeing DV. However, they are safe. I will do anything in my power to protect my babies. And that's just the thing, right? Shouldn't feel like a failure or anything like that, especially when you have a lot of love and care, for children, and there's so many people that don't even deserve those titles. I should have kept those. I'm not blaming the person at all. I should have kept those feelings for myself. Now I always will. Jenny. DV never feels like you're protecting them. They will understand someday. Yeah. Everyone just does things however you're right. It's one of those things, most times it's too bad in life. Almost everything is hindsight. You have to sometimes go through stuff in order to, see it clearly after. And sadly, like I said, most people get self-absorbed, especially children. It's all about them. You're not doing this for me. You didn't give me this. You didn't give me that. And again, truly, it's only when they have to be a parent themselves that they can reflect on that stuff, but they don't know it at the time because they're too busy thinking that they're know-it-alls and that they're very self-absorbed, or you should have done this for me as a parent, you should have done that for me. It's very funny to me how people will treat friends better than they'll treat their own families in certain ways, or their parents. On there. I probably should scroll down a bit. I'm probably fine. Let's go to this one. I've got 2 marriages under my belt, Sunny. Uranus. You know what? Because I would never give up on love. Why? I would only be hurting myself if I did. I love love. I think love is a very beautiful thing, and sometimes you just, like with my ex-husband, Steve, like I didn't know that what I deemed as my best friend would turn into a miserable freaking old freaking fuck. I didn't know he would turn into be so miserable. Like I just couldn't have predicted that if I tried. Like, I mean, he did things, that there's definitely things that he did that he didn't show at the time that I met him for about a year later, but he cared, but he always cared about me, and he always, never called me a bad word. So I would have never expected someone that did that for so many years to literally get angry in their own head and self-combust and then start calling me every name in the book because of their own happiness. And again, I'm the target, so I become the person that is doing them wrong. The sun shines out of your ass one moment, the next moment you're the biggest piece of scum ever. It didn't, and it just, I would literally just stand there going, how is it that somebody could literally just talk, be married to somebody, you know, love them, you go through all those years, and then all of a sudden they can be so mean and so cruel and take no accountability for it, just blame you for everything, for their misery, for everything. And you just stand there and you, as a, like for people that have a third party awareness or self awareness of the situation, and you just stand there going, at what moment did you turn into this monster of a person that stands before me? Like, you just don't understand how that three, whatever, what do you want to call it, 180 happened or whatever. Hi, Miss Dog Lover. Thank you for the 199 super chat. Good to see ya. She's a good friend from the UK there, Miss Dog Lover on there. I don't I mean, okay, let's get on to Sebastian. Sonny, my oldest didn't talk to me after what happened with his brother. The article I sent you. And he finally okay, right. Forgot about that. And I sent you. And he finally started after his brother's death. But even at the fun to start, he would not let me hug him. Yeah. Yeah. It's sad, I just think that at the end of the day, things happen the way that they're meant to happen, you know? I know that we can control bits of it, like type of thing, but I guess if my son wanted me to be an ass kisser to him and sit there and act like I did everything. Whoops.
This dog lover super chat. £1.99. Thank you. Hey Sunny.
I'll take a look in a minute.
Up. Smiling face with hearts.
Thank you, Miss Deliver. I came out of a 25-year marriage to find a man of my dreams. Too many fairy tales. He was a piece of crap. My payback was epic and nonviolent. To find the man of my dreams. Yep. Too many. Angel. Hi, holy moly. I love deeply myself. When you realize there's no one that comes your other half, it hurts to the core. There's no love that comes. Wait, holy moly says, I love deeply myself. I feel like I'm talking backwards here. I love myself deeply. When you realize there's no love that comes your other half, it hurts to the core. Absolutely. Hi, Sharon. MDR, good to see you. Thank you. Okay, I'll bite. I'll see. Oh, I have to go to my other income tax turbo life. You did it. I have to go to my crime and shame. I haven't even checked my crime and shame email in like freaking about a week or something, to be honest with you. When I said that. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. No, okay, Miranda. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that email. Thank you. Yeah, I just wasn't sure earlier what you were up top talking about, to be honest with you. I love, and again, so anyone that's coming in now, I want to say happy Mother's Day to all you beautiful mothers out there. Even if you're not a mother, you know what? And you own a cat or a dog or a fish, I don't care. Happy Mother's Day. I said to my husband, I said, tomorrow's Mother's Day. I said, the chances of me getting a message from my son is pretty much jilts. But we got our two girls, Bambi and Montana. I said, those are my children. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened to my son. A little strain. Okay, so I want, what, let's get into Sebastian now, you guys. Thank you guys again. We're just chilling today, hanging out, talking about Mica and John Paul Miller. And really, again, it's pretty much about the walk of shame. To me people are embarrassments of men. Again, John Paul, we put you so, okay? As for him, he can think all he wants that he had this beautiful relationship with Mica, but he's already put out facts of showing the things that he has done to hurt her. Okay, so for him to listen to him as he hosts a celebration of life, to me, it's just gut churning to listen to somebody like in his warped brain. He might remember it as being beautiful, but he should realize that he drove her to take her own life. That he is responsible for contributing to that. She pulled the trigger, you know, but at the end of the day, it's because of his nastiness and the way that he, again, all the things that a human does to somebody when you poke a bear long enough, you know, and then go, oh, that's not my problem. I didn't have anything to do with that. I never touched her. I never laid a hand on her. I'm so innocent. Yeah, bullcrap, dude. We got your number. We got your number. You know, and he's a POS. You know, I cannot stand narcissistic or insecure people like that, you know, that literally just thrive because their life is so insignificant in their world that they need to do this to other people, you know. And the thing is, this is what always happens. And you guys be warned because I am one of these victims of these people. Okay. I put out these aura, this vibe, right, of being, come over here. I care about you. I can help fix you, you know? And these little draining sapsuckers leech on that are insecure, narcissistic personalities because you have an open heart in a sense. Yeah. Me, a caring heart. You're not even thinking that people are out there being these manipulators or controllers or abusers and stuff like that. You know, you open your heart freely with the fact of caring about somebody. And these leeches just attach themselves. They suck your life, they suck your energy. Oh, thank you, holy moly.
Folded hands.
Holy moly.
$3, thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually didn't see that until I heard the song on there. And you know what? Like I said, yeah, karma be a bitch to those people. At the end of the day, you reap what you sow, and this is what what you put out to the universe. You know, what may it come back to you tenfold. So if you put out bad things to the universe, or you're a bad person, great. You know, may thunder strike you in the ass multiple times. May you get, you know, perhaps run over by a vehicle on your ankle or something like that, you know, because of you treating people horribly. So I just figure what comes around goes around. That if you put out beautiful, like if you put out beautiful energy and caring energy, trust me, beautiful people will come into your world. Caring people will come into your world. You put out negativity, you'll freaking get those little zap suckers that love to feed off that negative energy with you, you know? So to me, it's kind of like, I'll let the universe take care of that. So it is what it is. That is, I'm so sorry. I've been there myself. Hey, holy moly. Yeah. Again, so, you know, I just, in any way, shape, or form, everyone can do a part, you know, and I just use my way, whether it's at work or here or whatever, to try to, like I said, you know, bring support to the voiceless, make awareness. And I'm thankful for all the kind, caring people that I've come across, you know, while being a creator of a YouTube channel, you know, and coming across, you know, a lot of great people. And that what I like about it, and like I said, what I like about it most is that we don't put up with trolls here. And so the people that are in here, you know, like I said, the bad apples will easily find their way out because they'll shine through. The good apples, you know, will stick around because they're very caring hearts too, right? So they can equate to what I'm saying because they're parallel in a sense to the same personalities in a lot of ways on how they are with people, caring hearts, genuine, you know, and just there to care. And like, I don't sit there and go around to other channels going, well, let me just bash this person today. Oh, let me just bash this today. My life sucks so much that I need to, be venomous and hurt people and this and that. No, yeah, because their life sucks. Yeah. But anyways, so let's get on. So I'm going to play from J for Justice. I know that's on other channels, whatever, and I could probably find it, but I just figure we'll watch it from J for Justice, where Tony Mathis is talking a bit, you guys. That way it will give me a moment too to have a drink and just relax for a minute and stop my voice from talking. Okay, so let me just find it. We'll play this part with Tony Mathis. So, of course, Tony Mathis is the spokesperson for Seth Rogers. And then we'll get into talk after that anyways. Okay, guys? As soon as I can, I'll be subscribing. What do you mean? As soon as I can afford it, I'll be subscribing. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe. Are you talking about being a member? Because it doesn't cost anything to subscribe to the channel. And you don't need to become a member to come and enjoy, And I would never want somebody to spend their pennies or dollars, in a sense, on something if they can't afford it and stuff like that. No. Okay, so let's play this. I'm just going to start it from.
And he's been spot on with that. I mean, you can't continue in my position to protect the guy that doesn't deserve to be protected. He's hung himself. He's brought this on himself. And, those of you that were out here that were upset at me because I was trying to keep the peace, I get it. I hope you'll understand I was doing a job, but there's no protection anymore. If you guys want to go all in on him, you do what you want to do, because there is no partnership anymore. It's over. It's done. That Chris Proudfoot had with one of our PIs, and that phone call was recorded. It was shared within a few members of our team, and somehow or another it got out, and it was not released by either one of our PIs. Let me be very clear on that. It was not released by me, obviously, because it destroyed everything that I'd been working to build. But what happened is, you guys remember, I'm sure, that Web Sleuth interview where it turned into a train wreck, and Chris was on there. Chloe, the PI, was on there. He was attacking her. She talked about, some documents that she hadn't released. Chris got mad about that. He was on the phone with Heather, our PI, and he was calling Chloe everything but a white woman. And I mean, he was disgusting towards her. He threatened Seth on that phone call. And it's just been too much. I mean, calling and pranking people while there's a child that's missing, and then, acting like just essentially making fun of an autistic child. I mean, it's just, one thing after the next, after the next, after the next. And there's just not, there's not any more, there's no more partnership, and there's not going to be. It's, we're going to do our thing with Seth, and they can do their thing. And if they want to shoot arrows, then that's fine. But we're not going to sit here and take arrows anymore and not shoot them back. We've had it. We're done. Seth's done. I checked with him 3 times today to make sure that this is where he was at, and this is 100% where he's at, and we're not going back. So it's over with that whole partnership routine. I think they damn sure know more than what they're letting on to. I mean, I mean, let's face it. All right. Everybody's got the records. They've seen the records, all that bullshit. I mean, I think we can all agree that I'm not going to sit here and tell you, I know that somebody's hands were involved in this, but the environment that kid was living in, and Seth's mom said it yesterday, then she said something different today, but she alluded yesterday to the environment that child was living in. So if somebody didn't do something to him, somebody created an environment that made that kid not feel like he was safe. So are you responsible literally, or are you responsible figuratively? But responsible is responsible. And when you don't get out and search for your child, and you say that it's because law enforcement told you not to, that's bullshit. I'm searching for my child, and I'm just going to say it. Everybody's been saying it, And I told you guys when I got pissed that there was no turning back. And I'm not tired. I may look tired. I'm not tired. I'm pissed. And I've had it. I've had it with his bullshit. I've had it with him disrespecting women. I've had it. I'm done. And he's going to see the side of me now that he saw on the phone a week and a half ago when he got slick with me.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
And Seth, he threatened Seth. He called in and pretended to be some guy, that he wasn't on a talk show, just cracking jokes and, just acting like a clown. And we've got a laser focused dad that's been looking for his child, and we got a clown over here acting like a clown, being a clown. We're just not going to partner. We're not going to put up a facade anymore that we're partnering with people that don't seem to give a shit. And, we're just, we're not going to do it. We're not going to act like it. We're not going to say, hey, while we're on here, we don't want anybody saying anything bad about the Proudfoots. We're not doing any of that. If y'all want to fire away, fire away. We don't give a shit anymore.
I want to just say a couple. Well, so one person said, be careful because his family has money. So they just said, be careful, Tony, his family has money. I know that doesn't worry you, but I just wanted to tell you that. Go ahead, Tony.
Randy Harris and Seth Rogers. So those guys have linked. I got Randy's permission to represent Seth. They talk daily. Randy sends him scripture. They talk back and forth. It's a very, very unique and cool and fun relationship for those two guys. Yes, I'm the spokesperson for both families. I've been spending 99% of my time with Seth because there's not as much going on right now with Caleb's case, unfortunately. I will tell you that we just secured an interview with Brian Enton for Caleb's family. Been working on that for about three or 4 weeks. 99% of my time right now has been spent, working with Seth. And, the last 8 days has been cleaning up messes and trying to protect the Proudfoots. And we're just not going to do it anymore. And our whole team is not going to do it anymore. We're not doing it on Facebook. We're not protecting anybody on Facebook. We're done with all that. If you got me protecting the Proudfoots by controlling Seth, and then you got Chris out there firing arrows, it's not fair to Seth, and we're just not going to do it anymore. So, I don't give a flip about somebody that's got money. I mean, I'm not exactly a broke old man either. And I'm not running from anybody. I don't hide behind my name. I don't use fake names. I don't do any of that. I mean, I am who I am, and I'm easy to get a hold of. And this is about a missing child. It's not about anything else. And I just don't give a damn about all that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody in the public believed in that new pact anyway. This Ocean lady that's on here, she's been real good too. So chasing crime is coming, by the way.
Okay, great.
But, and if you can get more boxes, some of these people want to come up. We'll talk all night. I want everybody to know when that phone call got leaked that he was bad mouthing Chloe. That's all over the internet. In that extended phone call, you'll hear him threaten Seth in that phone call.
So Tony, did he get upset with you about last night's conversation?
Who's that?
Chris.
I don't know if he did or not. I don't give a shit anymore. I told you guys last night that I was about at the end of the rope with him, and we're done now. There's no partnership. There's no nothing. The gloves are off, and if he wants to sling bullshit towards us, he's going to get it back. Now it's that whole partnership and truce. It's over. It's done.
Well, he wasn't much of a partner, was he, to begin with?
He's not much of anything. I got to tell you, I don't know who on our team leaked it to somebody that leaked it to a YouTuber, and essentially I think that's how it happened. But at the end of the day, do you really want to keep something like that secret forever anyway? I mean, you listen to the way that he talked about our PI, and then you listen to him threatening Seth on there. And it all goes to his character and why no child would want to live in a house that man was involved in, period. And how long did Chloe owe it to him to be assaulted on Web Sleuth's YouTube video? I mean, verbally assaulted, and sit there and be a professional and not even defend herself other than just to tell him to take a deep breath, settle down. And he was cussing her up one side and down the other, disrespecting her. I mean, and you know, here I am for the last 8 days trying to play peacemaker with a guy that literally treats women like filth.
Well, he wouldn't be in the position he was in if it weren't for his damn mouth.
That's it. That's it. And I'm not making the world hate him. He's made the world hate him. Yeah, you're exactly right. And people are asking questions about the mattress, having him sleep in the garage and all this shit that makes me sick at my stomach. I can tell you this. I don't know if that's true or not, but how many of y'all have been accused of making your child sleep in the garage?
Okay, so 1 second here. Give me a sec.
Even defend herself other
I'll just look back here. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Okay. I got to turn my fan off now just because it bugs me. Put my thing back on, branding. Okay. Now, Sebastian is lost. This is a shit show. Okay. So, again, we all have our feelings on this case. Absolutely. For me, I don't have this big empathy for Christopher Pussyfoot. I don't. To me, I don't care. He's not a good person. He's not a good, probably stepfather, stepdad to Sebastian. This case is about Sebastian, and you wouldn't know it by the stuff that's going on. Christopher exactly showed who Christopher was. That's how Christopher talks. Anyone that's ever listened to Christopher Proudfoot speak right from the get-go has shown that he has a controlling personality. As time goes on, you see a narcissistic personality. As time goes on, you see the true colors of Christopher. And how he spoke in that conversation is honestly the most disgusting, ridiculous. How he came on to Cluminati and pretended to be a voice amidst his stepson missing. He has made a mockery of this case himself. I get that people targeted him, and I get that somebody gets frustrated and these things and whatever. But this man himself, to me, he's going to be one of the most hated people on the internet when it comes to the Sebastian case. He himself probably will make people not want to even cover Sebastian's case, because who wants to support people, meaning Katie and Christopher, I'm sorry, who literally, Katie is like in that conversation. Okay. You could hear Katie trying to get some words in. And at one point I'm like, is that Katie trying to talk and Christopher just keeps talking over her? But just to literally even allow someone to speak like that, like he literally used the C word, C-U-N-T word. Honestly, like talking about an embarrassment to himself, to this case. I don't even have any words. I'm not even going to play. I know it's a lot of people have played it. And honestly, at first I was like going to make, almost going to be like, what's that, the Cyndi Lauper song I was saying earlier? Anyways, can't think of it. But anyways, I was almost going to make a clipping of it. And I was like, you know what, dude? You're not even worth the spit on the ground at all. He is a disgusting, despicable man. And honestly, I cannot believe, I don't care. That is not the way a person acts, you know, to the public when you're looking for a child. Myself, I think he's disgusting. He's so narcissistic, he can't help himself. But to hear that phone call was just Christopher coming out and truly who he is and how he acts as a person when he gets in his piss. Like, we've seen it, but we've seen it in more tamer, like where he's being an a-hole. But that just showed you right there, that conversation with who and how he thinks. He only seems to really care about his perception. It's not been about Sebastian for me, for Christopher Proudfoot. It's always been about what people are saying about him or how he's being treated. I got to see what you guys are saying here. To me, I absolutely agree with what Tony had said there. You know, and I'm not even going to say that Seth hasn't done things as well. Like when he told people, like, oh, that me and Christopher are working together, so if you're not on the same train, basically F off and stuff like that. I still got what he meant. But you know what? Again, how this case has gone, I'm embarrassed that I have to literally sit here and come across all these different interviews, but mostly with Christopher Proudfoot, because he reaches the point of a disgusting, just disgusting and despicable. I mean, honestly, for anyone to have heard that conversation, you know, such an embarrassment to himself, to Sebastian, you know, to this case. What a disgusting man. Only a heartless, self-absorbed person can do what Chris has done. Sickening. So I'm not going to sit here and, you know, sit there and I don't give a shit, right? Like, meaning, I don't care if you're parents or not. You know what? Act like you're freaking adults. Act like you're here for Sebastian and act like you care about Sebastian more than you're caring about all this unnecessary drama. I get it that YouTube creators have created drama, you know, themselves amongst each other, amongst this case and stuff like that. But as the parents of a missing child, again, I have never been more disgusted in how I've been watching this case unfold. And it's just so disgusting to me. You know, you have a father, Seth, right, who has been trying to be vocal and honest, probably too honest, to be honest with you, you know. Again, turned a lot of people off when he said the F off to people because, hey, look, if you don't like it, then, you know, F off. But Christopher himself has just dug his grave, dug his grave, dug his grave. And then you have Katie. Like, Katie, you're married to such an amazing man who obviously treated your son with the utmost respect. You can tell how Christopher Proudfoot probably treated Sebastian. And it truly does make me wonder if Sebastian just got the heck out of Dodge on there. Former officer dropped the link. Talking to me, Mike? Would you like to chat on this? Well, this is what you have to do. If I drop the link, you have to show your face to me on the camera if you don't plan on showing it. So I know that you're an actual person and not some troll trying to jump up on this. No change from officer to therapist with my degree. Sorry, you don't have one. Well, I'm going to drop that link because you're bossing. No, I cam up on there. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. I'll drop the link. Let's see. I'm not very trustworthy of people. So we'll see. Now, all I'm going to say is this. If you come up here, you'd have to watch the words of what you're saying, though, okay? Like, you can speak, you know, but just try to keep it clean. I'm that. Well, that's what I'm wondering, because I definitely am seeing some attitude on there. So we'll see. It's just as easy to have someone up as it is to boot them as well. So just, keep it to the topic and keep it clean. Mm-hmm. Sleuthing, if you want to come up too, you can grab the link. You just got to show me the person behind it. Okay, let's see here. Hello, Mike. Where are you? 1 second. There you go. Hello, Mike.
How are you? How you
I'm
doing? Good.
I'm doing good. Thanks.
Yeah, I always cam up. I don't
Hide
endanger
behind.
anything.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what would you like to say?
I mean, the thing is, it's the thing with this case, and I was on other panels, and it's fascinating, the way that, this is unfolding, and there's so much stuff that's unsaid, and the biggest thing I think is this. I don't believe he just walked out of the house with no shoes on and disappeared. I don't believe that it's true. So something is underlying here. And what I thought, and please, ladies, and hello, let me know what you think. I think maybe a family friend maybe rescued him away from those people, because, that man is a piece of garbage. What do you think?
Well, first of all, in chat, you said you were a former police officer, or a former police officer and then a therapist. Is that so? Anyways, before we carry on, just
Sure.
and hi, gaming and sleuthing as well, Melissa. Just tell us a bit about yourself, if you could, there, Mike.
Yeah, no problem. I grew up in Queens, New York, and I grew up there for what, over 20 something years. When I came out of college, I came down to Virginia, and been here ever since. So I've been in, so I'm like half Southern, half New York, but coming down was a good transition, because my kids had a good life, because in New York it's insane, it's crazy, but I try to be the best person I can be. Tell me about yourself. Where are you located? I mean, the state, not your address, just the state.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
I'm Canadian. I'm from a province.
Oh, you're from Canada. Oh, awesome. I love Canada.
Yeah.
It's funny because, yeah.
Go ahead.
Canada's an amazing place. It really is. And I'm not trying to rub your rhubarb. I'm just saying Canada Canada is an amazing place. The best troops ever were Canadian. I mean, the Canadians are the toughest. So Canada has a small military, but they're very tough. Very, very tough.
Yeah. We rely on you guys, to be honest. Let's be truthful. All right. On there. And just 1 second. Hi, Melissa. How are you? On there.
I'm good.
Okay. Thanks for coming up here as well on there. So, okay. So, so we'll come back to Mike in a second. So Melissa, just to ask you, what is your feeling? Well, let's just ask you, Christopher Proudfoot, and the way he, obviously everyone has, I think, listened to that thing. Just give me your quick thoughts on this whole thing with Sebastian Rogers' case and how you're feeling about it.
Chris reminds me a lot of my ex, and I do not believe that an autistic 15-year-old, and keep in mind I have an autistic child, who would not go out of the house without shoes on, just randomly decided one morning somewhere between 9 and midnight or whatever it was, just decided to walk out of his house, was not caught on cameras, has not been seen from, has not been heard from, did not take his phone, did not take his money. Even an autistic child, I think, would have taken their phone, because I think he would have called his dad. And I don't think, my son who's autistic, if he seen me in the amount of pain that Seth was in, or Seth is in, he would have reached out if it was him. It ain't mathin'. And I think the Proudfoots, and I'll say both of them, are very suspicious in my book.
Both to you? Mm-hmm. Wow. It is strange.
Something ain't right. And I think he's a narcissistic piece of crap.
Yeah, POS. Yeah, absolutely on this. Okay, so, and Mike, so I agree with you. Like, perhaps, like, you always think that somebody wanted to basically help Sebastian escape from the home that he's in. And I think what we're seeing as time continues is, and especially with Christopher Ssyfoot, you know, honestly, the guy disgusts me as a person, as a human being, especially these antics about pretending to be somebody and making a mockery to me out of this case. Anyways, the more we listen to him, I can only imagine what maybe Sebastian, or how he treated and talked to Sebastian. So you feel like perhaps somebody was trying to be his savior. So you still believe he's alive? Your mic's off. Your mic.
In my heart of hearts, I want to believe he is still here. I want to believe that. You know, that's just being a Christian. You know, I want to believe. And I think, if you're asking me my synopsis of what happened, I think possibly the mother was powerless. Chris is a narcissistic sociopath. Okay, so you can be a narcissist. A narcissist is someone who goes to the gym, that they're flexing. You know, look how handsome I am. You know, look how hot I am. But a sociopath mixed with a narcissist manipulates people. They're master manipulators. That's what they are. And I've interviewed so many of them in the past, and they try to manipulate. And
Right.
when I was in my 20s, I was a little narcissistic because I was a handsome kid. And I was playing football. I'm handsome. You know, I'm just saying. But like, I was narcissistic, but
Okay.
I was never a sociopath. I never tried to control anybody. I was
Right.
proud of my achievements. You know, what I worked hard to get. But Chris seems to me, Proudfoot seems to me like a sociopath, where he has to control everything. And the mother had another controlling husband right prior. So it almost seems like it seems to me like she's attracted to sociopaths. And the problem is that that child having special needs, and this is what I think allegedly, I think that the child was almost like a hindering bother to Chris. Like he just wanted the kid out of there.
I think so.
You know, yeah. If I had a child with because I raised three stepchildren, and I have 2 boys that are mine. Okay, if my child had special needs, I would love them more. I would adore them because they need you. They need you in their life to help guide them. But Chris just seems like, to me, he seemed like he was bothered by this situation. Like Chris seems like he wants everything easy. You know, I want to do things my way. If you don't like it, get out of here. But if you're asking me what I think happened is, and this is the big thing in the case, there was a footprint by the retaining pond right next to a driveway, and he just disappeared.
Yeah.
So I think the mother reached out, or a family friend reached out and had someone get him and take him away. Why did he not take his phone? Because the phone is trackable. As in law enforcement, we can track your phone, whether it's on or off. We can track it. So I think he was told to leave the phone there. And you're right, because for a teenager to not take their phone, it's like your left leg. You always have your phone, you know? So I think that it was all, I do believe that he is still on the earth, which I hope, I pray to God. And I think that he's somewhere safe, away from that man. I do. Go ahead, ladies. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead, Melissa. Do you have anything to say to that?
When my son was missing, I called my ex-mother-in-law and I told her that he was missing. I wanted to see if his dad had heard from him, if his brother had heard from him. And I was told, we don't care. Don't call here again. And that is how Chris Proudfoot comes across to me.
But why is that? Because
he wants people to think he cares.
Exactly. And let me ask you this.
True.
Yeah. Do you think he's just deflecting? He's deflecting in his own bad actions. Like he knows he was the cause of this to happen. So now he's deflecting off of his own bad actions.
I don't know if he's deflecting, but I do think in my heart of hearts, he knows more than he's telling. And he's trying to, I too worked in law enforcement. And for me, he is trying to throw the scent off. He is trying to do all this stuff to defer the police from what really happened. And when my son was missing, I was out looking and I was in a really bad spot the whole time he was gone.
I'll give you.
That is what I see with Seth. I don't see that with the Proudfoots. I don't see that from the mother. I don't see that from Christopher. I don't see a parent who is truly worried, sick about their child.
I agree. I do agree about that. Mike, you want to interject there?
That's perfectly said. So basically, remember like when your kid was little, I remember this one thing when my son was little, he was like 5 or 6 years old, right? And you turn around and they run off like in the mall and you're just frantic. You're frantic to find your child. You know, that's the show of love. He seems more angry that he's missing. Like it's a problem for him. Like, I got to deal with this now. That shows me he never cared about the kid. He never gave
the attention off of him.
Yeah.
You got it.
He's angry because it's taking the attention off of him.
Got it. Classic sociopath. They have to always be in charge. They have to always be the loudest swinging big D in the room. And when they're not, you know, and then I'm going to tell you this, ladies, I'm going to tell you this. This is what I've noticed about him. His language, the cursing, it's disgusting. Like every word out of his mouth is a curse word. It shows his anger in his own defeat. Like he knows that he messed up. He's telling everybody with his verbiage that he's comparable. He messed up. You know, because if my son was missing, I would be on TV every day saying, anybody listening, help me, help my family. I love you all. Help me find him. But he's like, F this and F that and screw you and you're a C word. It's like, that's a grieving father? No, that's a jerk off. That's an a-hole. You know?
Yeah. That's how I feel about it all. The actions aren't matching, you know, the actions aren't matching what's supposed to, how parents are supposed to be acting. Seth to me is matching exactly the epitome of what I would be like myself. Begging, pleading. Right from the get-go, the Proudfoots have done the most weird things with going on a smaller channel, holding hands in the one video, pulling teeth to get a timeline, the weirdness of him saying things like, well, we would have heard him go out the window, even if he does have an alibi. He definitely, out of all of them, but even Katie to boot, they're not acting to me like Seth's actions. I'm sorry, but you are frantic. Like you said, when my son and Haley were like about 1.5 years old, while Haley was 6 months behind my son Matthew, and Haley is his cousin, I was trying to take care of both of them in the double stroller, and Haley's a redhead, and that little shit would always was like causing like my son to do these things that he never would do. So Haley was always unbuckling herself from the stroller, and all of a sudden Haley jumps out, goes one way, Matthew jumps out, goes another way, and next thing I know, I'm just frantic. I'm just in panic, and here they were hiding in a clothes rack, like right near me, but in one of those clothes racks in the middle when it's a round circle. And actually, after that, because of the heartache that they literally gave me, or like that, like panic, I literally said, "We're going home. I can't handle both of you," because Haley was such a little shit disturber, you know, like she was literally a menace. But anyways, that's how a parent acts. What I'm seeing from Katie and Christopher is not what I would expect to see. And I don't care. Like, people can sit there and say, well, yes, everyone acts different, but a parent that is truly devastated to me and trying to find their child doesn't act like that. So I too, Mike, would not be surprised if something happened, because again, without all this footage and all this stuff, that something happens where somebody does have Sebastian. And I'm disappointed that that picture that looked like a doppelganger, that looked like Sebastian, not him, because now it's back to square one. What is square one? Nothing. There's nowhere to go. We don't know where to go from all that. But Christopher Proudfoot is a disgusting piece of work as a human being, and he is an embarrassment to this case, a total embarrassment. Honestly, he literally made himself look like the biggest piece of crap to the entire internet on that, especially on that last conversation. Does not respect females at all. He doesn't respect, obviously, himself. He's too busy always projecting. And everything you listen with Christopher Proudfoot, he makes it about himself. He just cares about his image, you know. But anyways, I digress. Yeah.
About that
No,
picture.
that's actually I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, that's perfectly said. So he projects. So basically, simple psychology. Basically, when you're guilty as heck, you're going to project away from yourself, away from your own guilt, and that's what he's doing. He knows he's a piece of crap person, but his own narcissistic sociopath ways don't let him admit it. And the thing is this: people will be bad husbands or bad wives or whatever, and they'll atone. They'll find a way to heal. They'll find a way to be better, to be a better person. But it seems to me like he's mentally ill. It just seems like he's got something's not right upstairs, with him. And he has to always be right. He has to always be in charge. But his language, the way when he was talking on like the interviews and he's cursing, I'm like, yo, like your son's missing, bro. And you're cursing like a sailor, I'm not saying nothing wrong with cursing, but like if you're out having fun and you're throwing F-bombs or whatever, okay. But your child's missing. You should be literally brokenhearted right now. And it seems like he don't care. He doesn't give a crap because he never gave a crap about the kid. He met this lady and I don't know what they had, what their paradigm was. She had a child that had special needs, okay? And instead of loving that child and nurturing that child, in my opinion, the child became annoying to him.
Yeah,
it became annoying to him, And when you marry a woman, you take everything she has onto you, everything, because you're marrying her, everything that she has. But a narcissist won't do that. They'll only accept what they feel like accepting. And that's what it seems like to me. And I'm telling you this, ladies, I hope this boy is alive. I hope this boy comes back home safe. Not to that home, but I hope he's safe. And it breaks my heart. But when I watch him talk, it makes me want to throw up. Go ahead, ladies.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Melissa.
For me, when it comes to the picture, and I can say it from experience, the way Seth acted, where he instantly got in his car and went to figure out if that was his son. That is what a true parent does.
Mhm.
The Proudfoots
Yeah.
couldn't even come out and say, we hope it's him, or we
Sure.
don't think it's him, or there's been a possible sighting, please, when my son was missing and they thought they found him, I was on pins and needles waiting for that call, and I informed everybody who had been looking for him, hey, we might have him. We don't know for sure. It's not been confirmed. That's what you do. You go and look. You don't go out to eat and go and pretend to be people you're not on the internet and everything else. You go and search. And Seth instantly leaving and going to see if that's his son so he could be there if it was. That is what a parent should have done. And I don't see the Proudfoots doing a daggum thing. Yeah. I don't know that I've seen them even go out and searching. You don't leave and go to a campground for a month in a camper. You don't tell the cops you're going to take a lie detector test and then not show up and then lie about it. And then, oh, well, that's not what I said. That is what you said. You said you guys both passed it, but you didn't take it. So how did you pass it if you didn't take it? Stop with the lies. Stop with the bull crap. Tell us what you did that night. Good, bad, indifferent. Tell us what happened, because somebody in that house knows what happened.
More than what they're saying,
in my
opinion. And one thing, if I can add one thing that's very important in this case is that they hired PIs, right? They hired private investigators, to basically embolden their search, for him. But the private investigators that they hired were never prior law enforcement. So they were just people that went through the course. They don't have the skills to track. They don't have the connections. I'm not putting down them, but like I said, I have good friends that are PIs, like really, really close friends that are prior law enforcement, prior police officers, prior special agents, FBI and stuff like that. And they retire and they become special, they become investigators. Private investigators. And it's like kind of like a retirement kind of thing, but they have the skills and they have the training, to investigate. The private investigators on this case seem like they're not qualified to investigate a Walmart theft. Like they're not even qualified. And it's diversion. He's doing everything. The family's doing everything to divert the attention away from them. If they were truly heartbroken, like you said, they wouldn't be online. They wouldn't be talking to the media. They wouldn't be hiring non-law enforcement PIs. They would be heartbroken and asking the public for help. Like everything, what I'm trying to say is all of their actions, all of their behaviors, I'm very good at behavioral science, which was one of my top things. I could observe someone's behavior. Everything is saying that they know way more than they're telling. What do you think?
Ms. Lissa, I'll let you go on that one first.
I just want to address two things with that. First, I agree. However, in like my situation, it was different because my son was legally an adult. He had just turned an adult, and the cops wouldn't look for him. I had to go on social media. And by going on social media, I had canine dogs come in. I had officers in and out of my state. And those are the people that actually found my child. So they're working with law enforcement. So they have the ability to get the law enforcement dogs, the law enforcement investigators. Some people don't have that option. So sure. I agree with you, Mike, on the fact that they should have that being as they're working with law enforcement. If they didn't have a law enforcement investigation, as like I didn't, then I could understand going on social media, turning to those types of people to figure it out. And then I wanted to address, right. Angel had asked, she said, Sonny, did you ever run away as a child? I know I did. Why is it difficult to believe that? I'm not Sonny, but I'll answer it. Yes, I ran away as a child. When I was a child, we didn't have cell phones. Okay, we did. However, every time I ran
Yeah.
away, I took clothes with me. I took shoes
I
with
was
me.
so
I
just
took
gonna say,
what I thought I would need. If I had money and a cell phone and clothing, I would have loaded up my backpack with my cell phone, my money, and at least one change of clothes,
Sure.
including shoes. He did not. And that
Mhm.
is what makes me believe that he did not leave on his own accord.
right,
There you
exactly.
go. And that's what I said earlier. I think that he was transported somewhere else.
That, so you know what? Thank you for hitting the nail on the head, because that's exactly what I was going to say back to Angel myself. Is that if he was to run away, he would have probably taken his phone, his Nintendo Switch. He would have taken things, you know, when somebody runs away. For his phone to be left there, I agree with that, at the sense of, why would you take something that would track you, right? So I don't believe that Sebastian on his own accord just left. I believe that he was aided, um, and that I'm praying, because I'm thinking this, okay? I followed enough cases to know that they can search somewhere 5 times and still miss something, you know?
Sure.
I'm praying not the worst for Sebastian. And if anything, I was to think, and I've said this for quite a while, is that at first I was kind of thinking, well, maybe there was a teacher that he had spoken to, that, because, people do the wackiest things, in thinking that they're doing the best intentions out there. And sometimes you wonder where people even get their brains from, because they certainly weren't gifted with some of them, sometimes. So I always kind of thought that whether it was Christopher or Katie or whoever involved or whatever, that somebody helped in aiding get Sebastian out of that home. Now, the more that I keep seeing of how Christopher Proudfoot is and how Katie, I'm sorry, but when you're a parent and you sit there and you leave your home and you take the posters off your vehicles, and so does the rest of the Proudfoot family, and you do things that don't match, and you close down your Facebooks or put them to private, and this is supposed to be about the son Sebastian. I'm sorry that you're going against everything, to me, that somebody would do, um, in looking for a child, a missing child. And when Christopher Proudfoot, I still cannot get that out of my head, when he said that, like, basically, like, when Sebastian, we would just love for Sebastian to come walking through that door, we would just be so thrilled, type of thing. Shut the front door. You were not sincere. You can feel it in his talk. When somebody says words and you read between the lines, those were most insincerest words to me. I think if Christopher Proudfoot thinks that Sebastian is an inconvenience to us, hence why they were having marriage issues, because it was kind of like, I can't deal with this, And Seth Rogers was the one talking about how Christopher Proudfoot said that their marriage wasn't doing well, and basically gave Katie an ultimatum and stuff like that. It's because he's, like you said, Mike, he only cares about his own needs, really. He wants to be in control of everything. Katie Proudfoot, she's like an obedient dog, it seems like to him, and pretty much. And to sit there and him speak to a female that way, and then she's married to that man, and to listen to the way that he keeps talking to females. Like, if anyone listened to Christopher Proudfoot talk to Terry Lynn over a month ago, that just gave you your first clue of how he spoke and how he spoke to people. What we seen the other day was just a more enhanced, because he's an idiot if he didn't think he was being recorded. Like, honestly, everyone pretty much records everyone nowadays. I do it, and I usually let the person know, because I can't remember a 2-hour conversation of everything that's said. Now, would I ever, or do I ever go behind someone's back and put that out to the public? Absolutely not. I have too much respect for myself and the person I'm talking to do something like that. If I give you my word, I'm going to give you my word, So it's one of those things, like, obviously, who was it that was interviewing him? Was it Cohen? that was interviewing him? This interview? Was it the PI that was Cohan, whatever her name is? Either way, there's only a couple people here that could have tape recorded it. And do you think Christopher Proudfoot is gonna literally put out this? Maybe. Depends how big of a narcissist he is. You know, record it and put it out. But I don't think so. I think it came from the.
It's crazy to me that this guy is basically burying himself. In other words, if he would shut his mouth and focus on finding this child, then people would have sympathy for him. People would have his back. But he can't get out of his own way. So we would call it a tanglefoot. Tanglefoot basically means you trip over your own feet. Yeah. Like he's literally just destroying anybody having sympathy for him. You know, he's an a-hole. That's what he is. He's an a-hole.
He said he was. Like
that's it.
Said, I'm an a-hole on Terry Lynn's interview. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an a-hole. And he's going to go down in history as just a person that didn't handle it properly. And that's what it is. But the thing is that I know human behavior. But ladies, all I can tell you is when I read him as a person or as an investigator, he screams a bad person. Like he's not a good person, you know, and I hope that this kid is safe. But I think someone took him. I don't know if it was the mother or maybe a family member. I don't know who it was, but this kid, I pray to God. I actually prayed on this. As a Christian, that he's okay. He's somewhere okay. Yeah. But yeah, no, you're right. You're exactly right. The guy is just, he's a jerk off. That's what he is. As we say in New York, he's a jerk off. And the problem is that the mother should have had better sense and better, and I'm not putting women down. It's not what I'm doing. Not women shaming.
I get what you're saying.
The mother should have had better control over her husband, because the woman has as much power as the man. You know, my wife, I don't mess with her physically, like, you know, there's no comparison, but mentally, she guides me mentally, you know, and that's what a lot of women don't do, is that they let a man overtake them. They let a man dominate them, and a woman and a man should have a 50-50 relationship. Go ahead, ladies.
Absolutely. You know, that's not what I'm seeing here. Melissa, go ahead.
There was a case in my state almost 2 years ago now, I think, if I remember back correctly. And the 15-year-old girl, she was a little Mexican girl, was caught on ring cam leaving for school, had her backpack on, somehow disappeared in between school and the home. It was, I don't know, 2-3 months later, they found the girl alive. She was with family because they were worried about the abuse that was going on in the home. They took her to keep her from that, thought they were doing good. They found her. Long story short, they got arrested. Is that possible in this case? It's possible, yes. I'm not saying that Sebastian is gone, but somebody knows what happened. Somebody close to that family knows what happened. And I don't know who said it a while ago about the Ramseys. Exactly. Yeah. They were raked over the coals and they fought till their last breath for their child's killer. That is what a non-guilty person does.
Right.
The Proudfoots, and especially Chris, the way he's talking, it's almost to me as if he's mad because he knows he's been caught. They just can't prove it. So now he's mad. So now he's lashing out against everybody.
Totally deflecting from the case, isn't he? That's what it feels like.
It's an omission. It's an omission of it's a non-omission of guilt. In other words, he's letting everyone know he's guilty, but he's not admitting it. In other words, you're exactly right. Everything, how he's acting is he knows he's guilty, but he won't say it. You know, it's like, you know, he's acting a fool. completely acting a fool. But I think you're exactly right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, in his heart of hearts,
Because if he acts a fool, then it keeps the
yes,
attention,
on
he thinks, away from him.
him.
But the thing is that what a narcissist can't get out of their own way. So like if he wasn't a narcissist, like if he was like, all right, I'm going to say this carefully because I don't want to say too many bad words. All right, so people that killed many people, like the SERIL K words, right?
Yeah. So we just say SK.
They would take out multiple people, but they didn't have an ego about it. So they got away with it for so many years because no one looked at them like, like this could be a threat. This guy is brash.
They put the shovel down and didn't dig that hole.
You got it. This guy is brash. He's annoying. He's a jerk off. He's just a rude a-hole. And he has a target on his back because of his personality. And all I'm trying to say, ladies, is I hope that he gets caught. I hope that he gets caught. I hope that everything falls in line because I don't believe he's innocent. Now, I could be completely wrong. This is allegedly. But the way that he conducts himself, I don't know, ladies. I just think that he is, like you said, he knows way more than he's saying. Go ahead.
So I want to ask this for both of you. So, I've been always very adamant about timelines and trying to stick to the facts of the case and try to understand what could have possibly happened to Sebastian. Now, again, pulling the information from Katie Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot wants to overtalk in certain ways, and Katie Proudfoot wants to, you literally have to pull teeth to even get a timeline out of her. And then she talked about stuff about the flashlight in the first interview, and then you barely ever heard about it again until somebody literally brought it up in her face. She never ever brought up, Mike, the telephone conversation between her and Christopher. She avoided that. She never brought it up. He's the only person that has ever even spoke about it, and he's the one that actually brought it up in the first interview on the Duchess. Now, my thing is this. The TBI has come out and say, hey, first of all, flashlight video ain't no flashlight video. It's a garbage truck video. Seth said it, Christopher Proudfoot, blah, said that they all seen the video, So the police have said that none of the video that was given to them brought any evidentiary value to it. Okay. So this is where I'm left with my head spinning on this. There's no video footage of Sebastian, say, leaving the home. Okay. So the last supposed sighting is Sebastian bringing out the garbage, and that's probably going to be around the 7 o'clock mark, say, like within that area of when they got home, supposedly from the Texas Roadhouse dinner after having dinner. So my thing is this. There's nothing at all. Hence why the police are stumped themselves. That there's literally nothing to go on. Everything just leads right back to the home. So what possibly, as a police officer, former police officer, what possibly, if they have nothing to go on, how could Sebastian have left this house though? So Katie at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? Because she's, according to them, everything is according to them. 12 to 6 is the time that Katie has given for when Sebastian disappeared. Okay. Now, Katie left it around 5 or 10 after 6 while she's on the phone to Christopher Proudfoot. Again, according to this is Katie's story. And while on the phone, going to the neighborhood and going to the school. And that's when Christopher Proudfoot did the 3-way call, whatever. Okay. Now, Katie says that she's on the couch. Here's a thought at 10 o'clock. Finally, I heard Christopher Proudfoot mention that finally in a video or an interview that he was doing. Okay. So 10 o'clock, we hear a thud. Well, he's already said that at 9:43 or 9:46, he's spoken to Katie, and that conversation went on close to 12 o'clock at night. Now, Katie has put herself in the living room close to Sebastian's bedroom. That's where basically, I guess, the couch is, because she said she was in the living room closest to where Sebastian's bedroom is, which is at the very front of the house. Now, they keep claiming that Sebastian, he just left and he went out that front door. But yet there's nothing. So that's what I'm confused on. Everything leaves like Sebastian didn't leave. So if there was a vehicle that took Sebastian that was trying to, like, say, take him away from that house, where could this make sense? Because the police, TBI, whatever, have nothing to go on. So
Yeah.
I'm at a loss about that time frame.
It's very confusing, and what I can suffice, because I researched it pretty heavily, and there was a footprint right by the lake. It's like and it wasn't a deep lake. It's like a lake where you can just walk right through, like a drainage lake, you know.
Yeah, the drain.
But there was a parking lot right next to it. But then there was another footprint that went the other way, and so I'm thinking that he was told to go to the lake, and then I believe there was a car there that he got into. That's just what I think might have happened, allegedly. And then he got into a car, and it would have to be someone that was an acquaintance of the family. In other words, he's not going to get into a random person's car. So I'm wondering if the mother had him go to the lake, wait for the car to pull up, get in the car, and leave. I'm wondering if that's what happened.
Could be, but my question then to you is, do you honestly believe that, because I know where that retention pond is or whatever you're talking about now, what's the chances, knowing that there's no lighting in that area, but what are the chances that he would have gone past all those things as an autistic child to know, hey, like to know where any cameras are, or just not even to be seen on a camera? Because that's what I mean, like, meaning that the police would have checked out their road, the road beside it, gained all that footage of something. That's where I'm at a loss.
Yeah. Well, a retention pond is going to be a drainage, basically just a drainage ditch. But there's not going to be houses around that exact retention pond. So the good chance is that there's no cameras there. So I'm wondering if, I don't know, this is just allegedly, I'm wondering if the mother wanted to get the kid out of the house, go over there by the pond, and then had someone that was an acquaintance of the family pick him up and take him away. Because I believe he was taken away. That's what I believe. I don't believe that he wandered off and poof, he's gone out of thin air. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I believe that he was told to go by the pond, and someone pulled up, and he got in the car and left. That's my theory. And I could be completely wrong, but it makes sense to me.
I'm going to agree and disagree with you. I agree that the footprint has some sort of relevance. However, for the dogs, for the canine dogs to have no scent to follow, I do not think he left by foot. If he would have left barefoot, even with shoes on, they would have been able to follow his scent. I think something happened inside that home, whether he tried to sneak out and that was the thud, which ticked Katie off, something happened. I believe she put that child in her vehicle, which was parked in the garage, thus no one seeing her, thus him not being on camera, and drove him away.
They could have drugged him. They could have drugged him to where he was lethargic. You know, there could be so many different scenarios. But you're exactly right. So it could be in the garage, or they could have let him out by the pond and then got him in there.
Yeah, and I
I
don't disagree. I think.
Yeah,
I don't disagree. I think that pond plays a big role, but I don't think he walked to it. I don't personally think that he walked to it. Whether or not he was drugged, coerced, already gone, whatever. I think he was drove away in that car. Thus, no scent for the dogs, and him not being caught on camera. And then being driven
And
to
there's
the pond and let out.
Yeah.
Whether that footprint is his or somebody else's, I don't know.
Yeah, there's one thing that'll throw the dogs off is ammonia. So I don't know if they know anything about like forensics. Ammonia will throw the dog off, like the scent. But who
I
knows?
doubt
Who
they know
knows what
anything
happened?
about forensics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do. We do. Me and you can hide a body really easily.
I'll make it look like Winnie the Pooh did it. Just, I tell you what.
I'm telling you, yo, when you're in law enforcement, especially an investigator, you can get away with some crazy stuff. It's like,
Okay.
yeah.
We're gonna bring Charmaine up with us as well. So hey Charmaine.
Hi.
Hey, Mike, if is this the first time you've seen the channel, Mike?
Yes, Charmaine, salute.
Hi.
Well, Mike, is this the first time you've actually come to It's a Crime and Shame channel?
Yes, it's first time.
Oh, okay. Well,
Welcome.
So Aspen Connor is the co-host with me. This is my channel. Aspen Connor's co-host. Charmaine's a good friend of the Canadians. She's Canadian as well, and she joins us up almost as if she's part of our team, because she is. So if you're new to this channel, then that's Charmaine. But she's most of the times joins us on our lives, and they covered the West Memphis 3 yesterday. Aspen, Travis is a lawyer, and Charmaine and that. So anyways, welcome Charmaine. We've got Melissa here. We got Mike. I by the way, Mike, so first and foremost, this channel is always about kindness, caring people that truly are invested in talking about the case and being adult and not having trolls in our chat room. It's just about discussion. So Carl Ferguson, I want to say something to you, to one of your comments. No one has said that someone has committed a crime, he said something about no proof that a crime has been committed, but we are allowed to discuss and talk about the scenarios that are possible with the Sebastian Rogers case. There's a difference. So meaning at the end of the day, Sebastian Rogers was last seen at his home with his mother that day of the 26th. Nobody else, his mother. Okay. So it's just one of those things. Anyone can have their opinions and talk about certain things, but obviously no charges have been brought against Christopher, against Katie, or whatever. Doesn't mean that they're stand-up people either. But Seth, to me, as at least in this case, been the epitome of what a parent would do. And my opinion about Christopher Proudfoot, especially Christopher and Katie, actually, I'm sorry. I personally am not pro Katie or Christopher when it comes to what a parent would be doing if their son disappeared and how one would be acting. Christopher Proudfoot, Katie lets him speak for her all the time. Again, as a mother, you would be screaming from the rooftop, you would think. Anyways, Charmaine, I know you said you just woke up. You were listening before, Mike, and gaming. That's gaming and sleuthing, by the way, which is Melissa.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. So we're just talking about it, and so again, I'm stumped here because right here, you guys, just to go look at this. So this is Sebastian's home, obviously here. This is the area where that I think pond wasn't it? It was in this area where the construction was going on. And it's just hard to believe that. So the dog sense went from, according to Christopher Proudfoot, when the police were there with their 5 dogs or whatever, the dog scent went up here. The dogs came back, basically went right over here behind this house and then went here and then up this road to that retention, whatever pond it was. Now this is Google Earth is 2023. Okay. So whatever it was over here in this area. And that's the construction that's been built up and stuff like that a lot more. So my thing is, I don't get it because to me, I would think that there would be video footage. The police would have some sort of video footage, of some point on this venture to up, so I'm confused by that
Sure.
whole part because it's been confusing. It's because it was said that there was these, like the size 10 footprint there and whatever, that they did track his scent there. And it's been very confusing because it's been like, oh, let's take it back. No, it, And then you heard Christopher Proudfoot talk about it with the YouTube creator again, about where this dogs went, the scent track, how it occurred. So I'm really confused on it. If he actually did go that way or if the last point is at home.
Can I just ask, because I've been so preoccupied this week
Yeah.
With West Memphis, was there an update or something new that brought this on, or are we just kind of going over what we already know?
Well, Christopher, I sent you that clip of Christopher Proudfoot's latest.
Yeah, I apologize.
Oh, you haven't listened to that? You
I
haven't
have
listened
not. I think I might have started and I fell asleep. Like, it's been a crazy week, and then trying to whatever.
Charmaine, let me put it this way. If you listen to that, by the time you finish listening to it, you would have a lot to say.
Okay, are you talking about when the phone call with one of the PIs when he went off?
Yeah, that one.
I did. I listened to that.
Okay. So, you know what? Just because you came into it, so just go ahead with your thoughts on, because I think it's so disgusting how this case is turned, and about Sebastian, and trying to find Sebastian, and it's turned into like this joke for Christopher Proudfoot, playing jokes, calling into and pretending he's somebody, playing mind fuck with the polygraph tests, saying, well, I didn't say who's took the test and who passed and this and that. I just said somebody did. Anyways, go on with your bad self.
That phone call that you sent me, I mean, it didn't surprise me at any level, but I couldn't believe the audacity of this man, the way he was talking and threatening that other PI. I can't remember their names off the top of my head, but I couldn't believe that he didn't. He should have known that was going to be recorded, and he keeps saying that he doesn't want to be, the spotlight or whatever, but he keeps doing these things that forces almost this community to keep bringing it up. He's feeding the fire, so to speak. And I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise me that he spoke that way to a woman, but it was still, to me, disturbing to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It doesn't surprise me that he is that disrespectful. And I think, did I not hear Katie in the background a couple of times too?
Yeah, you did. You
Yeah.
did. Oops, I'm blurry. 1 second, fix my camera.
Yeah, so it's not like she would be, her presence would keep him calmer. That's not what I'm saying, but I don't know. And so was the Paynes the wrong family that everybody was talking about, or is that Katie's family?
Her mother, I'm trying to think, because JLR had her mother. I don't know, honestly, about that. I didn't pay overly attention to that. I know that it came out about the Paynes. Her mother, however, is spending time. What is her name? I'd have to go back and look at it. I just seen JLR post that not too long ago, about a week ago, and he showed it again today. Her mother, let's just say, has an undesirable history. But as for the Payne part, because I don't usually follow the drama, of stuff like that. I mean, I knew about it because remember it was brought up in our chat. I honestly don't know. Yeah, thank you, Unleashed. Francis Suzette Rosenbaum.
Carl, no, I'm not saying that it's disrespectful for a husband to stand up for his wife, but what I'm saying is he is a very disrespectful individual, especially the way he was talking to that woman. So, tomato, honestly.
I was going to say Carl's kind of on the opposite side of
which
I
is fine. But I mean, I wasn't saying that
Yeah.
that situation. He has every right to stand up for his wife, but we're all adults. He's an adult. There were
Right. Act like
conversations that he was being disrespectful.
I think if you don't want me saying this, I think it's one thing because they're under the national spotlight, right? So they're under an enormous amount of stress. Okay, I'm not sticking up for them at all, but it's understandable to be stressed out. But his verbiage and the way he speaks to people, like you said, is disgusting. Go ahead.
Right, and that was my point. I'm not calling anybody out, and I actually had a little bit of a giggle. I was listening to you guys, but I also had the Lord of the Rings on, and I knew I had heard the name Proudfoot before. It's a family of hobbits on the Lord of the Rings. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but I was like, I knew it.
Did not.
Yeah.
I've never watched
I just
any
wanna
Lord of the
jump in.
Rings.
It's a great movie to fall asleep to. It's
I just want to say real quick, with the people saying that the Proudfoots aren't searching and all that, they're not. We've not seen one time where they've went out and searched. And, you know, like Sonny said a while ago, it was like pulling teeth with Katie Proudfoot to get a timeline and to share anything. When my son was missing, if anything, you overshare. You tell every little thing, every single thing that you can think of.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because something might be a clue that you don't even realize is a clue.
Mhm.
And
It's-
for her, you know, it's changed. What he was wearing was, you know, black sweatpants. Then it was the black tearaway sweatpants. And then it was the black sweatpants with a line down them. The truth doesn't change. And their stories keep changing. The truth doesn't change. The truth is the truth, period, in the story. And with Christopher Proudfoot and his lies that he keeps getting caught in, somebody point me to where Seth has lied.
Yeah.
Okay, now point me to where Chris and Katie have lied. And there's going to be a whole lot more.
Right. That's what I've said too. Yeah. It's not
Yeah,
like if anyone, go ahead, Mike.
You hit the nail on the head. I mean, perfectly. When you're telling the truth, it never varies. In other words, you tell the truth one time, and someone
Yeah.
can question you 150 more times. Your story never changes because you're telling the truth. If you're lying, it keeps twisting. It keeps moving around. You know, oh, it was 3 o'clock. Oh no, it was 4 o'clock. Oh no, it was 5 o'clock. When you tell them the truth, it never hinders. Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah.
The Proudfoot
That was one of
story
the things.
changes when new information comes out. Then their story changes, even if it's just a little bit. It's because it's changing to match the evidence. It's not really what happened. They're just changing their story to match the evidence.
So I have a question, Melissa, because your son was missing and you've been through this, and my heart goes out to you as always. But you just said something about overshare. There's no such thing as an overshare when you're looking for your kid. But don't you think, and I have no problem whatsoever with anything Seth has done, but don't you think that the, you know, wearing of the pull-ups or some of the more personal things from years back that Chris Proudfoot took issue with, maybe that could be considered an overshare in some ways? Because how is that going to help today finding their son? And I mean, I know the answer. I think we've talked about it in chat before, but I'd like you to talk about it.
For me, I'm going to say no, it's not an overshare. And let me explain why I don't think it is. If he had bedwetting problems or he had problems holding his bowels, whatever. So you're out, you're looking for Sebastian, and you see a child that's clearly had some sort of accident, you know, bowels, urine, whatever. You're going to keep in the back of your mind, oh, Dad said he had to wear pull-ups at one point because he had this issue. So it's going to lead credence to, okay, the boy that we now know is not Sebastian.
Right.
for example.
Josiah.
If you would have seen him and his pants were wet because it looked like, he'd lost his bladder. In the back of your mind, if you've paid attention, you're going to remember Seth said, oh, he had that problem before. And so those little bits of information that most people would consider to be an oversharing is going to point more towards, oh, well, Dad said he had this issue, and Dad said he always, wore shoes, or let's say he never wore shoes and the boy's barefoot. Things like that, all those little things add up. So, like when my son was missing, I gave his height, I gave his weight, I gave his name, I gave his description, I gave his habits, I gave what school he went to in case somebody had knew that. I gave everything. Because those little bits, when you put them all together, they make a big picture.
That's right. And you never know what information is going to end up helping.
It's very pertinent, and I'm very, very sorry for what you went through. And I'm telling you, I'm very, very sorry for what you went through. I could never imagine going through that. That's terrible. God
I'm
bless
thankful
you.
every day that we cover these cases that I can't relate to the parents. It's the worst. Even thinking about it is the worst. I can't imagine anybody that's gone through it.
The hardest thing in the world is a parent, a good parent. Because I don't think Chris Bradford's a good parent. I think he's a piece of garbage. But I mean, a good parent who loves their children to go through something like this. It's the most difficult thing in the world. And I'm glad you're still here, and I'm sorry that you went through that. That's all I wanted to say. I'm not trying to change the subject. I just wanted to say I'm sorry you went. Go ahead, ladies.
But I agree, Charmaine. In some situations, yes, some things like that would be considered an overshare if you're at a party or you're just talking to somebody. But as a parent, when your child's missing, nothing to you is an overshare, because that little piece of information might be what to you doesn't make a big difference. But to somebody else, they think back and it does make a difference.
It does. So
If
in
that
law
makes sense. I don't know if I'm explaining it right.
perfect. In law enforcement, when you investigate or you're trying to do a search or you're trying to figure out exactly what happened, the small details mean the most, because it's a pattern of behavior. You can figure out exactly where he might be or she might be.
It's called
what
a
they've
pattern
gone
of
through,
life.
what they've been through. You got it. And they can, a lot of times law enforcement can figure out, okay, I think they might be here. They might be over here. This is what they like to do. This is where they like to go or like to eat, or this is their favorite friend. So what I'm trying to say is that more information to give to law enforcement helps them narrow down where they might be. That's all I'm trying to say, ladies.
Say you have a child that hates mushrooms or hates onions. What does that matter when it comes to a missing child? Whoever took that child takes them to a pizza restaurant and they order a pizza with no mushrooms and no onions, and you think, oh, that child looks like the missing child.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So a child
But then you put into the, oh, well, they got their pizza with no mushrooms and no onions. And I remember Mom said that the child didn't like mushrooms and onions. It makes no sense. What makes sense when it comes to a missing child?
Sure.
And it pissed me off when Katie Proudfoot said, the cops told us not to say things. No, the cops didn't. No, they did not tell you not to describe your child or explain about your missing child. No, they didn't.
Yeah, and
because
the thing is
the cops wouldn't want to hinder the investigation. And if they know you're going to the media, then they're not going to tell you, well, don't share what he was wearing or don't share his likes or his dislikes, because those little pieces of information is what's going to find your son. And it was a little piece of information that found my son. It was a little piece of information that figured out who killed him.
I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry to hear that. God bless you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's terrible. But you're exactly right. You know, the best way to figure out where someone missing is, okay, what's their favorite food? What's their favorite restaurant? Who's their best friend? What park do they like? You know, you ask all these questions to try to figure out maybe where they went. But you're right, and all I can say is I'm very sorry that happened. My heart goes out to you. And that's the honest to God truth. I'm very sorry that you have that loss in your life. Go ahead.
I need to ask something here, if you don't mind, because this is both sides of the spectrum. So anyone that's joining us, Mike, you said, how long were you a police officer for?
8 years.
8 years. And then you said you became a therapist?
Yes.
Are you still a therapist?
Yes.
Okay. So this is where I wanted to ask you. So from Melissa, in a sense, she, like, let's put her like Seth, and you're, say, the police officer. So let me ask you, would you feel like Seth was over speaking? Because from a police officer point of view, right?
Mhm.
Would you have told Katie, like, would police officers like say, hey, like, don't say much, don't say too much, like, because we got both sides here. We got how you would want things, like a parent to say something or not say something or do, versus a parent who's saying every little detail mattered, and hence kind of like Seth. He's just speaking from his heart. He he's not even like, it's kind of like, I don't give a shit what people are saying. I'm just going to speak from my heart and tell you the truth. So
Sure. Yeah, no problem. So what you do basically is you get with the investigator, the lead detective or the investigator on the case, and you talk to them privately. You don't give details in the media. You don't talk to the media, because if this person is being held by somebody, they're going to get the clues and they're going to move them around. So you talk privately to the investigator or the detective. And the biggest problem is that when a lot of people go online, or social media, whatever you want to talk about, all the news, and they give all these clues out. Sometimes the captor will actually panic and off the person. It's just like the cartel mentality. So you have to almost not say the information you're giving to find this person. So people always say social media helps find people. It also can help K-word people, because that's what I'm trying to say. You have to let the investigator or the detective find the person. You give them all the information you have, all the patterns, where they go, what they like, who they're associated with, all these other things. But when people go on these panels and they're preaching all this stuff, if one of these people that has this person, they can react a different way. But it's up to how people want to interpret it. But if you're asking me, the best course of action is, get with an investigator, get with a really good detective, or get with the FBI or TBI, wherever you want to get with, and tell them everything you know about your child's patterns, where they like to go, who their friends are, and then let them figure out what's going on. But I just think that a lot of times that people will over talk it on social media. It's like this. I'll give you an example. There was, I think, was it Afghanistan or something like that? Anyway, there was news crews showing like they're about to move in to attack a compound.
Okay.
And the terrorists are watching the freaking video. Right. It's on the news.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that you have to let the police and the detectives and the interrogators, let them act behind the scenes, because if you let someone know you're coming, they're going to off that person. Does that make sense, ladies?
Yeah, absolutely. I get it.
more go into what Mike is saying, and I'm off camera so I can smoke because my nerves are on high end right now.
It's okay.
They don't want you giving information of the cops are doing this, the cops are doing blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
But to go on and be interviewed, even if the cops are involved, the cops aren't going to tell a parent, don't tell us what he was wearing, don't tell us what his last movements were.
There you go.
They're going to say, don't talk about the investigation. You can talk about this, that, and whatever, but don't talk about XYZ. So when you go on, you're saying, okay, this is what he was last seen in. This is what he likes to do. You're not going to go into the investigative portion of the cops. You're going to let them handle that part. And what Katie should have done, in my opinion, both from a law enforcement standpoint and somebody who's been there, she should have went on and said, this is when I last spoke to him. This is what he likes. This is what he was wearing. This is his height, weight, all the details, his eye color, his hair color, and say, this is my son. If you see him, please speak up. Not, well, the cops have told us not to talk. Honey, the freaking question was, when did you last see him, or what was he wearing? Not what are the police doing? And that's the part that gets me. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you need to overshare what the investigative team is doing. But when you're talking about your child, go into, what they were wearing, what they like. Say, hey, if you have my kid, let him go. I want to, I love my kid. Not, well, this is what he was wearing, but this is what the cops are telling me, and this is what they're looking at, and this is what they're thinking. Yeah, that's wrong. That is completely and totally an overshare, because you have a kidnapper watching TV, and oh, well, now the cops are onto us, and now they've got to pay the kid. Exactly. Or whatever. But in my opinion, and I've not heard, maybe I'm wrong and I've just missed it, but a 15-year-old autistic child who left in the night, and there is no information. I don't know how it is in Tennessee. I'm from Indiana, but I would have thought that an alert would have went out. Hey, such and such child is missing. He is 15 years old. He was last seen wearing whatever. He may not meet the requirements for an Amber Alert because you don't have a car and you don't have all that, but you could at least send out an alert. And I think law enforcement, and I hate to down law enforcement, I do, but in my opinion, they are behind the 8 ball on this. They waited too long, and they're not running a investigation because they're treating it like it's not a criminal case. And I was taught every case, every call you go to is a criminal case and should be treated like a criminal case and investigated like a criminal case until otherwise proven not to be.
It's really strange because, like, TBI, it's really strange because you have local police and then you have state police, which Tennessee State Police, some of these troopers are awesome. Then you have TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. And I think they totally dropped the ball on this. I don't think they know what the heck they're doing. And you have GBI. GBI is Georgia Bureau of Investigations. In GBI, I've worked at GBI. They're amazing. They're freaking amazing. But I don't know why TBI is not really getting on the ball of this, because they have more power than the state police. So they can go anywhere in the state and they can investigate. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't know. I'm in Virginia. We have Virginia State Police. We have local police. We have sheriffs. But the state police in Virginia, they're amazing. I mean, they're amazing. I mean, I'm not joking with you. They're no joke, but it's just I don't understand why TBI can't figure this out. I don't know. I can't. I don't. It's just
Right.
they had a bad investigator. I don't get it. But any kind of state investigations facility, usually, you know, they're on it. They're on it right away, you know. But ladies, I don't know. It's just
Half pint. I agree. I'm sorry,
It's
Mike. I gotta jump in on this. Half pint. I agree. Law enforcement is not required to share a daggum thing with anybody. They're not. And I'm not saying that they should. However, as a law enforcement agency, I feel they are dropping the ball because they are not looking at this from a criminal standpoint. Children do not just vanish. They don't. Autistic children, and my oldest son is autistic. He is a creature of habit. It has to be a certain way. When it's not, it irritates him. Those are things that law enforcement should be going, something's not right here. And I don't feel like they are. Are they required to share information? No, they're not. And I'm not saying that they need to share information. What I'm saying is they need to start looking at this from a different standpoint. Stop with the, well, we just don't know. That's not an answer. And it just doesn't work as a parent who's been through this. For law enforcement to say we just don't know is not good enough. I need you to put your boots on and figure it out. I need you to look under every rock. I don't care if you share the information with the public, but I need you behind closed doors to turn over every rock there is to find my child.
Yeah.
And that is what found my child, is because a law enforcement officer from 2 hours away got to the bottom of where my child was. Because my local law enforcement said, he's an adult.
Yeah.
He may have been an adult physically, but he was not an adult mentally.
There you go. That's
and
what
that
I said
is what
earlier.
needs to change.
You're right. You're right. Someone with like mental health disabilities, you know, they should be considered, even if they're 15, 16, 17, they should be considered a child, you know, but in other words, their capacity, because they don't have the same acclimate to us, you know, so they are victims. They're victims, you know, people can miscue them. They can manipulate them. And that's the hardest thing. All right. I'm going to try not to get emotional. But the hardest thing I would ever deal with was children that were handicapped. Because I would always volunteer at the children's hospital. And to see a child in pain, or a child hurting, or a child that needs you, for anyone to hurt that child, lock me up, because I'm going to stop you. I'm sorry, ladies. I think that these young men and women, especially people that have special needs, especially people that are handicapped, they should be protected. They should be loved and nurtured, because this is how God, you know, dealt them. But it's hard because people are so cold and callous. And this young man, I hope this young man comes home. I hope he's okay. And I hope he goes to someone who loves him. Go ahead, ladies.
Can I ask you, Mike, how long you've been following Sebastian Rogers' case? This channel personally has been following it right from the get-go, like within a couple of 2 days of
from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard because it's really hard because I see a young man who is a beautiful person, you know, and I see a stepfather that is a piece of garbage, and I see a mother who didn't step in and help her son, and that's what I see, and it hurts. It hurts me to see these things because we're supposed to take care of each other, not destroy each other. That's all I'm trying to say.
Sorry, but just random question. Are you a Cancer by chance?
I'm a Leo.
Close enough. I'll let you in. Go ahead.
Oh, check this out. So I'm actually July 26th. So the
I'm July.
Cancer, yeah, 3 days, 3 days. So the Cancer is 23rd, and then I'm a 26, right? Stops. But I am the most weirdest paradigm because I am extremely loving person, like loving, do anything for you, take my shirt on my back. But at the same token, when it comes down to it, I can go into lion mode. And I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be a tough guy. I'm just
Cancer.
telling you, I can flip the switch. And when I flip that switch, ladies, I'm 6'3", 215 pounds. Like, I'm not like a little guy, but I'm just saying, like I can flip that switch, but I don't want to. I want everyone to get along. But what I try to do is, and when I was younger, I was a hothead because I'm from Queens. I'm from Queens, New York. I would be a hothead. But what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to be more understanding. But no, yes. So I would say half Cancer, half Leo. There you go.
We have a good friend of ours called Analysis of a Crime with CD. His name is Chris. He's a former police, retired, I should say, police officer, a good friend of ours. But what I love about him most is that he's genuine, right? So I'm a Cancer, just like you. I'm feisty, but I care deeply. I'm a deep empath. And what I love about Charmaine and most people like that I associate with, just be genuine. And that's why I do appreciate Seth, is because he's staying true to who he is. And when he backs off, it's usually because someone's whispering in his ear,
Sure.
Whereas I just like genuineness and pureness about caring about people. Again, because like you said too, and Melissa, of course, again, I'm so sorry that you have, that the memories, of course, keep, when they flood up, hurt your heart. You've been through a lot, with your son and your story, because we've talked to you. You've told me about this as well, and I pray that this boy, Sebastian, is alive. I agree. I think physical output is a disgusting pig. That's what I think he is. He's honestly, he's like the scum at the bottom of the earth to me, as a human being, as a person. And I don't, and to Carl, I know that you're on the opposite spectrum, and some people are giving you this physical output in this thing, although I know I've seen you multiple times on this. But
Sonny, your microphone is a little bit muffled.
is it actually muffled? Or
No, it's not. No,
Is it
it's not. It was, but no,
Oh,
it's
that was maybe my point is this, is that when you're out there representing this child, the child that you claim that you love. Husband, do you need me? Okay. When you're out there representing, you do not act in the way that Christopher Proudfoot acts when you are searching for a child. No matter, there's no, like, if you're sticking up or want to stick up or represent Christopher Proudfoot voice, and like, and trying to say that Seth is doing this, that's fine. That's your opinion, your thoughts. But me, I would be disgusted to stand behind someone like Christopher Proudfoot, who, as a parent, as a person, is acting in a way that's like a 2-year-old, not even a 2-year-old, because even a 2-year-old, I'm sure, acts better than this. But to come out there, curse, call people a C word, sit there, threaten to punch them in the mouth, or, like, get her in front of my face, and then he tries to provoke and stuff. That is a disgusting, despicable human. Regardless if he had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance or not, he's a disgusting human being. And if Christopher Proudfoot even watches this live, dude, honestly, I wouldn't even let you up here to breathe, to speak, or utter a word out of your mouth, because I don't have the time of day for someone like that at all. He's showing his true colors. He's disgusting. Katie Proudfoot, I'm sorry. To me, you should be a voice for your son. Instead, you're letting this piece of shit talk for you, and she's standing behind him as he's doing this. What does that say about Sebastian's home that he was in, if this is even close to what he had to deal with all the time in this home, to have this controlling figure, a mother that basically obviously looked like she was on a leash, is what it seems like, you know.
Yeah.
And then you have Seth, who's out there, you know, maybe some people don't like some of the things he said and whatever. Doesn't matter. He's doing the epitome. Anyways,
I was on a panel. I was on a panel where he was on. I can't remember where it was. It was a couple weeks ago. I can't remember exactly what panel it was. I'm being honest with you. And
Yeah.
he was running his mouth, and I popped up, right? And I'm like, yo, you know, why don't you talk that crap to me? And he was like all flustered, and then he ended up dropping off. You know, he's a coward, because if a man comes up, if a man, he likes talking that ish to women, right? He likes talking all that ish to women. But if a man comes up, he won't talk that. He won't talk that crap. And I told him, I said, bro, I'll drop you on your collarbone. That's what I told him. And he's gone. You know, I mean, I'm just telling you, like he's a coward. He's a coward. He tries to intimidate women and children, but he ain't never going to fight a man, you know? And he was running his mouth. He was running his mouth. He's like, oh yeah, blah, blah. And someone had said, like, yo, Mike will hurt you, bro. yo, don't go there. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, let's do a celebrity fight. You know, let's do it. You know, I got 26 years in judo. Let's do it. And he was like, all right, whatever. And he just bounced off. It was funny. It was really funny. But listen, getting back to the topic.
he's just a bunch of this, always.
I scared him off. I scared him off. So, yeah, I scared him off.
Carl, who are you talking to? You said your emotional involvement is crazy and clouded your judgment, in my opinion. Who are you talking to? Because I'll say from my standpoint, am I emotional? Do these cases make me emotional as I follow them? Yes, they do.
Yeah.
But it doesn't cloud my judgment. If anything, it makes it more clear. So I don't know if it's me you're talking to, Sonny. I don't know who you're talking to at that. But
no, yeah.
This is a missing child. Okay. He is 15 with the mental capacity of an 11-year-old who, by all accounts thus far, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to go off, but by all accounts thus far, just vanished into thin air. Everybody should be emotional about this. Everybody should be looking. Everybody should be thinking and watching everything. Yeah. It's not a matter of being emotional. Some could say your judgment's clouded because we all thought that was Sebastian in the picture. And Sonny, I don't remember the boy's name. I'm sorry.
Josiah.
That wasn't
okay.
Sebastian.
It's
So
okay. It's Josiah.
I don't know where you're getting that being emotional about something or having an emotion about something clouds anybody's judgment. Not attacking you. I'm sorry if it seems that way. I'm just simply asking, why are you saying it like that?
No.
Don't know. Mm-hmm.
Might be trying to get a rise out of you. But I mean, everything you said tonight was on point, and I'll give you your kudos. You are articulate. Everything you're saying is completely correct, and that's just my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. But I think that people will try to come in, chat, or try to shake you, but you're unshakable. Like you know what you're talking about. Your points are completely correct.
But she's been there exactly. Because people can't walk a mile around.
Most people in chat
but
don't realize I have sent Sonny all of my receipts.
But no, you don't have to explain anything. We know on panel, we know that you are 100% legit. All of us, we know that.
I get that, but the chat doesn't know. Sonny knows more than probably most people, if anybody on this platform. That's not in my personal life. And so Sonny can understand if the emotional comment was towards me. Yes, I feel an emotion because I feel connected because I've been there. I've done that. I know what the Proudfoots, as much as I hate to say it, and I know what Seth are going through.
Sure.
And God forbid the very worst outcome to this becomes a reality. I also know what that's like.
You know,
So if I'm emotional, it's because I connect.
Yes, yes. What was your son's name?
My son's name was Nick.
Nick? Nicholas?
Yes.
My son's name is Nicholas.
And he
May
went
God-
missing.
My son's name
He was
is
missing
Nicholas.
for a week.
Yeah.
And he
May God
was
bless.
found and he was being held hostage. And shortly after he was found, he was murdered.
Well, listen, may God bless Nicholas. My son's name is Nicholas. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying to you. My son's name is Nicholas. He's the love of my life. And I'm sorry that you lost him. And may God bless him. And I just wanted to ask you what his name was. And I'm not patronizing you, but it's amazing that our sons had the same name. It's amazing. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know what you're trying to say there, Mike. Sometimes people cross paths for different reasons and different things,
Yeah.
and
So
stuff like
Nicholas is amazing.
So, Carl,
and let me ask you this. Was his name Nicoles, or did he have an H in his name? Did he have an H?
NICH.
Oh, he had an H. Mine's Nicoles. So so Nicholas without the H is the Italian Nicholas. The Nicholas with the H is the Greek version. Yeah. But God bless him. God
When
bless
he
him.
was born, it was actually a funny story because his name is Nicholas by mistake, because he was actually supposed to have the French pronunciation of the word, as in Nicolas, and they misspelled it, and we just went with it.
This is freaking me out because my ex-wife wanted to name him Nico, Nico, which is the French version of Nicholas, and I'm like, yo, and I'm like, no, we're Italian, I'm Italian, so I'm like, no, it's gonna be Nicholas without the H. With the H is Greek. So no, it's great. It's great to know somebody that had a son, Nicholas, and I'm sorry he's not here. I want to cry for you right now. But I mean, like I said, Nicholas is a beautiful name. It's a beautiful name to be called Nicholas. Go ahead, ladies.
Yeah.
Robin just said that her son passed away and was also named Nick. So that's kind of ironic.
Yeah.
But Carl, I know you said that I'm letting my personal past
cloud your mind,
cloud my judgment, and that's not what I'm doing. In my opinion, I keep in the back of my head my personal issues, but I can also relate to what that family's going through.
One second, I gotta fix my camera again.
To bring it that I'm letting my personal past with my son cloud my judgment, no. Unfortunately, anybody that has had a missing child or has had a child that was unalived or a child that self-canceled, you always have that. So when you see cases of missing children that somehow remind you of your child or something within that case you can relate with, you're gonna have your personal experience in the back of your head. I'm not saying that his case is the same as my son's, but I can see a lot of similarities, and I can look at this from the parent side and the law enforcement side.
But you will carry your son with you forever. He will be with you forever. And that's a beautiful thing, that you carry him with you. And people listening right now, it's not pity, it's not putting anybody down, but you telling your story is beautiful because you're letting other people know that grief is real. and you're relating it to, grief. And I don't second guess that your son wasn't an amazing man. I mean, and it's horrible that he's not here, but you sharing your story, I think I give you enormous respect for sharing your story, because a lot of people don't share their story. They want to make stuff up. They want to BS. Our son's having the same name is amazing. And all I'm trying to tell you is that I respect you for telling your story. I'm sorry he's not here. But all I'm trying to say is that I can tell that you're a great mother. And you're trying to relate your story to this story that's going on. Because I guarantee you, if it would have been your child, you would have been adamantly fighting to find him. And I think that's what you're trying to relate to the whole situation. They don't seem like they care, but I can tell one thing: you are one hell of a mother. That's what I want to say. Go ahead, ladies.
And that's what I'm trying to get at. And you hit the nail on the head, Carl. It's not a matter of I'm trying to connect the situations. I'm trying to bring a standpoint of what a parent goes through when they have a missing child. Because I can tell you, it's hell. I almost went to jail looking for my child because I didn't just stay home and, oh, they'll come home, or, oh, he'll be found. I was out looking, and I actually threatened somebody, and cops were called, and they said, oh, she intimidated me. And I said, you know where my child is, so you better start talking, because I'll take you out in front of them. I was told to leave.
Well,
But you do everything you can. You don't sit home. You don't go to campsites. You don't do any of the crap the Proudfoots are doing. They are not out searching. That is what I'm getting at.
I want to say something to that, because what I don't like is when somebody tells somebody else that they're being clouded by their judgment. Please do not think or feel for somebody else. I get it's your opinion, but at the end of the day, what gets me most is when somebody is trying to tell me how I feel, or if I'm too deeply involved in something. I'm smart enough and wise enough to look outside of myself and look at the situation. So for me, so if he wants to think that, go right ahead. Brush it off, okay? Because at the end of the day,
Go off camera, Sonny, real quick, because for him to just say that I don't know what Katie Proudfoot is going through, that I'm making an assumption. No, I don't. Because my son was missing. So no, I know exactly what she's going through. Exactly. Because I've been there and I did that. And I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
Yeah. Let me step in real quick. Let me step in real quick. Listen, you have every right to grieve. You have every right to feel the way that you feel. And your emotions are beautiful. Like the way that you are talking about your son, the way that you're talking about how you loved him, it's beautiful. It really is. And we commend you. And it's okay to be upset. For anybody to knock that is a piece of garbage. Okay, a piece of garbage to knock the way a mother grieves for her child, or even a father grieves for his child. So all I'm trying to tell you is that I commend you, and I want to tell you that I have your back. I think you were an amazing mother. I think you were amazing. And what happened was out of your control. It wasn't your fault. Things happen, and you have to grieve the way you have to grieve. But from what I can hear from you, is you were a hell of a good mother. And I'm telling you, my mother was not that great. Let me just tell you this. And I would have loved to have you as my mother, because you seem extremely loving. Go ahead, ladies.
She's a very kind, beautiful person for sure. Gaming and sleuthing. Yeah. She's, you know what I mean? She's level-headed, common sense. Do you know what I mean? She's grounded in a sense.
Sure.
And please, of course, Melissa, Carl's words, please don't let his words impact you, because at the end of the day, you know exactly again how you feel. You know what I mean? I don't actually let other people's words impact me that way, because again, no one can take away who I know I am as a person and stuff like that. But to try to take away or to insinuate that she doesn't know, or her brain's too cloudy, you know, in her judgment and stuff like that, you know, try to be sensitive, actually, Carl. You know,
I, I
honestly.
told I told my daughter this one time. I told my daughter this one time, and I think you ladies might appreciate this. The only power someone has over you
It's if
is
you let them.
the power that you give them.
Yep.
You
Absolutely.
understand? So you cannot let someone manipulate you. In other words, you are the master of your own universe.
Of course.
In other words, you are stronger than you ever thought in your life. And this is what I teach to people. You have control over your destiny. Now, are you going to fall? Are you going to mess up? Yeah. People are going to hit you. People are going to hit you under the belt, right? Low blows. We talk low blows. They're going to talk about, like, they're going to listen to you talking about, you know, your pain and suffering on something. And they're going to hit you where it hurts the most. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, your friends love you. We love you. It doesn't matter. Let them talk. Let them be miserable in their own little crappy little cage. Okay? Everyone on panel right here is a champion, because we bring joy to people. We laugh. We have fun. We have a good time. That's the difference. We're talking about a young man who's missing. We're talking about all those things. And then Melissa was sharing stuff on her personal life. And I appreciate her doing that, because she's, as we say, she's testifying. She's testifying, you know, and I appreciate her talking about her personal life. And Melissa, under God, I love you. Under God, I love you. And I think, I honestly think that you are a really good person, and you are an amazing mother. Go ahead, ladies.
Actually, Charmaine, get in there. I know that you. I feel like you've been waiting to say something.
I don't even know. I don't even know if I should, because I mean, number one, Melissa is sharing her experience, and thankfully, we can't relate the same way that Melissa can. So to insinuate that she can't and that she's assuming is out of line. I am sorry, it is out of line, because more so, unless, have you ever had a missing child, Carl? That's, I mean, and if so, maybe then you have a soapbox to stand on. But as it is, I think that you're being a little bit tough on somebody that's gone through such trauma. Yeah,
I agree.
I'm going to leave it at that. I'm really enjoying listening to Mike and Melissa. So,
Well, let me say this too: is that Carl has been in here many times, and the thing is that I know that 99% of the people that are in here are on the side of what most of us are voicing, and then there's the other ones that aren't. So I do appreciate and do respect people's opinions, even if they differ from ours, and hence why Carl is standing out. I have, like I said, Carl has been in here, and he might be being a little insensitive for sure to Melissa, but again, his opinion is different than ours, and I don't take like have some more sense. Like, all I can ask of a human being is try to be empathetic. If you were in the shoes of the
Sure.
person involved, and if you had a child that was missing, hey, there's our lawyer friend Travis. Hey, buddy. But at the end of the day, you know, he hasn't been insulting and calling out whatever. He's just having his opinion. But again, I'm in control of if I let somebody impact me or not. And of course, does it hurt if you've been in that situation?
it's honey. I mean that's okay for you or I. Like, we've been through other situations, but this situation, we can agree, would be torture to not know where your child is. And
Yes.
Yeah.
and then of course Melissa did get a resolution to it. So I can't even say that words wouldn't bother me if
Of course.
in that position and reading some of the things. And you could perceive his words a certain way, but obviously she's a little bit more sensitive for good reason. She has every right to be. And I thank her for sharing her experience, because I could never believe to what?
Sorry.
What?
I mean,
I didn't mean to cut you off. I owe Carl an apology because let me state this. I just let my emotions cloud my judgment because I let something you say come into me and make me feel some type of way.
Melissa, you're fine.
Hold on.
No.
Let me just state this. You're right in a way. I don't know how Katie Proudfoot feels herself. What I do know and what I am saying is that I know what it's like to have a missing child. And I know what it's like to hope and pray on a daily basis that your child is still living and breathing and is okay and is not cold and is not hungry. But you're right. I don't personally know how Katie is taking it. You're right in that sense. But as any parent, as any decent parent, as any decent human being, when you have a child that's missing, your heart is in your stomach.
Yeah.
And I pray that Sebastian is found safe and alive.
Melissa, you're fine. You're doing fine. You testified. You told your story, and all of us on the panel, all of us here, have your back. We all have your back, and I could never imagine what you've gone through. I can't even imagine it. And you have the strength of 10 men to go through this. So think about that. Think about the respect that we have for you for going through this horrible thing in life. And as a Christian, I always ask myself, and I always question my faith, why does God let this happen? I don't know. I don't know why. But I can tell you this, he's in a better place. And I can tell you this, you're a hell of a good mom. And that's what I know to be fact. That's what I'm trying to say. Take solace in that. Take solace in the fact that
She knows that, yeah.
you're a great mom. You were a great mom. Okay?
Sonny,
And
this
he
is
is
what I was afraid would happen if I talked on this case. And I told you that.
Yeah.
I was afraid that it was going to end up like this. And so I owe
But
you an apology
It's
as well.
okay.
You don't owe
It's
nobody
okay.
an apology.
No. It's okay. Don't ever apologize about your true
Absolutely not.
emotions. Always wear your heart on your sleeve because it dictates who you are as a person. And Melissa, you're one hell of a good person. And that's what I see. I think you're awesome. I think that you would help anyone, that you would always be there. If someone called you 3 o'clock in the morning, you talk to them. I think that you're a hell of a mother. I think that you are the kind of person that I'd be proud to be friends with. That's what I think.
And extremely brave too, knowing that these kinds of discussions can open wounds.
Oh,
That
absolutely.
we work so hard to protect ourselves against opening them. So I commend your bravery for even talking about it up here, being here.
Melissa, I think you're amazing. I think you're an amazing person. That's
She
just
is.
what I think. That's what I think.
She is. And don't know, Melissa, you don't owe anyone apologies. Remember, on this channel, we speak from our heart. There's people that are going to bring us up, and there's going to be people that are going to try to bring us down. But at the end of the day, words are words. I know who I am as a person. That's why I don't let people tear me down, right? And just like I know that Gaming and Sleuthing is a great person, here in chat and behind the scenes as well. And again, and honestly, granted, if she's seeing something being said by Carl and it's deeming as being insensitive and stuff like that, again, there's always going to be people that think opposite, and if everyone thought the same, life would definitely be boring. But don't ever make apologies for who you are, what you stand for, and your story, and just speaking from your heart. Because at the end of the day, like I said, you're the one that lies your head down knowing who you are as a person. And so does everybody else. But at the end of the day, no. Do we know how, like, if Charmaine was to tell me how I was feeling, she can associate. She might have felt like she was in the same shoes. At the end of the day, each of us know we can't really truly speak for the other person how somebody is feeling. We can only associate, to what we might have been through. And in this particular case, none of us on panel, besides Melissa, have had their child go missing and had to deal with the hurt and the pain. And not only that, but the child lose their life is on top of that, So don't ever say you're sorry for speaking from your heart, ever, ever.
Yeah.
It's a hard topic.
Ladies, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I have to take care of something, but I will be back. I promise you, I'll be back.
Yeah,
If you're still on, I will be back.
Well, if I was going to say, it was a pleasure with you, Mike. Thank you. So, Melissa, anything else that you'd like to add? Again, please don't apologize. Just keep speaking from your heart. That's all we do on here. You know that. So we feel your pain, understandably so. But yet we haven't walked a mile in your shoes either. So I appreciate you sharing something that's very deeply impacted your life. And obviously, if anyone knows anything about their children, your children are there, you love them, you try to do the best you can. But unlike some of us, like I said, my son's alive and he's unappreciative of his mother, Melissa's son is not here any longer, and I couldn't imagine, but you actually have to deal with it and live with that type of pain in your heart. So I'm so sorry for anyone that's going through, horrendous pain in their heart. So just at the end of the day, have some more compassion probably when speaking. Perhaps, Carl, we can all become better people. And I would just say, when saying something, just maybe have a little bit more compassion how it's being said. Even if you have no intent on trying to hurt Melissa or anyone else, there's still a way about saying something, having your point, and still being compassionate on there. So I know he said, but anyways.
I agree.
But,
And I agree with him as well. And I'm on the same side that I think they're all innocent too, as it relates to Sebastian's disappearance. But like I said, when I first came on, Chris has done nothing but put himself in the spotlight for what? For what? It's never been about Sebastian when he does these things that draws attention to himself. So that's this is all made by Chris, honestly. If you think about it, we're not digging for this information. It's just happening.
And I think that's what I was trying to get at is it's not that necessarily I'm blaming Chris or Katie. It's that as a parent who's been through it, I find issues with what they're doing, or better yet, what they're not doing. As opposed to, hand out flyers at least. Do something.
Robin, do you guys mind if Robin wants to join us? We're kind of whoops, my camera's blurry again. Okay, Robin, but you have to show your face before, even if you don't want to use your camera, you have to show me your face in the background. Okay.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Can I ask, will you put up one of the pictures of Nick so when I talk about him, people can put a face to it real quick? Just for a second.
Okay. Can you, by chance, do you have the ability to send it to me so that's at the forefront in my Facebook or on my Messenger?
Yeah, let me go grab it real quick.
Okay, because I have to reload this on there. Reload, refresh. Thank you. So let's see here.
But in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, Carl, I understand that it's Seth that's been jumping on these panels and he's hiring the private investigators and now the PR person, and he has turned this into somewhat of a show. However, he's doing that with the intent of keeping Sebastian's name and case and face out there. And you have to admit it's different with Chris and Katie. They did their interviews. They weren't saying really super nice, positive things about Sebastian. They, they don't have a picture of the boy. It's just a different kind of, I don't know the right word, but it's different what Seth has been doing. And like I said, it's just my opinion. But that's how I see it. Unleashed Carl, yeah, Seth turned it into a show, but Chris turned it into a shit show. She's not wrong. I'm sure you do see it differently, and that's why I said it, because it's a different perspective. We're all getting the same information, and if you're not directly related to this case, you're getting the same information as I am. It's just our perception is different. And when people are saying just be more considerate, it's just maybe when you type out your message, reread it and see if you think it's going to come across as offensive to somebody who can relate to this kind of trauma before you hit send. That's all.
Hello.
It's not, to me,
Hi.
it's not that people have a different of opinion. I don't mind a difference of opinion. And I'll tell you why, because those difference of opinion keep everybody talking about Sebastian. Because Sebastian is what we're here to talk about. And us having differences of opinion and us having different thoughts of how it might have happened keep him at the forefront. If that makes sense.
It totally does, because that's the only reason why we're talking about it, is to try to keep Sebastian's name and face out there. Your son is absolutely gorgeous.
That marble
clear
he
that by
sold,
Julia.
they had a worldwide marble hunt and we found it. He was so
Melissa, how
happy.
old was your son?
He was 20 when he passed away and was unalived.
I feel your pain. I went through the same thing. Today, I'm still fighting for justice for my daughter. We just went to court in June.
I am too.
You are too? Well,
We were
this boy
supposed to
was
go to trial in June, and that got pushed off till October. And now it's just kind of keeps getting pushed off. Last time I looked, we were still scheduled for October. Messages were sent that the person was going to unalive my child. And that's exactly what he did. And I'm still fighting for justice 3 years later.
I've been fighting for 30 years. And he just got
I
another
can't
life
even
sentence.
imagine doing it for 30.
He just got another life sentence from a different judge. And my daughter was 5, and anything under the sun you can think of, he did to her.
I'm sorry, I really am.
I'm very sorry for your loss. And my son was 29 when he passed away. He was diagnosed at 14 with seizures, and his passion was fishing, and he drowned. And it's a
We're
tough
part of a
journey.
club that we never asked to join, unfortunately, and it's a club that you wake up every day and you can't escape it. You can't just leave it. You can't. And I pray that Seth and Katie don't have to join that club as well.
So how long have you been fighting, Melissa?
He was unalived on November 23rd, 2021. And it took me a little over a year just to get them to file charges. So about a year and a half we've been fighting for it to actually go through the court system and stop being pushed off. And I can't imagine fighting for 30 years. That just...
Well,
There's days I wake up and I don't know if I'm going to make it through the day.
'Cause it's fresh.
Yeah.
I know I have really bad panic attacks. How old was this person that did this to your son?
I believe he was 24. My son witnessed a murder, and the man was afraid my son was going to go to the cops and tell what he knew, because he looked through his phone and seen that he had texted me, and I told him to call the cops. And the guy was afraid that he was going to go to the cops. So instead of dealing with that, he decided to take my son out.
Well, this person's gonna end up getting life. The person that took my daughter's life was 16, and I don't know if you guys know about the Miller hearing. Do y'all know what that means, the Miller hearing?
No.
I don't.
Okay. The Miller hearing protects juveniles, and unfortunately, Jason, that murdered my child, is still under the Miller hearing, and he's 47 years old, and I don't understand that. I'll never get it. Even though he's been in prison since 16 and he's 47, and he just got another life term, I pray to God he stays in there, because I have 5 grandkids and 1 on the way. I don't think I can do another 30 years. He goes to appeal. He's appealing this. He goes May 23rd. And it's okay to say I hate, because I do hate him. It's okay.
Absolutely.
I hate him with everything I have. And it's not right. I know this, but damn it. Why? Why? That's all I want to know. Why?
I'm so sorry, Robin and Melissa. I do appreciate you guys for sharing your stories. And I'm so sorry that so much pain has come your way.
That's why I advocate for missing children. And I pray to God Sebastian is found.
I'm right there with you, Robin. That's why I speak out.
And Katie,
and why I
if you're
talk to
watching
people.
this, happy Mother's Day. Because you know what? It's not going to happen. Not for you.
Was
Not
that
for
was that your son? This is your son?
This is my son, yes.
He looks like Justin Timberlake. From
you.
That's
He
what he
kinda
looks
does.
like. Yeah.
I always told
Yeah.
him he was cut straight out of his mom's booty.
yeah. The curly hair and stuff like that. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, just be proud. Just be proud. Be proud of what you created. You know? You created an amazing young man. You know?
Another picture, I'll put it up in a second as well. Whoops, I opened up the wrong
I
thing.
swear to God, he looks like Justin Timberlake. I swear. He looks
I
like he
wish
was
I
in,
could.
in yeah.
I wish I could share my son's picture. My son's name was Nicholas too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You were the one that said that, eh?
Yeah, all these Nicholases, all these Nicholases.
You
Yeah,
could
But
send
it's
it.
a, like Robin had said, this is why we speak out, hoping that we can not necessarily make change, but
Yeah.
so people understand, and maybe in the end it'll save somebody. Maybe in the
Sure.
end it'll change something.
Let me
Not
tell you something.
necessarily a law, I'm not that
Mhm.
good, but
Yeah.
bringing attention to cases, and that's why I follow all these missing cases and all these true crime, because I guess in the back of my head maybe eventually something will make sense.
Oh, he's so cute.
Yeah, he was a handsome young man, So yeah, God bless you. But the thing is that communication, all the communication that we're doing tonight, helps educate other people from making mistakes, or it helps them grieve. Like people will be better parents if we educate them. Hey, I made this mistake, right? Do it this way. Or if someone goes through grief, like people have, you can have people to lean on to understand that grief is real. And then, hey, listen, you can get through it, but it's not easy. You have to have people to lean on. I don't care what anybody says. Being a therapist, the biggest problem is that a lot of therapists, a lot of counselors, a lot of psychologists, they've never been through grief themselves. They're just reading off of a book. Does that make sense? They're just reading out of a book. But if you have a counselor that has been through that, the same thing that you've been through, you bond. You bond together. You ever see Good Will Hunting? You really Good Will Hunting?
Seen it, yes.
It's been a long time since
Okay.
I've seen that movie. Hey, Robin, in the private
When
chat, can you put your email? I'd like to email you thing that I wrote in remembrance of my son that I think you might like.
When Robin Williams bonds with Matt Damon, when they bond in therapy, because they both went through the same pain, they went through the same abuse, the same degradation. What I'm trying to say is that when two people go through the same thing, they heal each other. Does that make sense? They heal each other from their own pain.
Of course,
But
that does make sense.
there are so many counselors, therapists, psychological people that have never been through abuse, that have never lost a loved one, that have never been through that gut wrenching pain that you went through, losing everything you love in life, but you have raised yourself up and you brought yourself back up and you rebuilt yourself. Because you know why? Because you're not a quitter. You're a fighter. And you're going to continue to fight. You're going to continue to improve. Because you know why? Because your child would want you to do that. Your child would want you to fight. Your child would want you to pick yourself up. Because that's just how it is. But it's easy to give up. But I applaud you for not giving up. I applaud you. I love you for that. As a person, not anything romantic. I'm just saying, as a person, I think that you are fighting the good fight. You had a beautiful child, and unfortunately, this is what happens. But you're going forward. You continue to fight through life, and you have my respect. That's what I'm trying to say.
And just quickly, because I know people, I know how some people are probably thinking that have come into the live or whatever. But again, you were a former police officer. And what is, sorry, just to ask you so other people understand this, so that they don't come off as thinking that you're just being preachy and whatever and whatever. So you are a therapist, you said. So in your therapies, what is it that you do? in
Yeah.
for therapy for people?
Sure. No. I specialize in basically people that have been abused, people that have been abused. Also marriage counseling. And I just try to give a third party reaction
Oh,
without judging anybody. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying, look at the bigger picture. Look at what you've built. And the biggest thing is this. This is the one thing that I run into, and I'll tell you ladies this. This is the biggest thing that I run into when I do marriage counseling. Women, and I'm not picking on women, and I'm not picking on men, but a lot of times marriages, they get stale, right? In other words, they get boring. So then women or men, they step out. You know, in other words, they look for something else to make them excited, right? But you don't realize what you have is in front of you. You have the love of your life in front of you, you know, and so lust becomes more than love. And that's the biggest problem, you know, and just like a parent forgets that their child is what they created. And just because they're aggravating, they want to piss on them. You know, so in simple psychology, marriages and children and things like that, everything in life is a relationship. Okay, so when you're at work, right? You're at work, you and your boss and your coworkers, that's a relationship. When you are dating somebody or married to somebody, it's a relationship. You and your child, it's a relationship. And people don't understand how to basically navigate through that relationship. And they mess up. But this is the thing, and I'm sorry to go godly on you ladies. We are created to be flawed. We're flawed. You know, we mess up all the time. But if we can admit our flaws,
Nobody is
we
perfect.
see it. Exactly. We're made to be imperfect. God said, you know, we are imperfect. You know, so we're made to be messed up. But why is that? Is because when we mess up, we learn from our mistakes. So if you're asking me, what do I do? My manner of teaching is that I just basically say to people, listen, you know, you made this mistake. I made this mistake. Hey, listen, I've been there before myself. And the one thing about me is I've messed up so many times in life. And I share my experiences with people. And it comforts them to know that they're not the only one. We all mess up. We all make mistakes. All of us, you know. But the great thing is that God loves us and we love each other. And the thing is that we can always pick each other up. And I'm so sorry for anybody's loss. Let me tell you something. If I lost my mother lost a child. I lost a brother. I did. And to this day, she talks about it. So I can't imagine the pain of losing your child. So you have my respect and you have my love. And I'm very, very sorry this happened to you. But you have to always look at, okay, I lost this child. Why did it happen? Why did this happen? You know, what did I do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. You're a good mother. But unfortunately, God's will is it's something else. It really is. It's something else. But listen, I don't want to
My
overtalk
grandma,
everybody on panel. Yeah.
my grandma one time told me, and it stuck with me, and I was a teenager when she said it, before I even got pregnant. She said, we don't always like our children, but we always love them. And
Yeah.
if you don't
Right.
at least not like your child once in life, then you have a awesome child. Because most children, at least once in their life, push you to go, really? Are you kidding me? I don't even like you right now. I love you, but I don't like you right now. And when Nick passed, at first I was like, why? You know? And then I decided that I would speak out on addiction and I would speak out on missing children. and what it's like to have a child that's not here anymore. And my main goal was if I could save one parent from the heartache, if I could teach one thing to anybody, then my son's death wouldn't be in vain.
Yeah. I mean, and the more that you speak on it, it helps your heart heal, and it helps other people that
Yeah.
have the same situation be able to assimilate into acceptance. I mean, and this is not anything weird. Don't get me wrong. He's a beautiful young man. I mean, the look in his face. I mean, I could tell that he was a great spirit. He was, and I'm very, very sorry that he's not here. I'm sorry that he's not here because I would have loved to know him as a person, and you telling your story is amazing because a lot of people, they can't tell their story because they're not strong enough, and you're very strong. You are strong as nails. You understand? Listen to me. You are stronger than me. You are strong as nails. You tell your story. You acclimate it, and I am very sorry you lost your beautiful young man. But I'm telling you, you telling your story helps other people with the same kind of pain. Go ahead,
Of course it
Melissa.
does. Of course it does. And I absolutely agree with Melissa, and you know that. I know Melissa before coming up on the live tonight. It's not an easy topic for someone to talk about. It brings forward a lot of hurt and pain. Of course it does. And so, like I said, apologies are not necessary. But in saying that, in reality, still talk once someone is ready and able to. And I'm glad you came up today, Melissa, because again, it does take a lot of strength, takes a lot of courage, but you have to deal with a lot of pain, relive that pain as you're talking about it. But again, at the end of the day, is it healing? Absolutely. Because there's nothing better for a mother that has lost a child, even though I have not lost one, but knowing that it helps to heal when other people have same situations. But talking about your child, even if they're not here, like I remember saying, Melissa, Becky, Patty, talking with her, Libby's mother, our grandmother, sorry. She said I could talk about, Libby all day long because she enjoys talking about her, even though she's not there, just like I'm sure you enjoy, in a sense, the memories of your son.
Alive.
Pardon?
That's what for me, and I don't know about you, Robin, but the one thing I hated when he first passed away is nobody wanted to talk, nobody wanted to mention his name. And it's like, that's sharing funny stories and things of that. It helps. And I don't know, Robin, I would assume it's the same for you. It's almost as if they're still here.
Yeah.
Right.
Even
And
though they're not.
don't let anyone tell you different. I'm pretty positive your son is in heaven. People just
Yeah,
don't
Melissa,
get murdered and
Melissa,
go to hell,
Melissa, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian, Melissa?
Oh, you just, sorry.
To what Robin just said, you said you're pretty sure he's in heaven. When we went to the funeral home,
there's
out, like you do.
Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind that he's not in heaven. He is with God right now. He is with God. He's living his best afterlife. And Melissa, you're going to see him again. You're going to see him again. He's taken care of. Look at his smile. Look at him. Look at his smile. He's taken care of. He's with God now. So don't stress it. Live the rest of your life out. Do the best you can. Honor him. Love him.
Yes.
He looks like an amazing young man. And I think that you're going to be reunited again. And I believe that you are going to have everlasting paradise with him. And I'm sorry that you lost him. And I'm getting emotional because
Robin was saying. Hold on.
What
Robin was saying. when we went to the funeral home and we pick out the guest book I chose, and I've got it in the other room. It is Jesus hugging a young man, and the back of that young man's head looked like my boy. So that's why I chose it. And it was
that's
about 3 months after he passed away. I have a bad habit. I record everything on my DVR so that I don't have to watch stupid commercials because I hate them.
sure.
But I was watching a show that I have watched for years. And as I was getting ready to skip a commercial, my TV went black. And in big capital letters, it said, "Hi, Mom," across my TV. And I thought, I surely didn't see that. So I rewound it. And sure enough, it popped back up. So I took a picture of it. But Robin, you know, I know talking helps me, and I'm sure it's the same for you. It's our way of keeping them alive. And when things, you know, when we're watching these true crime cases, whether the child's alive or missing or has been unalived, we can't help but relate. It's not something we want to do. It subconsciously just happens.
Right. I mean, I opened up my own group for summer, and that was a tough one. I've been following missing and exploited for a long time. And I mean, Little Joe Clyde, Lucas Hernandez. Oh, just so many, you know. Harmony finally got justice. I'm so happy.
Absolutely.
She got partial justice. She doesn't have
Well,
full justice yet because she's not laid to rest yet. Not properly.
right. But you know, that man right there, he's gonna live the rest of his life behind bars. So,
Yeah.
but
You know.
Melissa, do you know how to fight the courts? I mean, do you know the steps?
I do.
Do you have an advocate?
No. When we first started going through it, I was really close with prosecution and with the detectives. And I made a decision that I'm still not sure was the right one. And I still have a chance to go back and change it, as we've not went to court fully yet. We've not had the trial. But for my own mental health, and because I don't really look good in orange, I've made the decision not to go to his trial because I don't think I'm strong enough to sit there and have them tell me how he left my son in the road dying.
But you need a victim advocate from the courthouse. They'll give you an advocate. And if you do need to go to court, you need to get a petition going. I don't know what state you live in, but I am from Michigan, and Michigan only needed 1,000 signatures. You need a petition to petition the courts to keep him behind bars and give it to
the man
judge.
is facing a very long, if not life in prison. They asked me if I would be willing to let them make a plea deal.
No.
And I decided that yes, that would be okay, because nothing is going to bring my son back. Nothing is going to make what that man did to him not real. And they've told me, you know, if I want, I can still, you know, come to court and I can still speak. And as of right now, I'm not strong enough mentally to do that because I still struggle. There's,
And
some
that's
days I wake up and I don't want to do it.
and that's the whole part of the advocate. The advocate basically is someone who's going to come in and support you, help you, walk you through, basically be like your bodyguard in court. Basically somebody comes in and they kind of help boost you up, because when you're grieving like you are, it's very hard to take the stand. It's extremely hard, and so victim advocates are amazing. They really are. They come in, they step in, they try to kind of boost you up and help you, go through the process of what needs to be done. But you need to figure out what you're going to do, because you need to basically, anybody who did something to your family, you need to be able to prosecute them. But you're not weak. It's very difficult because you are broken right now. You're broken in half, and we're not talking about like
He's getting
assault.
prosecuted. He is.
It's
And
but it's
for
very,
me,
yeah.
But
it's
right now I have to step back because, like TikTok and Facebook, you see the go call your mom, or, a mother bear or a mother lioness protecting her baby. And that's me. And I can't say that I wouldn't wind up in prison.
Sure. It's very
because
difficult.
I'm the one you don't tell my kids go get your mom, because it ain't gonna be pretty if I have to come up there. And for my mental health and for me, what's best for me, and I know that may sound horrible of me, but for me, it is best for me to take that step back and let the court do what the court's gonna do.
Sure.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not there in court, they've said I can make a statement, and that I will do. But as far as sitting there in court, that I can't do. Mentally, I cannot do that.
Yeah.
To basically, when you have a crime against someone that you love with all of your heart, and you're hearing the dissertation, you're hearing all the details. No, you're exactly right. It's very hard to sit there and listen to it. It's very difficult, because you're listening to like the whole details roll out, and it's messed up. It really is, and that's why a lot of people don't want to be in court. But no, you're exactly right.
Some do, some don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, some do, some don't. And to me, honestly, Melissa, again, it hasn't happened to me, but I'll tell you, I'd probably be flying over that freaking bench thing or whatever if I had to face, or I even had to see the person that took my child's life. I would probably would not want to go to court as well. If honestly, everyone has their own way of doing things. But so I understand where you're coming from. And I think you use the word that might be horrible when you say it. Absolutely not. Because some people can deal with that. My rage and anger, and Robin, to you too, as well, to sit there and say you hate the person that killed your child. Absolutely. I'm not one of those ones that think that you have to sit there and give this forgiveness to someone that took a life. Each to their own on how they deal with it. Do I believe that there's a heaven in a sense? In a sense, absolutely. Yes, I do. Do I believe that we'll see them again? Absolutely. Just through my own personal experience. Okay. So again, regardless of any of that, at the end of the day, you can hate whoever you want. You don't have to forgive. I'm not that person that would forgive. I'm not going to sit there and go, I forgive you. If you have to do that to make so that you can let go of some anger and stuff like that, so be it. But to me, I would hate the person, literally despise the scum that ever took my child's life. So that doesn't make anyone a bad person. Everyone deals with things the way that they are, how they deal with them. And to me, there's no blaming or judging on that, at least in my books. Each to
And
their own.
like every time I've went to court, on this. I always heard something new, and like this last June, this June I went to court, back to court, and I've been flying back up to Michigan. I flew back up to Michigan about 8 times just to rally for my daughter. And that trigger warning, my daughter's last breath was a hatchet in her skull. And I want to do that to Jason, but you know what? God has Jason. And that's going to be his wrath.
Absolutely.
I
But
am a legal gun owner and I have a license to carry. And I ran into the man that killed my son several months back. And all I can say is I'm glad my gun was in my trunk. Because I don't think I would have not done something. And that is when I made the decision completely that court and listening to what he did to my child would not be for me, because I don't think I could sit with it. I know that courthouse, and I don't think I could sit within 5 feet of him and not send him to his maker.
Gotcha. Well, Melissa, that's not the answer.
I just
because
don't.
She
the problem
knows.
is that even though you're justified in that action, the courts will look at you as basically as a criminal. But back in the day, an eye for an eye, right? An eye for an eye. But the way the court works now, it doesn't work. And it's sad because being former law enforcement, I've seen people take justice out on people that was justified, that was completely justified. And then they go to prison. And then the person who did the violence gets probation. It's like, yo, what? It's like, are you joking with me? And that's what happens, So what you got to do, Melissa, is you got to have some hood guys like me on the payroll that just take care of something without no one knowing what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But no, all jokes aside, I'm really sorry for your loss. It's just terrible. It really is terrible.
Both of theirs, yeah.
the reason you can't go forward, Melissa, is because it's new. Like, Jason got sentenced. He did this crime to my daughter at 16. It was a year later he got sentenced to life in prison without parole. And like when I went back in June and I heard that he wanted to mess around with my daughter at 5 years old, I lost it. I about threw up. I left the courtroom. I mean, the things that I've heard, I was like, no way. You're sick.
I can't say. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just, would not want to have to listen to how my child was murdered, or do you know what I mean? I'm so sorry that you've gone through this.
I knew all of this, not that part, but I knew all of this back, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, he even helped the police look for my daughter, knowing he put her in a garbage bag in a shallow grave. Come on. You're helping the police. He went to Kmart with one of his friends, and he was laughing, telling his friend what he did to my daughter. And his friend wasn't his friend anymore. He called the police and told them, and he testified against him. Then he disappeared. I can't find him. I would like to thank him, but I can't find him.
I see a lot of people always say, you know, they'd never be able to forgive, or, you know, then you've got the other side, you have to forgive. And I am a Christian, and I do believe in forgiveness, and I'm working on it. But at the same time, I can't fully forgive right now. I'm not ready to. I'm not saying I never will. But right now, I'm not in a position to forgive.
Yeah, you go.
Like I said, you know, when I speak out about my son's unaliving and how I know what these parents think, or not necessarily how they think, but how they feel, is because I know it from experience, and I want to bring awareness. You know, a lot of times when somebody over 18 is missing, especially if they have any kind of background, it's just, oh, well, they're off doing this, or they're off doing that, or there's no crime, or we can't prove it, or we don't think we can get a conviction, or whatever the case may be. They still deserve to be looked into. They still deserve to be looked for. And that's why when it comes to cases like Elijah View or Summer Wells or Sebastian Rogers, they deserve to be looked for, not because they're minors, but because they're missing, and someone, even if it's not family, loves them. And so many people say, oh, well, you know, they cried. Okay, well, and Chris Watts cried too, but I didn't feel anything when that man cried for his babies. Yeah. And that wasn't genuine. And there's cases that I can sit here and I can honestly say, I don't feel that the parents or the caretakers are genuine in the way they talk. And as somebody, and Robin can tell you too, if you've lost a child, no matter the age, you can feel, it's almost becomes like a sixth sense of whether they're telling the truth or not.
Yeah.
I mean, my son, he's 36, and he's going through some bad depression, and it almost cost him his marriage of 15 years. But he's kind of out of it. But, you know, I was like, this is not Nathan. This is not my son. I mean, he was threatening to leave. He packed everything up in his truck and he was headed to Michigan. And thank God that he's, you know, changed his mind, and they're all going to work together, except, you know, now his 15-year-old daughter is like, really, Dad, you were going to leave your family? I just can't believe you. You are just unbelievable. I'm like,
that's not a moment of weakness. I mean, when I divorced, you know, I divorced my wife. You know, I was very depressed. I was very depressed, you know, and so I was able to, you know, kind of pony up and get some help, and I was able to recoup myself. But no, it doesn't mean he's a weak man. It's just men go through things, and they go through all these different emotions, you know, so. But
and
it sounds.
His wife knows this, so she's counseling.
Yeah.
And she's changing herself because she was trying to be the alpha in their marriage. And a counselor told her this. And so now the kids have to go to their dad and say, Dad, can I? Because he felt like he was being, like, I don't know how to explain it, but
He felt he was he was being emasculated. In other words, he felt like he was being emasculated.
Yes.
In other words, less of a man.
But he was 6 when my daughter was took, and in 2015 his brother passed away, and we saw him on the shoreline, and it was the most horrific. I'm just thankful that his body wasn't touched by a gator, because I don't know why. I'm happy that his body wasn't tore up into shreds, because we have gators here in Florida. But
Yeah.
he's going through a lot, and I mean, they're having another baby. The baby's due in December. This will be the 6th kid that he's made. He's a baby maker. But I tell him, when he told me, he's like, because they're not even going to have a birthday party for, my granddaughter. She's going to be 2 in May. And I asked him why. And he's like, Mom, we just don't want to be around people.
Yeah.
I was like, you just don't want to be around
Yeah,
people.
you just don't want to be around people. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so
I have
funny.
a question for you, Robin.
Mm-hmm.
So I know my son, he was technically an adult legally anyway. I had trouble getting cops to listen. I had trouble getting news stations to listen. Mainstream media, I was told, and it's one of the worst things you can tell a person when they have a missing child of any age, that their child is not worthy enough to be found or looked for. And your daughter was young. Did you have that situation? Did you, social media, people like Sunny, they cover these cases now.
Right.
But, when your daughter was young, we didn't have that.
Right. No, I didn't. Actually, I went out on my own, and I looked behind me, there was 10 more. I looked behind me again, there was 20 more. I looked behind me again, there was over 100 people out looking and screaming for Nicole. And something inside of me tells me that Nicole heard me. I don't think Nicole was gone at the time. I know Jason heard us, because we were right in the area of the house, because he was our neighbor. And I know he heard us yelling for Nicole. But you get on the news, you call the news. I had an awesome news, but he's deceased and they don't have any anchors anymore. So I did go with Fox, and she was awesome. And now she's done left Michigan. So, but it's okay. I know how to fight. I'm a fighter. I'm not going to stop. I want Jason to stay his life in prison.
Absolutely.
Because one of us is going to die, and it's probably going to be me first. Now, I don't believe that anyone in prison knows what Jason did, simply because he's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way prisoners would not harm him knowing what he did. You do not touch babies.
And that's something. And as a parent who's had a child that was unalived, even though he was an adult, I almost am thankful, and this is very unchristian of me, but I am almost thankful that some of these cases do get prison justice, because some of them deserve it. And I know that's not Christian, and I know that's probably not right, but
well, when my son was missing, I know he was missing, because he knew he had to be home at 9:00 because he was on an ankle monitor. And if he wasn't home at 9:00, the ankle monitor would have went off. So I called the police at 5 after 9, and they were there within minutes. And I told them where I believe he was, and they went to the opposite side of where I told them. So, no, they did not find Nick. Children found Nick and went and told their parents. And then DCF had to get involved in their life because they were like, why are your children at a lakefront? Period. They knew my son, but you know, they were babies. They were 3 and 4 years old. They don't have any business being at a lakefront.
So Robin, what state do you live in? What state?
I live in Florida, but
Florida.
She said Gators, so
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could be.
He's from
different.
Michigan, but she lives in Florida.
Because it could be Gators in like South Carolina and things like that. So
I think I'm Canadian. I think of Florida.
I don't
Yeah.
know about anywhere else. I've only lived in Michigan, and I've been here.
So
My dad talked me into
yeah.
coming here, and I didn't.
Right.
I really
I have
did.
a lot. I have a lot of family in Florida. A lot of family. Port St. Lucie, Orlando. I have a lot of family there. You know,
Yeah,
so Florida's.
I was born in Florida.
It's a wild place, and they're all law enforcement. They're all either fire department or law enforcement. But
Oh,
the thing is,
Grady is the best.
I love Grady.
yeah. He actually offered me a job. So, but no, the whole thing is that. So let me ask you this: what do you do for a living?
I don't. I'm retired.
Okay, that's awesome. That's a great position to have.
Yeah.
So I want to ask Robin, not Robin, sorry. Yes, Robin and Melissa, if I could. When you got into true crime, was it because you wanted to bring awareness to the cases, or is it because you felt the connection to the murdered and the missing and people that were in similar circumstances? Like, I don't know, you guys answer. Like, do you find it very healing being in the true crime, in a sense? What, like, I'm just curious about both of you. What brought you here?
The human mind is amazing. Like, in other words, you know, being prior law enforcement and then being in the psychology, like criminal justice and psychology, you can kind of feel how someone's brain works. And these criminals, they're not stupid. They're very calculating. I mean, they know what they're doing. And a lot of criminals are very intelligent, but they have a flaw in their mind. They don't think of morality. They want to be like controlling. They want to be like overbearing. You know, it's crazy because, and then people will always talk about the mafia, right? The mafia, a lot of those guys were very intelligent, and they knew how to move through different aspects of life. But a lot of the people that do these true crime things, they're just psychopaths. They can't help themselves. They're just chomping at the bit for their next victim. And not everyone, just some of them. But I think it's fascinating to study the way a criminal works, the way a criminal thinks. Do you agree?
Well, I'm confused.
I don't want to know how a criminal thinks.
You all right?
She's having a coughing fit on there. Well, my question to them was why they got into true crime.
I got into true crime because it was interesting, because of what happened to me. And then I started following. My first case, she made it home. her uncle, her name was Rebecca, and her uncle took her, and we kept pleading with him. He was like on Facebook. I mean, it's crazy because he did exactly what we kept telling him to do. Take her to the hospital. Take her to the hospital. Take her to the hospital. And he did. And here comes the police. Got Rebecca and took Rebecca back home. I mean, I've been following these cases you probably don't even know who I'm talking about, but Mariah Woods, Lucas Hernandez, Little
heard of
Joe
that.
Clyde Daniels. I mean, Summer Wells. I can go on. And I watched David Marshburn take down Emily, but Emily took the coward way out and she killed herself after she got out on bond. So Lucas really didn't get justice. That's why I got into it, but now I'm more into it because of Sebastian, and I swear there's something wrong with Tennessee.
Something in the water?
Yeah, something in the water.
Something in the water. Okay, Melissa, you answer as well, please.
So I got into true crime. I'm gonna age myself here a little bit. With O.J. Simpson, John Bonet, cases like that, the Menendez brothers.
Yeah.
Never thought I would be living it. But once my son was unalived, I really got into more of the missing and watching trials and things like that, almost as a way to bring awareness and heal of sorts. Because somebody who's never been through it doesn't necessarily, I don't know how to say it, they can't connect with it, I guess is the way to put it. You know, they may feel for them or they may have certain feelings, but somebody like Robin and I that have been there, I know for me, it's more of a way to just bring awareness now, as opposed to, I was curious to begin with, you know, with OJ and Menendez and John Bonet, and it's became something that I have to live with that I never thought I would. And so now it's shifted from this curiosity about crime to being able to stand up for victims and to be able to bring awareness to people that otherwise haven't gone through it and just don't understand.
Sorry, I literally clicked the wrong button. I thought I was just closing off of a YouTube page and clicked myself right on out. Whew. Okay. Anyways, thanks, Melissa. Thanks, Robin, on that. You guys, I know I got maybe 15 minutes left. Then I'm gonna head off. It's already been over 5-hour live on this one. So I was gonna say, maybe we'll start if you guys don't mind. Because I've been on it for whatever. I'd like to go maybe have a little bit of dinner. Appreciate you guys all coming on. So let's just do maybe, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe we'll do, in a sense, a wrap up for each one. Starting with you, Robin, say whether it's about Sebastian's case, you know, or anything, what would you like to be your final words tonight, about whatever you want to say, to be honest? Can Robin hear me?
I can hear you. I want Sebastian found. Seth needs his son. and he's doing an awesome job. I don't know about a PR, but you know, after the recording that I heard, I suppose that he's gonna stay and stick with Seth, and Seth is hurting bad. And I know he needs his son. And I pray that Sebastian is still alive.
I do too. Mm-hmm.
It's been too long. I don't know what too long is, but it's been too long. And I don't want to think that way, but I do want him found. I mean, I've grown attached to this boy. My friend has 3 autistic children, and they're like 7 years younger than Sebastian. And they're on medicine, and they get melatonin, kids melatonin. And I don't want to believe the things I've heard, but I am beginning to believe that Sebastian did not leave that house. Katie was the last one with him. She's the key holder.
Can I ask you, like, Robin, just with Sebastian's case, and by the way, thank you all for your participation and talking about your stories. Again, thank you for sharing about each of your children. For Melissa and Robin, again, thank you for speaking out. And I know at the end of the day, of course, it hurts beyond repair to lose a child. So thank you for that, I want to say. And in regards to Sebastian's case, Robin, if you were like, what is your gut instinct have been with Sebastian's case? Knowing that there's nothing, like, meaning there's no video footage, there's no footage anywhere. Do you believe somebody helped? What do you think?
I believe it was planned.
That somebody
simply because Chris was getting ready to go to try to get Faith, and he didn't want Sebastian in the house, period. So, I mean, my daughter-in-law is a stepmother, and I don't know if it's because a woman is a stepmother, and what makes a woman a stepmother and a father a stepfather different. Chris is a piece of shit to me. I'm sorry about my language, but
it's okay.
I would not tolerate a man like that. Period. I would not. I would have I would have had to have done something to that man. But yes, I do believe that since Chris was cleared, that Katie did something and took Sebastian out of her house in her vehicle, which was in the garage, and acted like she was looking for him and did something. I don't know. I don't know if Chris's family's involved. I feel like
Jesus.
I feel like Chris's mother is involved. I feel like he was handed off, or she got rid of him on her own. But
I know it's a confusing case, isn't it?
It is very confusing as far, and as far as Summer, God, it's been forever.
Summer Wells' case is a very sad case as well. A little bit similar in some ways, eh?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That case went very cuckoo very fast, to be honest with you.
I still believe I still believe someone took Summer. I still believe Summer's alive.
You think so? Yeah. I haven't thought about it in a long time. I always thought, I don't think I ever thought one way or the other, just hopeful that she was going to be found somewhere, you know. I don't know with Summer Wells, to be honest with you. If I was to go by my gut, I'd say that she's not. But that's just my gut. Very, very sad case, Summer Wells. I've paid attention to that one, Robin. I followed it more than I covered it. And then it got kind of like the Lori Vallow case. It just got very psychotic with a lot of people and what people of the internet will do. But yet Dawn Wells and Candace Wells honestly felt like they weren't real. Like they were so messed up. I don't even know what to say about them. Weird. Just weird. I don't even know what to say.
I pray Sebastian's alive, and I pray that he's brought back to his dad that is out there busting his butt looking for his child. 'Cause I can't say anything. Yeah, I know if that was my son and I was his father, I wouldn't stop. I would never give up. Never,
I
ever,
know.
ever, ever, ever give up.
Right?
He's out there somewhere. And if he sees, somebody needs to say something. Katie needs to talk.
Yeah.
There's something
Weird there, isn't there?
There's something because she's not saying anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'll tell the world what happened to my daughter. I'll tell the world what happened to Nick. Why can't you say anything, Katie?
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask Melissa. Melissa, whatever you want to say, doesn't matter what it is.
I pray and hope that somebody has Sebastian, and I know it's highly unlikely, but Sebastian, if you're listening, your dad loves you and he needs you home. So fight like hell to get back home. But per my training, I have a hard time having hope. But I think back to like Elizabeth Smart. She was gone 8 years.
Yeah.
But, something like that. There's a case out of Chicago, or Cincinnati, Cleveland area. In Ohio, I think that Katie needs to, even if she doesn't do it publicly, I think she needs to look down deep hard inside, and if she thinks Chris did something or if she thinks somebody else did something, then Katie, you need to come talk to the cops. And I think TBI and all of them need to step it up and find these missing children out of Tennessee. I pray that they're all alive. I pray that they're safe. And I pray for a safe return. But again, my training tells me otherwise.
I get it.
I just want to say to everybody in chat, Sunny, Shar, Robin, happy Mother's Day. I know it's not quite
Happy
midnight
Mother's
my
Day.
time, but
Was he
I
your
hope
only
Sebastian
child?
comes home safe. And I think that whether Katie realizes it or not, some little piece of information that she has is going to break this case. And I pray that she moms up and figures out what that is and lets them know.
Robin just asked you if Nick was your only child.
No, Nick was my youngest child. I have one son that's autistic that is 15 months older than Nicholas. And sometimes I feel like a bad mom because when I see him, I just want to cry and talk
It's
about
okay
his
to
brother.
cry.
And I know it hurts him. And
I
it's
know.
just, it's a weird fine line that you have to walk. And I don't want to make him sad, so I try not to bring up his brother or cry every time we see each other. And I, try to keep the happy memories and not talk about what happened. And my mama bear instincts take over, and I want him to heal above anything else. And even if that means it hurts me, but
Absolutely. Biggest hugs to both of you guys on there. Okay, Mike, final word for you. Which
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
sorry, we're just doing our wrap up. So what's your final message or anything? Or
No,
say
no. I just hope this young man comes home. I hope he's unharmed. I hope that everything works out. But there's so many variables in the case. It just seems like so many different malfeasance. In other words, there's so much going on. And I don't know if he's being hidden. If he's being hidden somewhere and he's safe, amazing. That'd be awesome. To get this young man away from these horrible people, because they're horrible people. But we don't know what's going on. We don't know exactly what the paradigm is. But it is. You have to admit, in the last 10 years, it's a fascinating case. It really is fascinating, and people are invested in it. They want to know what's going on. But what I'm trying to say in closing is this: I hope the young man is okay. If he can hear me or whatever, I hope he's safe. I hope he's secure. And I just want nothing but the best for him, because he seems like a very nice young man. But I do believe that the parents did conspire, to hurt this young man. I believe they did. That's just what I believe.
yeah, absolutely.
That father is a piece of garbage. He's a piece of garbage. And
Stepfather.
Chris
Chris
Proudfoot, if you're listening to me right now, if you want to go into the ring with me, we can go to the UFC ring. You want to be a tough guy with a 14-year-old kid? Come fight me.
15.
Come fight me. Come fight me and see what happens. Go ahead, ladies and gentlemen.
Come fight me too. I'm ready for you.
Yeah. And see what happens. Come fight a 2-dan black belt in judo from Queens and see what happens to you, Chris Pussyfoot. See what happens to you. Just see what happens.
With your 5'5" midget self.
Yeah, I'm 6'3", 215 with the secondary black belt in judo. Come fight me. Come fight me, and see what happens, brother. See what happens.
All them threats that he made, it was horrible. My God, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Before we go for Bogey, I think you guys, and Charmaine, I'll come right back to you. But I do want to just, I got to find it again. Darn it all. 1 second. History. Darn it. I think it was, oh my goodness, I've lost it. Charmaine, go ahead. I'll find it.
I hope Sebastian is found. We're going to continue to keep his case and his name and his face out there, and put all of our support behind Seth and his efforts. And then for Robin and Melissa, my heart goes out to you and everybody else that's lost a child or who's been through anything similar. It was really nice to meet you finally, gaming and sleuthing, to see your beautiful face. And bless you both. And Mike, it was good to hear your perspective. And maybe next time you can come on, and I have questions about the transfer from law enforcement into counseling, into your career change. So it was good to meet everybody today. And everybody in chat, happy Mother's Day. I hope you have a lovely weekend.
Happy Mother's Day to all the ladies on the panel. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. I'm not looking forward to it, but
it's hard. I know.
I mean, I still have
somebody
a child.
in chat. Sorry, Robin, go ahead.
I still
It's
have
very hard because, yeah,
I
my
still
mother
have a
passed.
child and like 5 grandkids, and one of them's gonna graduate May 18th. I'm so proud of her.
Oh,
Yeah,
goodness gracious.
I'm
Yeah,
telling
I'm
my
a grand.
age. My son's
Yo.
36.
Hopefully I look good. I'm actually a grandfather. I have one grandson. So hopefully I look okay enough to be a grandfather. But thank you, ladies. I appreciate you.
Oh, that picture. Ugh.
I know.
That laugh. Ugh.
I know.
That irks me.
Yeah.
Just that picture makes my blood boil. I can't explain it. But I seen somebody in chat say that they're not a mom.
Do you know why?
Okay.
Do you know why it makes your blood boil? Do you know why? Because you can read energy. You can read energy. Like you can see when something is not right. And this is not right. This is not okay. You know what I'm saying?
With her nudging him,
Yeah.
like maybe he was saying something that he should have shut up. That was like her nudging him to make him rephrase or think about what he's gonna say.
Yeah. So
Just
wait. So in typical interrogation, real quick, I'm just going to do it real fast. When you drop your eyes, when you close your eyes, when you're talking, you're lying. You're lying because you can't look the person in the eyes. And when he drops his shoulder. This guy's a piece of garbage. He's a piece of garbage. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, let me just play out this clip. I think it was the 2:38 mark that Bogey's talking about. There was 4 parts to this. So just to be clear, this was the second interview. The first one was on Duchess. This one was on that WSMV channel. So there was like 4 parts to it. But I think Bogey said it was at like the 2:38 mark. So I'm starting it at the 1:53 mark. Actually, you know what? It's a 5-minute. Well, yeah, we'll start. I'll start it right here.
Sunday night.
Okay, let me just turn it up.
So walk us through. We've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Say goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock? So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, "I can't find him." He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not
Thank
home.
you, Charmaine. Love you.
I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude Project.
I think this was the one.
I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused.
Can you pause this?
We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
within minutes there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid
Hold on,
fire. They had
Can you
cars.
pause it?
They had cars from here down to the
main
road.
road.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Whoops.
You see
Where are
her
we?
rocking? No, do you see her rocking back and forth?
Yeah, yeah.
That is exactly psychology. She is afraid of this man. She's rocking back and forth. Like you don't rock back and forth, for any reason other than fear. Like she's trying to self-soothe herself. This man is an animal. Like she's rocking back and forth.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm trying to say. You can see it. You can see it on her. Look at her face, how she doesn't engage his eyes. Like, okay, if me and you were together, I'm just saying hypothetically, if we're together, right? I'm going to look in your eyes. I'm going to
Sound
tell you
like a
that.
robot.
I'm going to tell you that, hey, listen, we'll figure this out. But when she's rocking back and forth and she won't engage his eyes, he controls her. Go ahead, everybody.
Yeah, that rocking back and forth. She's thinking about what she's gonna answer, how she's gonna answer.
Perfect. You should have been a counselor. Perfect.
Well, I kind of know that behavior. I also know a tactic defense attorneys use on their clients, like they did with Harmony Montgomery's dad.
Now,
defense attorneys tell their clients to keep your head down.
Now, if you are rocking back and forth because you're nervous about the situation, and that's okay. You're nervous about the situation you're in, but you make eye contact with people. If you're not making eye contact and you're rocking, you're a victim. You're a victim.
They let Olivia come in their house. No one else. They let Olivia come in their house.
This guy completely controls this woman. Completely. Go ahead, ladies.
1 second, just quickly, Bogey. You keep saying 30 at 249. I don't know what you mean by 30. There's 4 parts. This is part 1. So I'm not sure what you mean when you say 30. Do you guys know? Do anyone know? Because there's 4 part. They did this interview, like meaning when WSMV put it out, they did it in 4 parts. I think there was like the long version of it altogether, but so I'm just confused. There's segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, and segment 4 at 249.
Look at this guy. What a piece of garbage he is. What a piece of garbage.
I have no use for the man myself.
Honey, is there one that's 30 minutes long? And she's talking about a video that's 30 minutes long and it's at 249?
Maybe. I don't have that one. I might have seen it originally back in the time when we played it here. It was in 4 parts and we did it that way. So I know the part that she's talking about, but I haven't watched this interview in a while. So there was, I think, one version at some point. I think I could ever probably find it again. Don't know. So
I think she's cute too. I think she's a cute lady.
Who, Katie?
Yeah, I think she's a cute lady. I mean, if she would get a better man, she'd have a better life,
Yeah, Nina was beautiful.
Yeah, no, take offense to this, Chris. I don't care. I don't know how women fell for you, to be honest with you. 5 marriages later. Like, is Katie the 5th or is Katie the 6th?
5th.
She is the 5th?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how, like, do they walk around like with lollipop? Like what attracted, like, was he Rico Suave and then he turned into an apparent, because he's an absolute a-hole and he claims he's an a-hole. Like, and all you have to do is listen to the man. So were these women so insecure or what? Like, what the heck?
Yes. Some women are abused. when they're
Did you?
younger, and
Yes. Did
they
you
have
guys hear Nina?
insecurity issues.
One second.
Yes, and then they have an a-hole man come in with a inflated ego, and then they try to follow him. Okay, and that's what happens. Women get manipulated just like, and then men can get manipulated by women. It happens. It happens.
Hell yeah,
But
we're
but
the best manipulators, to be honest with you. To be
no,
like,
what I'm trying to say is that I think she was mentally abused when she was younger, so she needs some guy to come in to guide her. But she doesn't understand that she can do whatever she wants in life. But these women, they'll take a man who's a piece of garbage. This guy's a piece of garbage.
I've
Like
been
I
there.
would luckily pop him in the face. This guy's a piece of garbage, you know.
been
But
abused. I've been
these women,
abused
they
all my
fall.
life.
one second. Can I overtalk? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I've been abused all my life from childhood to womanhood, and the last time I was abused, I was done. I've been single since I don't even know, maybe 13 years.
Yeah. It happens. It happens. Like my last marriage, you know, it didn't go well. So it kind of spoiled me to be with someone else, right? But I still dated people. But what I'm trying to say, ladies, is that you always have you have that fear of going through it again. Does that make sense? Like once you're
Of
burned,
course.
you're afraid to go through the whole process again.
Yeah, Bogey. That's what this one's called, by the way, Bogey.
Sonny,
I just want my baby to be okay. What?
I just want to point out something that she said. She said, when I woke him up, he wasn't there. She
Right.
did not say, when I went to wake him up, he wasn't there. When
Good
I
point.
woke him up, he wasn't there. To me, and this may just be me, so
Right, I
this
get
is
it.
just my thoughts
The
on that,
wording.
with the whole we and I that we've talked about before. To me, that says he was there and she tried to wake him up and he was not alive anymore. That is what when I woke him up, he wasn't there means to me, as opposed to when I went to wake him up, he wasn't there, meaning he wasn't in his bed, he wasn't in his
Right.
room,
The
whatever.
wording.
So her wording on that is really suspicious to me. And
Yeah.
with her rocking back and forth, that could be out of pain, that could be out of fear. And I know at some point we've seen that or heard that she was medicated. So that could be part of her. I feel more for her than I do Chris. I honestly,
Chris, no.
It's him that makes my blood boil. I really think she needs to step up and do what most mothers do when they have a missing child. But there's something about her, and I can't put my finger on it. I don't like it, but
same.
Him, just his face makes my blood boil. Just absolutely boil.
Who am I talking to right now?
Melissa.
Who am I talking to?
Melissa.
Okay, you made an amazing point. I mean, amazing. Like you hit it on the freaking head, bro. Like you made an amazing point. Kudos to you, man. I just wanted to give it to you.
1 second. Bogey, are you talking about this one? Is that the one you're
Because
talking about?
what he just said is on the freaking nail. Like, yes, I mean, everything he said was completely 100% true because he's a manipulator, you know, and he manipulates this woman into these different things. And the comments from the gentleman that was just talking is completely true. Go ahead, ladies. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I want to go back onto this for a second, because I mean that's the whole point. So as for Christopher Proudfoot, he doesn't deserve, I'm sorry, the spit of anything, to be honest with you. To me, he's the epitome of a scumbag of the earth. As for Katie Proudfoot, I've never said that Christopher Proudfoot or Katie Proudfoot or Seth Rogers had anything to do with the disappearance of that. For me, I'll let the LETBI take care of business if they had any involvement in it. When it comes to the actual perception, Katie, whether she's like on a dog leash and she just likes to be, manipulated by someone or controlled by someone, that's on her actions, and I can't pinpoint it myself. The one I just played is called, the one I just was playing was called the news clip title, I Just Want My Baby to Be Okay. So it's in 4 parts, Bogey. So that's what that one is called. The one down here. Whoops, sorry. The one right here. That's what this is called. When I hit play, I just want my baby to be okay. But it's in 4 parts. But I can play each part until we come across the one that you're talking about. So again, you might have watched a 30-minute version of it. There was one version, but it's actually about 20, well, probably around 24, 25 minutes long. Anyways, as for Katie, Christopher Proudfoot, honestly, needs to put his foot in his mouth. He needs to shut up. Creators need to stop giving him a voice, and stuff like that. But again, then you have people that are recording him, putting it out. Okay, do I enjoy seeing everything that comes out in regards to this case? Absolutely. Because every bit of it, kind of like what Melissa was saying about her case, is that the smallest little details might come out of something. So I selfishly don't care what comes out. I want to listen to it all and pay attention to what's being said, how it's being said, to give more insight to myself as I'm following the case, so that's what I wanted to say about that part. So Christopher Proudfoot means nothing to me. He's shown to me that he is a pathetic stepdad, pathetic person. I have no respect for the man. He, to me, is a narcissistic monster, and he's portrayed himself in the perfect image that he is. So meaning his true colors have come shining through, and the epitome, of what we saw with him in that leaked, whatever you want to call it, thing, is to me is exactly who Christopher Proudfoot is. There's no excuse for a person coming on to national news or putting themselves out there in the public and acting in such a disrespectful, disregarding way and making it about himself and not Sebastian. If Katie was any sort of wise woman whatsoever, or had any sort of self-love, she would not want to be with someone like that. But to listen to her and hear her talking behind him in that leak thing, honestly, I was disgusted that I'm listening, that she's in there as her husband is speaking this way. I'd be so embarrassed that he's projecting even more to the world about what a piece of crap he is. I'd be embarrassed to even have to show my face after something like him. Anyways, as for Seth Rogers, deepest respect for what he's doing for his son, Sebastian. Katie, there's something about her that doesn't sit with me right. I don't know what it is, but again, if she had nothing to do with it, Christopher Proudfoot, I don't care. Go away. Go back under the rock you crawled from, dude. For Katie, she would have been so better off. People would have had so much more empathy and sympathy, if it wasn't for the fact that Christopher Proudfoot, blah, 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 but she allowed him to. Instead of speaking from a mother for a missing child, and people can act like they want, but we can judge all we want to. And the way that she has acted as a mother, I am very disappointed in how Katie has handled this, especially if she had nothing to do with it. Because I wouldn't be hiding behind no man. I would be voicing wanting people to come and help me. What this has turned into is just an embarrassment beyond belief to the Proudfoots, to be honest with you. And this whole case is turned into just a circus, and it needs to get back on point to really what it's about, which is Sebastian. And they obviously can't work together, but again, it's supposed to be about Sebastian, but yet we keep hearing Christopher Proudfoot going on channels and da-da-da-da. And I don't this is, like I said, one of the few times that I keep really talking about Christopher Proudfoot, because I'm not into the drama of cases. I wasn't into the drama of the whole freaking search team thing that was going on. And I'm not, and hence why I'm not even playing his clip. He's a disgusting, piece of work to me. But in saying that, it's like I said, YouTube creators, some of them, they just live off the clicks and the views and the drama of stuff, and talk very little about Sebastian because they're too busy trying to figure out all these different things from Chris. Chris has nothing more to offer besides showing he's just a big a-hole is all he is. But right, I mean, I get it. Let him talk, let him sink his own ship, which he's already, he's sunk like freaking the Titanic pretty much already, right? So it's like you give this man an inch and he just, he just needs the noose to keep hanging himself, really.
Well, he buries himself. That's the thing, is like a narcissist is gonna need all the attention on themselves. And you're exactly right. He's just burying himself. Go ahead.
I try to find that clip.
I laughed at you when you said he needs to put his foot in his mouth, because he's already done that. That's why we're in this situation, because he's already put his foot in his mouth. He just needs to shut his mouth.
Shut it. Yeah, but he won't. He won't.
And my
You can't. A narcissist can't get out of their own way. A narcissist has to be the center of attention, and he is the classic narcissist.
Yeah.
My opinion about Katie is, okay, so we've heard of her life story. Okay, she was abused, but can y'all still hear me? Okay, so Katie was abused from what I've heard, and some women think that abuse is
the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am, very much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them? And
I'm playing this.
Relatively good.
I'm so sorry.
We talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis.
Sorry, my bad here. Sorry, Robin. Totally cut you off there.
Some women that's been abused, and I've done this myself, think that abuse is some sort of love. Like a man gets off on putting bruises on women, and then they have to look at them. I went through it. I got beat so bad, and I had to go to work. I had bruises all up and down my arms and black eyes. I still had to go to work. But some women do think that that's some sort of love. And physical abuse is not the worst abuse. It's mental abuse is the worst abuse. That's when Chris kept calling Sebastian the R word. Poor Sebastian. I don't even know if he even knew even what that word was. But yeah, that's some sort of love that Katie is getting from Chris, is the abuse, because he abused Nina as well.
Go ahead, whoever wants to ask me something.
Yikes.
But Nina's story is really, really, really sad. Chris backhanded her babies when they were in their car seats, made their lips bleed. Chris is not gonna stop. Once you hit, you're always gonna hit. Chris won't talk to a man because Chris is a control freak to women. He will never he won't ever step up to a man except Seth.
Yeah, so not always. So basically, sometimes I've worked different kinds of things, and sometimes a man will abuse a woman because he feels inferior. He feels like he has to dominate. But there are some men, that learn and they change. And I'm saying there are some, not all, some. But this guy to me seems like he's never going to learn. He seems like to me he's a classic narcissist. There are men that are pushed into, listen to me real quick, ladies. There are some men that are pushed into the corner and they react out of, blind rage, or they feel emasculated, and then they'll attack back. And that's not right. That's terrible. A man should never put his hands on a female. Every man listening, never. But there are some men that do it and then they change their ways. There are some men that do that, but it's very, very few in between. Go ahead, ladies.
Well, the man that abused me, he went on to abuse the rest of his women that he's been involved with. And he's done
That's what
left
I'm saying.
Florida a long time ago, and he's still hitting women.
You
And
got it.
like for instance, when we went to court in June with Jason, the prosecutor said somebody mentioned rehabilitation, and the prosecutor said, rehabilitation? Well, first of all, there isn't any 5-year-old little girls running around in prison. So we will
Yeah.
never know if Jason can be rehabilitated.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that every case is different. There are some men that have been abused. Look, just hear me out. There are some men that have been abused themselves. So they perpetuate the abuse to someone else. They're trying to negate the pain that they went through. And it's a cycle of abuse. And that's what they teach us. But a man that has been abused and breaks away and treats his kids and treats his woman like a queen, or, whatever, that's a man who I want to emulate. So it is the cycle of abuse is very hard. So am I saying that if you abuse a woman is right? Hell no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But if that man or woman was abused prior, it circulates. Does that make sense? It circulates through. So we have to break the cycle of abuse. We have to break it. We have to break that cycle of abuse. What do you think?
I don't know Chris Proudfoot. All I know is Nina's story, and Nina was his wife also. And the things that she said about Chris, if Katie could break free, she would say the same thing.
Got it. And can I ask you an honest question? Just an honest question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you drink?
No, I've been over 8 years sober.
Congratulations. No, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I want to give you your kudos on it.
Did it by myself.
Well, you know what? God bless you. You're ahead of the curve.
But
and
Melissa,
people need.
Melissa, I am on antidepressant, or not antidepressant, anti-anxiety medicine. So it helps me a lot. I don't know if you're on anything, but I've been on it for 30 years and I can't be took off of it.
Yeah, and which ones do you take? Zoloft? What do you take? Xanax, Zoloft? What do you take?
Xanax.
You take Xanax?
Mhm.
Gotcha. And what is your prescription level? Is it 50,
It's
100, 150?
it's 2 milligrams 3 times a day.
Gotcha. So when I went through my divorce, I should have been passed away. I was on 150 milligrams
Mm.
of Zoloft. It was insane the amount, and then they would give me Xanax. So that's like back when like you, and then they would give you Adderall. They give you Adderall on top of that. So everybody listening, when you go through these things in life, I'm sorry, I don't mean to change something. When you go through these things in life where, your life, you feel like your life is crumbling, you feel like, all hope is lost. God is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
God is the answer, not medication. Because medication only prolongs the pain. But if you can connect with God, and ladies, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to change the subject, but if you can connect with your inner spirit, you can heal. You have to heal yourself. These drugs that they give us is just prolonging our pain. And what do you think about that?
Is that why my son wants me to get on medical marijuana and throw away all my pills?
Possibly. I was gonna say, I used to be a big advocate for, like, I've never taken any sort of depressant pills or anything like that. So when I was going through my first divorce, or sorry, second divorce, that was a lot. But and I could tell I was in depression because Google told me that I checked mark up pretty much all the boxes to it. So I was this person that really felt that, like, in my own brain, I've never taken anything. I use my own brain to bring me up, or in a sense. But in saying that, I think everyone's situations are different. Meaning, I used to preach more about the fact that, look, God gave you a brain, to deal with things. You don't need pills to fix yourself, in a sense. Now, doctors do throw pills at you left, right, and center and stuff like that. But my opinion changed on that because everyone has their own way of maybe what they need or whatever. I can't even tell you about pills that way because I've never known to take any to know if it makes a difference, in helping out and stuff like that. So I'm one of those ones now that I believe that if medication helps a person and they can
Yeah.
see the difference, then all the power to them.
Yeah.
Because I'm not here to speak on somebody else's behalf that way. Like I said, I was brought up in a world that you dealt with things. You took them face value. Do I think that the world now is a whole different world, and are pills being shoved in people's faces and being diagnosed with everything underneath the sun, and everyone's classifying everything as freaking mental health issues all the time? Yes. But some people truly have it, and some people truly need pills to help them along the way. So to me, whatever somebody needs to mend themselves or heal themselves or help themselves, as long as they remember that they're not meant for, like, and I'm talking about typical pills, not someone that needs life, but as long as people remember that, they're there to help for a purpose, but they're not there to be used for the rest of your life.
You're supposed to wean off. Do you know about blood types? Have you ever researched blood types?
Nope.
Okay, so basically, when I would go, because I've had 3 knee surgeries, 3, because I was a football player. I've had 3 knee surgeries, 2 on one knee, 1 on the other. Okay, and I have the rarest blood in the world, and I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the truth. I have RH blood. Okay, so it's very, very rare, and my blood doesn't have antigens. In other words, what antigens are is basically it carries diseases, right? So if you have RH blood, you don't normally get sick. But the problem is if you bleed out, if something was to happen, you can't take anybody's blood. You have a specific blood type. You can't take A positive, A negative. Oh, you can't take it. You have to only take RH. So and I hate needles. I hate needles. So when I would have to go into surgery, I'd have to give blood a couple days before. And I hate that. It's terrible. Just in case something was to happen. Because you can't take anyone else's blood. But your blood is universal. RH blood is universal. I can give you my blood and it would go into your body. But you can't give me yours. It's really a strange thing, but because your blood doesn't have antigens, you're very, very low risk of getting sick. So at my last job, there was 6 different people that got COVID. Like 6 different people.
Please say the C word for that, Mike.
Oh,
YouTube.
C word, whatever. And I never got sick. I never got sick. I was the only person that didn't get sick. It was like, what the heck? I had to take 6 different C word tests, to come back to work. Because if you don't take the test and get cleared, you can't come back to work. You got to stay home. So there are people with different kinds of blood types. That's the truth. And I'm not blowing smoke up your butt. I'm just telling you that certain people are made differently. But I believe that certain people get sick easier, some people don't. That's all I'm trying to say. Go ahead, ladies.
Well, actually, can I just ask you, because honestly, you lost me at the blood type thing. Because I thought what you had been saying is that people don't need to take meds. I thought that was what I was hearing.
No, not take the meds, but there are certain people that don't get COVID because they have a different kind of blood type.
Keyword.
They have a different kind of respiratory system. Some people are more immune to the disease versus others. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm A positive. My family all had COVID and I never got it.
Never got it. I never got it.
I'm
sorry. And I was with somebody. So my coworker, right? So I'm working because you know how boys are. You put your arm around somebody. You have your arm around somebody. You're laughing. You're joking. You whatever. And he had full blown C word, right? And he's sitting there talking in my face. I never got it, but 5 other people did in the office. 5 other people got it. I never got it.
I don't want to get sidetracked. Okay. Sorry.
So I'm like, no. Huh?
Sorry, I just don't want to get sidetracked on this conversation with the
No,
C
you're
word.
good. You're good.
Because
It's just one of those things where some people got it, some people didn't. That's all.
Yeah, it's just that YouTube is I don't play with YouTube and certain topics, and this is one of them that I don't like to really bring up. And we use, sorry, I know you don't know, Mike. It's just because as a creator, there's just certain topics that you stay away from with YouTube, and this is one of them. So we talk about it very, very little, in a sense. So I would like to go back off of it if you don't mind. No offense, please.
No problem.
Like I said, I don't need no community strikes or from YouTube.
No, you're good.
On this one. But so anyways, now, no offense, please. It's just that as a creator, I have to take care of the channel and first and foremost, and that's just one topic that you don't really talk about on YouTube too much because you don't want to risk a community strike, because that sucks. But in saying that, going. Okay, I want to say something to Bogey. Bogey, I as trying to run a live and trying to find the clip that you're speaking of. I know what you're speaking of. I know of the moment. That I believe the moment, Bogey, is when you talk about Christopher Proudfoot, or Katie is talking and then she looks over to Christopher Proudfoot and it's like she laughs. I think that's the moment you're talking about. So unless you want to send me that clip through my email so that I can play it, I just don't have time to keep trying to search and find it when there's 4 different clips, because it's in this clip, I believe, because it's not the Kate Miller one, because that's the one where they were holding hands. It's during this one, I believe, right? Because they only did really 2 interviews, like in a sense at the start, that were on. Kate Miller was when they were holding hands, Caitlin, and then the other one was this one, which came in 4 parts. So do you have that link to send me? And if not, then I'll just have to play it on the next live. Yes, this green shirt.
Listen, I appreciate you having me up. I God bless you. I thank you for having me up. I'm going to jump down. It's getting
All right,
late.
thank you,
but
Mike.
I thank you for having me up. I think you have an amazing channel. I think you have great content. I appreciate you having me up. So I just want to, thank you for everything.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for joining us tonight. Appreciate it.
You're
You have a
very
great
welcome.
night.
Very
Thank
welcome.
you. Yeah, do you have oops. Oh, let's go back to a better looking thing there. So if you have it, can you just send me the link to my email at crimingshame@gmail.com? I just honestly, it's really hard when I'm the only person and Aspen and Charmaine aren't here, where I can kind of try to look around and find it. I've been trying to find the part, but if you're looking at a 30-minute clip out of 2 minutes and 49, obviously it's going to be at a different time. But I know it's in, you're talking about this one, right? The green shirt one. Because this is the one where, if that's the one where you're talking about where she's laughing in a sense. Actually, they've both done some weird shit when it comes to this whole, don't you guys think, Melissa and Robin? Like Katie's done some really weird laughing moments that I get having a memory, and then you kind of laugh. But there's been some quite awkward moments where I'm like, really? Like, I don't know. You guys
I'm
think?
one of those people, like, I'll have a nervous laugh. Like, I'll be like, when I'm nervous. So I think she's got some weird moments where she's laughing, but I can't distinguish if it's her nerves or her. You know what I mean?
Be nice, Jenny. I'm coming through your speaker. I can hear myself on there. Be nice, Jenny. It was a pleasure having Mike up on here, and Charmaine, and you ladies as well. So agreed. That's kind of like where Melissa, like I do give some, like what do you all call it? Forgiveness when sometimes wrong words are said, because I've used things in the past, So I get what you're saying about Katie saying that, when I woke him up, he wasn't there, but all those different things kind of, stack up on top of each other. But Christopher Proudfoot said, well, if we would have heard him go out or if he would have went out the window, we would have heard him. But yet he has an alibi for being in Memphis,
Exactly.
So,
that's one of
but
the
yet,
things that got me.
look at each other. Okay. Just let me know if you're sending me the clip, Bogey, on there, because then I can look in my email. Oh, wait. Let's see here. Oh, okay. I'll look at that in just a bit, Elizabeth. Elbowing. Meanies. I'm being nice. He was extremely rude to Miranda. Who was extremely rude to Miranda? If so, I'm not sure what you're speaking of on that one. I don't recall. Do you guys, was there moments That Mike was rude
Hey,
to
Sunny,
Miranda?
can you drop your email again? Bogey's asking for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right up there in the chat, or like on the live, at crimingshame@gmail.com. At crimingshame@gmail.com. It's right above my head on there. So yeah, so if you could just send it, then I'll play it gladly for you before we head off for the night. My husband made dinner. It's gonna get cold again, like it typically does on there. Anyways, my thing is this: is that we don't usually do this too often, where we have people up on the live. Odd time we'll have a guest, do our live, but typically, it's one of those things, there's a ton of people I could probably message and ask to be up on lives, with regards to other content creators or Jennifer Coffindaffer and different things like that. For the most part, I just choose mostly not to do that. Just come on, do the live, have discussions between myself, Aspen, and whatever. So lives like this are more of a rarity. So I want to say I appreciate you guys for hopping up on here. Again, telling your stories. Sorry for all the pain. I know tomorrow's Mother's Day, but let me ask you both. Tomorrow's Mother's Day. Is Mother's Day very hard for you guys when it comes around? I know that obviously birthdays will be Christmas, all those different things. I know that your story has been a lot longer, Robin, of when it happened, whereas Melissa's is more fresher in a sense. Are Mother's Day very hard for you guys?
Well, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, my son knows where I live. I don't feel like I need to go to his house.
Mm-hmm.
As far as Christmas and birthdays and with my deceased children, I make videos. Like Nick's birthday is May 21st. I will be making a video, and I'll either post it on my daughter's group or both my page on Facebook and my daughter's group on Facebook. And I did the same with her. Her birthday's January 1st, and she was took April 26th, 1994. So I just did hers. And Nick's was 3/27 of 2015. I do it every year. I make videos. I choose songs. I grab their pictures and I choose songs, and that's just how I do it. And I'll do the same with Summer. I don't have a group for Sebastian. I just follow the reporter room. I don't know if you know who that is, but
you're talking about the interview room with Chris McDonald.
No.
Oh, then which one?
It's a woman.
Oh, okay. What's it called?
The reporter room.
Never heard of it then. Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a lot of groups for Sebastian.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not a big group follower either. I in all fairness, I watch things that pertain to Sebastian that I feel are important to hear. I feel like every droplet that comes out of Chris's mouth, Seth's mouth, Katie's mouth are our only hope of understanding some of the dynamics of everything and, stuff like that. I don't really I don't overly watch YouTube channels, but I have, because Seth has been on more lives than I could even keep a count on, to be honest with you. I've caught a lot of them, but I definitely have not caught all of them. Christopher Proudfoot's, I would say 90% I've caught, if not 95 of them. I really just do my own thing, really, and just try to, because everything I'm trying to do is just put together information. So if that means listening to a channel that I don't like watching because Christopher Proudfoot's on there, and something that just to see, like, meaning, like I said, I mean, he's putting his foot in his own mouth all the time, right? Like, or he should, but he doesn't. But in saying that, I'm just looking to see if there's something else he might have said. But honestly, he's just repeating himself at this point. There's nothing to me he has value for, but I kind of am a loner in a lot of ways, to be honest. Channels cause too much drama for the most part. I try to stick with good people that don't have egos, that aren't full of themselves, and that are just good, decent human beings that are channels. Those are the ones that I like to have as friends, for creator purposes. But I don't like to feed into like drama, or I don't go into Facebook groups hardly and stuff like that.
I follow Dolly. I like Dolly. He's awesome.
I don't watch him. I've seen a couple of his clippings, but I can't say that I'm really hearing my feedback come through your thing on there, but I don't actually follow him. Like, I've just watched a few things of his because people have gotten, like, I think the phone call, I don't know who played it first, but I don't know if it was Dolly that played it first, or
I think it was Jay for Justice.
no, she wasn't first. I
Mm.
don't think so. I don't. She usually most times, to be honest, gets JLR's information from what I've noticed. Usually it will be, I don't see it because I don't watch Dolly, but usually I'll hear it on JLR first, and then usually Jay for Justice is putting it up after him. I think those guys are somewhat friends. I know that I think JLR's been on her channel before. I don't even really watch Jay for Justice at all. Not because I dislike her or anything. It's just because I don't really watch a lot of content creators. But sometimes in my feed, I'll know that, say, JLR has something. Like today, I don't usually play a clipping of Jay for Justice, but I played a clipping of hers, even though I know Dolly had the conversation. And then Jay for Justice came out later, as far as I was aware, for sure. And so in this conversation, I knew that Tony, that JLR had it, and wherever it came from originated, I don't know. At the end of the day, I'll say this. What I appreciate from content creators, and a hater like JLR, he's not going to copyright strike you because you're using his content, because he's smart and knows that the more people that are aware of his channel are going to subscribe because somebody else is playing his content on their channel. So I appreciate the content creators that don't sit there and copyright strike you, because I believe in all about caring and helping each other. Like, it's about bringing awareness to cases and stuff like that. I've only ever copyright strike somebody once, like last year, because he was basically a big douchebag, and if he was to do with Delphi, and he literally would twist, and like, meaning he was a person that was just evil, that would twist people's lives and then take little pieces of it and try to portray people in different lights, and so. And then when I put a copyright strike about him because he was being such a douchebag, he literally sent me an email trying to threaten me to remove the copyright strike. And then his channel got taken down because it wasn't his first time. That's the only time I would ever copyright strike somebody, is if they're doing evil with the goodness of trying to help others, and they want to cause drama or twist people's words and like making a mockery, right? So it's the only time I would ever do something like that is if someone used my content for evil behaviors. Other than that, I just appreciate the fact that everyone's trying to help everyone bring awareness to a case, whether you like the content creator or not. It still brings awareness to a case. People like some drama on channels. That's their choice. Whatever they do at the end, might not be my way, but each to their own, in a sense. But I do appreciate the content creators that allow you to use, just like I do, your content, especially if it means showing something or bringing awareness to a case and stuff like that. I sent it twice just in case. Okay, let's take a look here. Okay.
To answer your question, Sonny, yeah, Mother's Day is hard.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I got off track on the rant there. Thank
That's
you for
fine.
bringing me back. Go ahead.
It's your channel, not mine.
True, but I mean, I
But-
totally would have forgot about that part because I went off my own little rant. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The first Mother's Day was really hard. This Mother's Day, it's still hard, but I think those that are really close to me and that are around me have noticed that I've been struggling. And so they're trying to help. And that helps a lot.
Nice. Yep. Again, I know yours is a lot fresher, Melissa. And I know, like, I mean, again, I don't know how many holidays in a year or stuff like that. You know what I mean? When it's harder in a sense, not that each day isn't hard, but birthdays, Mother's Day, just things that are those reminders that even enhance it a little bit more, So
something people don't realize is, you have your typical holidays, your birthdays and your Christmases and your Easters, but you also have the death day. And then for me, as weird as it sounds, Father's Day is hard because I'm reminded I'm not going to have that from him. I'm not going to have, the happy Father's Day, son, love you, he's not going to have that. So it's not just what we mourn for us. We also mourn the loss of what they're not going to have, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, not been in your shoes, but doesn't make me not understand exactly where you're coming from. Absolutely. On there. Now, is there anything else you wanted to add? And then I'm just going to play this clip, you guys, and then I'm going to head off. Definitely it's lukewarm. Husband made it. Melissa, was there anything else you wanted to add before I play this clip?
No, go ahead and play it, and I'm going to hop down, and you get off here soon and get your food before it gets cold and you have to eat it back up.
On there. Well, it's just like 6 hours and a half, eh? I know it's like 9 o'clock. I know it's probably later somewhere else. Bogey, this is it right here, the one that you sent me on there. So if you guys want to hop off now, feel free. Like I said, all I'm going to say is, again, thank you guys very much for an unexpected live. That was an unexpected pleasure to have you both on. I know it's harder to talk when there's multiple people on and stuff like that. Again, we don't do this too often in a sense. And anyways, so appreciate you guys for sharing your stories, even if it wasn't maybe the fullest version, and that. But thank you guys, and happy Mother's Day, regardless tomorrow. And again, bless you, and sorry for the hurt and the pain that your hearts feel, for sure.
Thank you for having me, and happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Robin. Happy Mother's Day back.
Happy Mother's Day, Melissa.
Yeah.
Happy Mother's Day. And thank you, Sonny, for having us up and letting us share our point of view as mothers who have lost children, what it's like, and to help bring awareness to anyone that's in chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, guys. Okay, you guys. So I'm going to play this clip out. And again, I'll slow it down, Bogey. When I come to that part, I might have to play it a couple times over. So let me just hit play on this one.
At 3, a shift in the search for Sebastian Rogers as it enters its 8th day now. Today, law enforcement announced they're scaling back, but the family of Sebastian is still holding on to hope for his safe return. They spoke exclusively with our Holly Thompson earlier today. Holly, live in Hendersonville there at the command center. Oh, Holly, how are they doing?
I tell you, obviously very emotional. Sebastian's mother, Katie, she broke down several times during our interview today. I mean, as you can imagine, this just touches that mama's heart, and she wants him to come home. And we listen in as she talks about what these last 8 days have been like for the family. How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of
Is that the part you're talking about, Bogey, right there?
and many other.
As she talks, just touches that mama's heart, and she wants him to come home. And we listen in as she talks about what these last 8 days have been like for the family. How are you coping?
But let's see. Let me just ask you, Bogey, is that the part you're talking about? Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, happy Mother's Day to all you guys. Hold on, let me get that out of the way.
I mean, why are they looking at each other
like
this is so stupid? Just talk.
This was one of the strangest moments out of the interviews that I'll always remember, as well as this particular one. Thank you, Sunny, for letting their voices be heard. All of you ladies in chat, and Sunny, have a blessed Mother's Day. Thank you, Carrie, and you as well, of course. So let's just go back. Let's just play it again. It's such a weird moment.
What these last 8 days have been like for the family. How are you coping?
It's such
We're
a
on
weird
constant roller
moment.
coaster ride of helpless and hopeless, and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
And Katie tells us that she woke up that morning, and within 3 minutes, she knew Sebastian was not in the house and called 911. They say they have no idea what would have motivated him to leave the house. They say they have been fully cooperating with authorities, and no, they've also spoken with his biological father and those who know him from school. So we're going to have much more on this story. We're going to be talking to her about what they've been going through, the very latest with the search, also reaction from family. And I even asked them, are they in the clear now? What is the latest with this story? So we'll have much more coming up. But for now, for the latest on the search, I'm going to toss over to Danielle Ledbetter for that part of the story. Danielle.
Yeah, Holly, so you can see that this lot behind me is pretty much empty. This is at the command center. Earlier today, we've seen a lot of first responders
I'll just go back to
leaving
that
this
slide
command
again.
center.
She talks about what these last 8 days have been like for the family. How are you coping?
Like right there. Is that not the strangest?
How are you coping? And they look right at each other like help me.
Yeah, honestly, like that moment was one of the strangest moments to me. Like it was just weird. Like, I mean, I get it, people act differently, but meaning just perception wise, visually, I'll never forget this part, like Bogey is talking about, because it was just so strange. And it's like she looks to him and, like, and then looks to him like, help, like, I don't know. There's been a few of these strange moments, but I would say that this one was the strangest, to be honest with you. I mean, that look from, actually, to be honest with you, one of the other strangest things that has happened, Robin, I can hear my voice coming through your mic on there. It happens sometimes during a live, but anyways, yeah, thank you just for a second. But like I said, there's been a few incidences where Christopher is telling a story like on Smiley's world there, and it's like, it's almost like it's humorous as he's talking about like, like the belt incident, and, Sebastian being silly and weird and whatever. But probably one of the biggest things that always stuck in my head was when he's like, like, we would just love it if Sebastian would walk through that door. Like, basically, like, a celebrate. Oh, you know what? I can't believe I'm forgetting the exact words, because every time I hear him say it, I want to spew, because it's so, it was just weird. And that's why with Katie, again, not accusing her of anything to do with Sebastian, but just the weirdness of, I don't know. There's just something odd about her. I don't know. And I think it's just mixed with this little bit of laughing to do with, as a mother, like, I can't believe that she's not just screaming, begging people for help, that they're hiding behind cameras after this. The next interview after this, they're holding hands because they said that they were too emotional. It's kind of like bullshit, Katie. You guys bullshit. That's no different, like on Nance, or when she was trying to explain why she was up and left the home, because she's like, well, Sebastian could just be anywhere, and that's why we're up here, No, it's because the truth was, Katie, maybe she's just too pussyfoot to say it, but the truth was, she was scared to be in the home alone, knowing that there was a lot of people, creators, getting threats, or people stalking around the home and stuff like that, or, driving past the home, which, whatever. I mean, hey, somebody to me wants to drive past their home, as long as they're not interfering with anything and they're not, whatever. But if, like, to me, for instance, if I'm in Idaho and that Idaho house was up, would me and Charmaine drive by it? If that house was still up? Absolutely. Why? Because, it's a case that's out there, and I personally would want to see it. If I was out in Tennessee, I would go out there and I would want to see what the area looked like. I would want to physically drive by the home myself, but there's people that take things too far. So Katie, that was just her reasoning to herself to say that. But really, it's because she was scared. You could tell. Now, I guess in a way I'm speaking for Katie, but that's just how I totally took it. That, Katie, come on now. Just be genuine and honest. The reason why you didn't stay down there is because you were probably fearful and you wanted to be with this husband that you felt more protected around, And maybe Chris gives her that sort of protection, but their marriage was pretty much like downhill. And then Sebastian happened, and now they're trying to portray like love strong and all that stuff. Spare me a bit, because that's not what was happening in their marriage previously, So I just think that they're not being genuine. They're not being real. Seth, to me, is being genuine and honest as he can. Seth just wants to speak. He just wants to, his boy back, share the story, with everyone, and give as much information as possible, whether the police like it or not. So sad, too bad. You wouldn't shut me up. I'll tell you that much. And I think that as a mother, I just find it hard to believe what I'm seeing with the taking down of the flyers off the cars, shutting down the Facebooks. Why is that? Why are pretty much, there's like Team Seth or Team, well, very little to Proudfoots, but there is some, obviously. But do you know what I mean? There is this division because they're not being genuine and honest when they're speaking. Seth is. So people are going to gravitate to someone who's searching for their child, I don't know. I feel like I was talking to people, but they're all gone now. They all dropped. No one can answer me back besides in chat on there. she would let out a breath all I thought out. I don't know. You know, this case is boggling. Again, let TBI, figure out. I'm amazed myself that through all the cameras that there isn't this lead. And if Sebastian was at home and, like I said, there's footage. So it blows me away, this case. The only one thing I could possibly see in some ways in regards to the water is that it was ridiculously dark because they don't have lights on their street, right, in that area. So could somebody wearing black maybe not hit up a camera in a sense and be seen? It is plausible. Could I can't see that. I don't know why, but I can't see that Sebastian left home, walked in the woods, some bear attacked him, and off he goes, and he's gone and they just missed him in searching. The most likely thing to me is that someone aided in helping Sebastian disappear. That's just my own thoughts. I'd rather think that than think that Sebastian's not alive, even though it's plausible. I don't know. I would drive by too, because that's a first-hand look at but threats are right, absolutely. I mean, Christopher Proudfoot, I'm sorry, but there's no excuse for his way of talking and his actions on that. I get if somebody's pissed off because they're being attacked and unrightfully so, but he didn't exactly come with this soft demeanor about him, and he didn't exactly gain the public's love and support because of that personality. I mean, I get being frustrated, but literally calling people the C word, making threats and stuff like that. And again, when it's about a child missing, and that's his perception that he wants to put out there, he might not have wanted that out there, but then he's a dumbass for thinking that someone wasn't recording him, because he knows damn well by now that someone's recording him, right? Even when he talked to the one guy that was with the dive team, and I think the girlfriend is recording as the guy from whatever it's called again, narc divers or something. I'm sure he wasn't thinking, oh, well, I'm being recorded right now, but you have to think honestly that you're being recorded at all times, because that's pretty much how it is. And Chris, he claims not to be a dumbass, but he is a dumbass if he didn't think he was being recorded, considering he thinks he's so smart. Should be Team Sebastian at the end of the day. Yep. So I got to get their faces off, actually. Let's go back to Sebastian, and then we'll head off here in a second here, because that's really this one today I wanted to cover because of Micah Miller and her disgusting husband there, as well as sorry, let's see here. Did I show that? Present, share screen, Windows. There we go. So this one more or less wasn't so much about a Sebastian live, kind of, because obviously, for Sebastian, any awareness is good awareness. But it was really about pieces of, craps like Christopher Proudfoot and John Paul Miller that are narcissistic, in a sense, that they lack self-esteem. Now, again, I'll deem the two of them as being two different type of narcissistic personalities. So I agree with Mike when he says, that Christopher Proudfoot, not only is he a narcissist, but he's a psychopath as well. I think you said psychopath or sociopath. And then there's someone like John Paul Miller, who's, you can tell, is so insecure that he needed to try to control, Mica. And it's just a sad day looking at Christopher Proudfoot, who seems to need to take control of everything, and then to act like that to the public. It didn't just take that last phone call. Christopher Proudfoot has been digging his own hole, and Web Sleuths Live. I mean, for the people that watch it, it was, in a sense, what do you want to call it? It was very informative in a lot of ways, and it was just everyone's true colors kind of coming out, type of thing. Seth does seem to take the more high road. Christopher cannot allow anyone besides himself to take that high road, or sorry, the low road all the time. Yeah, happy Mother's Day, guys. My life would be over and I wouldn't care what happened to me. I'd blame myself. Yeah, they didn't have any motion sensors. I don't know. It would just be a really great day if Sebastian Rogers would come out of the woodwork if he's still alive, and that if somebody does have him, that they do the right thing. And if they feel like doing the right thing is hiding Sebastian Rogers, that's not doing the right thing, And I would not want to see Sebastian Rogers back in that home of Christopher Proudfoot and Katie, I don't know a lot to speak of Seth. Obviously, Sebastian didn't want to do schooling online and stuff like that. So that's what's really hard, is because I think Sebastian enjoyed his time with his dad. His dad wasn't as strict, So if I was leaning towards any side, if somebody had something to do with Sebastian, besides perhaps some teacher that felt like they were a savior, I would say it would be coming from the Proudfoot side. If I was to think of that Sebastian, I feel like he was happy at his dad's home, Seth's home. What do you guys think? CP, like I said, I just, you know what? I can't even say enough how much he's humiliated himself. He's an embarrassment to this case, honestly. And hey, if that's the personality and the person that he is, and he wants to portray that to the world, he's the one that faces the repercussions of that. Because like he even called himself, he's an a-hole. Chris is a puppet, and Katie is the puppet master. You think so, Robin? You think that Chris is the puppet and Katie is the puppet master? My fear is becoming that if someone does have him, that something will happen because of all the attention. It's not like it hasn't entered my mind as well. He did seem to have a good relationship. But all this bantering back and forth, in a sense, it's not doing any good. Honestly, I just wish I wish that part would stop. Oh, there's like 8 private messages. I don't pay attention to the private messages. I'm really bad, guys. Yeah, I think he showed himself the whole entire time, but that was just like the cherry on the cake of truly how someone like Christopher Proudfoot thinks. You know darn well that he would have used that R word on Sebastian. Because he has that mouth. He totally has that mouth. You could literally see it coming out of his mouth. He's just chauvinistic, narcissistic, chauvinistic pig is how I see him. He's just a disgusting human being. And honestly, it just makes me laugh that he thinks he's larger than life. Does he not, it's like he doesn't care how he's being portrayed. He does, obviously, but it doesn't stop him, does it? It doesn't stop him from just shoveling his, weight, foot after foot after foot after foot down in that ground, down in that soil. Every time he opens up his mouth, he just, just keeps reiterating what a jerk off he is. Well, I wish I had my wish, I wish that they would all just stop, to be honest with you, with this whole bickering and stuff like that. I know Robin Rogers has been making posts as well and stuff like that. Honestly, they just need to stop, from both sides. If you're talking, just answer the questions at hand. Keep it about Sebastian the entire time when they're speaking. And just, if people are asking questions about stuff about Sebastian, things that you might learn, get to know. But I wish that they would all just stop with the, oh, well, Christopher Proudfoot said this, so now I got this person that needs to make a post on this, and then here, let's the next day make another post on it again. It just seems so ridiculous that a child is missing, and it just feels like, hello, can you guys just all stop and grow up and freaking make it about Sebastian? And the Rogers side have more made it about Sebastian for sure, So I'll give them kudos for that, but I just wish that they would all just stop. I don't really think, honestly, no one's gonna sit there. Well, maybe someone might fess up if he is still alive. But as for information wise, unless Katie says, you know what, I've been lying the whole time, I feel horrible, and stuff like that. Unless that ever comes out, which I doubt. There's no more information that they really can give us, to be honest with you. It's been 2.5 months, and I'm pretty sure we've heard everything that they could, like anything that we need to know about the timeline, is already out there. And only if Katie, I don't know, like I said, maybe she's being 100% honest, maybe she's not. Maybe she has more information, maybe she doesn't. I think that they do. I think that there's more information. I don't think that they're being genuine. I think that there's more to it. Just like I don't think that they're being genuine at how they're acting in front of the cameras. Again, their relationship was going south, right? Marriage number 5 going south. Shocker on Chris Proudfoot's side. Not really, right? Yes, a coworker said CP used it. He did. Well, a neighbor had said that. So I don't know about a coworker, but I know that a neighbor talked of that. And I will agree with Mike and whoever else said this too, right? I personally think that the way that Christopher has always kind of came across is that Sebastian was a thorn in his side, hence why the marriage was going down the tubes, because Sebastian was just a pain in his ass. He probably started off, it was mostly about Katie. Probably thought he could deal with, an autistic child or whatever, but he's too far involved in his own self and ego that he can't look past his own nose. He thinks he's being this savior for Katie, the protector and stuff. That's just his ego, 5'9", nothing, And in that picture that JLR had up, he's not in a stance of just talking nice to Seth. He's in this aggressive stance that you can see. Correct, Robin. It's funny how people speak up after a fact. How come they didn't do so much during it? Maybe they did, I don't know. But sometimes it really does seem like that people are all willing to talk in something like this, but weren't willing to speak up, for Sebastian if they saw him, I don't know, getting hosed down, if that's true or not, getting hosed down. But it wouldn't shock me. Would it shock me if that was true? No. Something to me Christopher Proudfoot would do. Maybe the more he speaks, the more he will tell. Maybe. I'll never give him a platform. He's no. If he's on somebody else's platform, will I listen? maybe partially. It gets old listening to him. Honestly, it does. It gets old. I think the most pathetic thing on top of the last thing he did was the time before that one when he was on Cluminati's show pretending to be somebody. Yeah, so I think we're talking about some child that has autistic. Why are people blaming the parents? I don't get why. I'm just gonna sit here and eat my mustard and grits and pretend I'm some, it's just this stupidness of somebody even acting like that, and then them all laughing about it like it was a friggin' joke is beyond me. To me, that was disgusting. Listening to people laugh, knowing okay, come on. It didn't take 2 + 2 to know that Christopher Proudfoot's voice. You'd have to be dense as a door because there was like no big voice changer on that. Okay, Christopher Proudfoot's voice is pretty clear to me. Like when you hear his voice after all this time, 2.5 months to listen to his voice, and some people acting like when I was watching that, there was tons of people in chat saying this is Chris, it's Chris, it's Chris, it's Chris. And I thought to myself, well, of course it's Chris. Like, who can't make out his voice by now? It wasn't like if he was using a voice changer, it was a pathetic voice changer, because I don't think he was using a voice changer. I think he thinks that he can, come into a chat go, yeah, so I'm coming in because you guys are talking about this child, and I just want to say, I've been following this case, and why would people blame the parents? Why would who couldn't make out his voice? Seriously. And then he says stuff like that, but who couldn't make out his voice? There was no voice changer on that live to me. I don't know. They did speak up. They called child services. So, who knows? Who knows? I'm never going to claim to sit here and know any whole story. Maybe, like I said, there's other creators that have talked to neighbors and stuff like that. And, yada, yada, yada. I know that most of them, they just either don't believe anything that's coming out of the Proudfoot's mouth. And they just want Sebastian to be found. And that hence why there's always leaks going on, whether it's from the judicial system, the law enforcement. There's always little leakers that will pass on information. Phoned into. No, that wasn't Koberger, Bogey. That wasn't Koberger. I know what show you're talking about, and that was T-Rev. Yes, I believe, no. Was it T-Rev or Harsh Reality? I think it was T-Rev. But that wasn't Koberger. People were trying to say that was Koberger, but it wasn't Koberger in disguise. Koberger, he might be a dumbass, but he's not dumb enough to call into the show. But I think you're talking about that T1, I think it was T-Rev. I want to say it was T-Rev on that one. I've been hearing that's why CPU wasn't staying at home on weekends, because there was an open child case against him. It was, oh yeah, there's a reason why it was 3 weeks. And then I like how he said, I didn't say, yeah, T-Rev. Okay. Yeah, that wasn't Koberger. That was debunked like a long, long time ago. And because the real person actually came forward to be like, no, like the real person didn't talk to T-Rev, because whatever T-Rev did or didn't do, the guy went to another channel with the wife and husband, which is a good, decent people, and spoke to them, but wouldn't go back to speak on T-Rev, that person that people thought was Koberger. But anyways, it was because the neighbors called. Wait, there was an open child case. Well, like I said, you can tell that there's something going on. Yeah. There was whatever that was. That was a long time ago. I remember that though. But again, sorry, what was I saying? Oh, there's obviously a reason why he wasn't home for 3 weeks. But I remember on Nancy Grace, well, I remember Katie Proudfoot had said the last time that he was home. And what happened is that he had popped off of Smiley World's Live. And because he said he had to take a phone call, there was a couple things or whatever. And so it was Katie who said February 1st was the last time that he was home. On Terry Lynn's show, he's like, I didn't say February 1st. I just said at the beginning of February, type of thing. And I was like, well, maybe you should listen to what your wife said, because your wife said February 1st, And I can't remember if it came back out on Nancy Grace about those exact dates on there, but it was one of those things is that, to me, for him not to be home for 3 weeks, there's a reason for that. Don't know what it is exactly, but there's a reason, whether it's because their marriage was failing and fooing and whatever, but there was something going on, for him to be gone for that length of time, considering how much time he said he was home in January and stuff like that, because there was something going on. Like I said, so whether it's not that they just don't want to talk about certain things and only talk about other things, either way, they just come off as disingenuous. And I wouldn't trust either of them as far as I could throw them when it comes to talking about the truth. If it's that hard to get information out of the mother about her child and what he was wearing and the day's events, like literally, it all has been a little bit ridiculous. I just couldn't imagine as a mother. I'd just be, blah, there you go, blah, 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 blah. But there's something strange about her. I don't know what it is. About the belt or plates. Oh, is there, Robin? Do you know which channel that's on? I was tempted to do that, Robin. I just couldn't be asked for some of it. I was tempted to put all his little clippings together, but honestly, it just becomes as if he's a waste of my time, in a sense, to do that. You sent me a screenshot. Who sent me a screenshot? Just right now, you mean? Oh, on Facebook. Oh, I don't think I have my Facebook open. You mean on Messenger? I know I seen this one. 1 second, on JLR today. Just because he was showing a bunch of stuff. Thank you. The link, it says post is hidden or something like that. I think this is it here. Did I? Oh, wait a second. It's probably not what I want to show. It's probably I want to show it this way. So, here my husband beacon off to an idiot on Facebook Marketplace. I think it's this one here. No, it's okay. Thank you. Sorry. I got so many different freaking pictures up. Let me just see here. So, what does this one say? Let's see. Seth and Associates. Can I see that on my own thing? I have had time to consider the dog handling matter and the other requests, right, that you have mentioned as well. My answers are as follows. dog handler, if you wish to use the dog handler to search, that is fine. However, after talking with LE agencies and Katie, the dog handler, and anyone else is being denied, right? Because it's all about Sebastian, right? It's all about Sebastian. Any form of permission to set foot on our property, as well as any other family members' property, is being denied as well. This is our official statement because, we're a bunch of douches. And we ask that our wishes and privacy be respected. Puke, thank you for understanding. Puke, puke. Tony Mathis, I am still looking into this and have no answer for you at this time. We have spoken to Mr. Mathis and are considering it with each other as well as LE. Blah, 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 blah. It's an a-hole. An utter a-hole. It's supposed to be about Sebastian, right? It's supposed to be about Sebastian. Chris cannot not always get pissed off at Seth for everything and anything, from the GoFundMe to just everything. He cannot put his ego aside at all. And Katie, to me, I don't deem her as the puppet master, to be honest with you myself, but Katie to me is like that obedient little doggy, in a sense. She's not as meek and mere as she comes across, but I'm just telling you my perception because I'm allowed to have one. I just find that, like, between the two of them, honestly, I just want to upchuck with what I'm witnessing and seeing how they've been acting and all the stuff. It's supposed to be about Sebastian. That's why you take your kid's face off of your vehicle, because you don't want anybody to know that you guys are at the campground, because you don't want to be harassed. Let's close down our Facebook page. And yet the shitstorm was caused really by Christopher Proudfoot, Seth said not only did Katie take him down, which we know, that the other family members, the Proudfoots, had as well. This isn't about Sebastian. How am I supposed to have this big empathy for two people that can't seem to make it about Sebastian? And when Katie did that live after the whole Nancy Grace thing, because Christopher Proudfoot, you knew he shut up for a little bit, but in Christopher's mind, he thinks he's this, to me, master manipulator. And then Katie's on this live that people said, like, looked like she was reading from a script. You know darn well that she didn't want to do that by herself, for sure. And Christopher Proudfoot was probably out of camera view, Like, who are they? It just seems like it's all being very deceitful, what they're doing. It's weird. Yeah, 7 hours. 7:08, to be honest with you, Sharon. 9:39, Sharon. But you know what? Like I said, me and my husband did stuff. It was a warm day. I'm in my bedroom, which is getting hot. My dinner is pretty cold now, but I can heat it up, whatever. But I've enjoyed spending all this day with you guys, talking about it and having guests on and stuff like that. There's always going to be people that people don't like and whatever, but I appreciate Mike's comments. The only thing is that I always wished is I don't like over talking when people are over talking something, and because I had to learn that myself. Because when in real life, when people were talking, sometimes you want to cut them off because you got stuff in your head and you want to get it out there, So I had to learn to be better at that. So in saying that too, right, Mike had a lot to say, but he does, perhaps, Mike, if you're listening still, you do need to let people finish before interjecting. And so that part sometimes gets a little bit of annoying when people do stuff like that. But other than that, regardless, I appreciate Mike being on, Charmaine, Melissa, and Robin joining up, and you guys in the chat here. Again, I'm just I'm sorry if I lost my cool when there is an opening. You're trying to say sorry again. Why are you saying sorry for? There's no need to say sorry for anything on there. You know, it's one of those things. Like I said, I just want people to be genuine and honest and stuff like that. But in saying that too, words have no value to me when it comes to people trying to degrade, belittle, take away from, and stuff. Words are words, right? People can say whatever they want. People can sit here and try to slam me and stuff like that. And do I care? Absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, I would rather be me than those people that are doing that stuff. Again, so you take it all with a grain of salt, to me. But I get it. I get it too, Melissa, right? Carl was being insensitive because he's not in your shoes and stuff like that. But never apologize, for if you felt you were upset by a comment being made and stuff like that. I mean, we can't all have the same opinions and agree the same way. That's for sure. But, if somebody is, even if it's coming off a little bit abrasive, if they're giving their opinions, which he was, but it stands out when you're amongst a lot of people. Like Angel says a lot of stuff, and, she knows that we can agree to disagree and stuff like that. I don't take no offense to that because she's not saying it to purposely try to hurt or something like that. But Carl definitely does have his own take on this whole situation, and stuff like that. And so again, you just, out of all the good things that were being said in here, please do not focus on someone that's trying to take away from your feelings, because again, you're the one going through it. It hurts if somebody's trying to take away from, like they're trying to tell you that, well, your brain is cloudy and this and stuff like that. Well, come into my brain and tell me, but you're not my brain, so you can't tell me. Thank you. Thanks for your opinion. Da 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 da. I don't agree, type of thing, and I just don't really let things bug me. But I am not in Melissa or Robin's shoes, and I don't ever want to be. So just whatever. Don't never apologize for being yourself. Because like I said, I haven't walked a mile in your shoes to Melissa or anybody else that's had devastation into their families with a death, or the murder of a loved one. I don't want to be in your guys' shoes, thankfully, but at the end of the day, I'm so, like, I don't even know. I'm just sorry for what everyone has gone through. And I can't even imagine or pretend to imagine what somebody must feel like if they see a comment and stuff like that when somebody's life has been taken at the hands of another person, especially. It's so sad. I think it's, a habit. Like I said, my situation just lets me see it from a different standpoint. It's because like me gaming, like me, Melissa, the whole Micah Miller story, I can associate because I've been abused. I know I can associate more with where her mindset could have been at because of living it through it. Same with you. You can associate with what's going on here, in a sense, because of a situation that's very similar to yours. What happened in your life, Can we speak for another person on how, whatever? No, we're not that person, but it's the closest we can get, right? Oh, thank you, Bogey. Appreciate that. I've just, I learned a long time ago that people can talk And there doesn't have to be a big argument. You can debate, you can discuss things, but we can do it without the intent on hurting a person on purpose, and be mindful of our words and what we're saying and stuff like that. Now, don't get me wrong. When I see a piece of shit, I'm going to call a spade a spade. So Christopher Proudfoot is a piece of shit. So I'm going to call that spade a spade. I'm not going to sugarcoat those words. Do I care if they're hurtful to him? No. Why? Because he's proven and he's called himself an asshole and said that he's abrasive, and he's shown it. He's not been showing that he's this deep empathetic person at all. So do I have an issue, saying that he isn't? So I think there was somebody earlier, and I think it was Angel, that said, Sonny, like, don't get on the hate train. I don't ever pay attention to what other people are thinking or doing. I always do things from my own thoughts. I'll never hop on a train of anybody's. My opinions will always be because they're genuinely, it's how I feel, So someone can say that Christopher Proudfoot is a piece of crap. If he showed me kindness the whole time, and then I saw that, I'd be like, in shock, going like, wow, that's not the person that I knew on there. But I don't ever hop on anybody's train. I'm not a follower. I'm a leader. Because, again, we're all in charge of what we do, what we say, our actions and our thoughts. But I've just come to realize over the course of experience, getting older, of course you gain more experience, that people say a lot of shit out of their mouths. I can either choose to let it affect me or choose not to. My ex-husband, Steve, tried to hurt me in many ways by calling me names all the time. Hurtful inside? Absolutely. Did I let him know that it hurt as much as, No, I didn't, because I projected like I didn't give a care. And at the end of the day, did I? Obviously, I cared that somebody who you were married to could literally talk to you like that. But by the same token, at the same time, I'm like, if this is how low you have to sink as a person to try to attack me, then I'm glad we're getting a divorce. I'm glad that this is happening then, because if that's the person that you choose to be and want to be, that's on you. That's not on me. But hell if I'll let someone have power over me, because I am a strong person that way, because I learned that things. I learned not to let people's words impact me for the most part. Can sometimes they hurt? Yeah, especially when it's loved ones or friends or close to you or family. That's when it hurts the most, right? But I'm not going to live my life going boo-hoo-hoo, that person said this. I might disown them out of my entire life, get rid of them, because they have no benefit to my surroundings as for, my happiness. But I control that, and I'm not going to let anyone else control those things in my life. Kind of like what Mike was talking about too, right? And it's so true. So hence kind of what I was trying to say a little bit to Melissa there is that I could see her getting hurt by some of the things that he was saying. What's his name again? Carl was saying, because she's hurting, and then somebody's saying these things about how she's thinking and stuff like that, But yet, again, for me, I would just choose just to ignore it, because his words make no difference to me. And I'm not going to let anyone take away from how I'm feeling. And if I know, like, I am very, like I said, level-headed, and I can look outside of a situation and look at myself and look at the other person and go, look, did I say something wrong perhaps? Maybe misspeak, whatever. Do I owe this person an apology, or not, type of thing? I can do that. And I can look to myself to reflect and apologize or become a better person because I learned something. And I've learned a lot of many different things over the course of the years, not to be as judgmental, but I'll be judgmental if you're a piece of shit. But not to be as judgmental about medication and thinking that everyone can handle things a certain way, that not everyone thinks the same way. And I can appreciate other people's opinions. Oops, shit, did I ignore you? Sonny, I don't think she doesn't need to apologize. Whatever happened to that weirdo from Facebook that said he had him? Hopefully that weirdo was charged, honestly. For someone to need that type of attention to claim that they had the child, you were a sick, twisted piece of shit individual as well. You know, who does stuff like that? Who claims that they have a child? It's attention seekers. It's people that are nobodies in that want to pop up because, you know, something's obviously not right up there to do stuff like that. People, there's a lot of different personalities in this world. Let's just put it that way. Some really good and some really evil. I don't just jump on hate trains either. No, exactly. I have my own brain. I think for myself. Some people, I watch them like little ants, you know, start talking and, you know, almost like worshiping a creator and stuff like that and live and breathe off of what they say. I don't. I respect people who deserve respect. I respect people who offer kindness, caring, loving, giving, all those beautiful things that make this world a better place. Thank goodness for those people in this world that take away from the ignorance of the other people in this world, you know? So myself, that then in my mouth was like, nope, I'm sorry, you feel ignored. The adults in this case need to adult up and make it about Sebastian. Yeah, no, I was just kidding, Bogey. I know. Yeah. I had told um I had told Sonny that that was my greatest fear was sharing my story, which is true, yes. And then it happened and my mouth took over, but that was fine. And you're allowed to do that. And you're allowed to feel that. You told me that. And so that's okay. Like, I just expect somebody to speak from their heart, you know? That's it. Just be themselves, right? I speak a lot from my heart. You guys know that. That's all how I always speak. That's the same I was. So no apologies at all, right? I know it would say not your channel and this channel and stuff like that. And I can understand. I could see you were getting frustrated by those comments, you know, because it was hard for you not to focus on them, you know. But yet I don't want you to focus on people like that that take away from you. They're not worth it at the end of the day, right? They're not worth it to make you upset. You know, like I said, your grief is the one you're going through and your grief is real. And if somebody hasn't experienced it and someone's trying to take away from that, then to me, they're being heartless. Not heard that, but hope he gets charged. Yeah, that guy. Yeah. And no, oh my gosh, I meant other creators. No, I was just teasing with you. I knew you didn't mean me when you said that. You know what I mean? She talks to me all the time. I'm there. Well, I mean, I've enjoyed today thoroughly. I know I'm gonna get going here, but I've enjoyed today because again, today I just kind of set my time like I was gonna do a live. I didn't care how long the live went on. You know, my husband's gonna tell me soon that he wants to go to bed. I probably do want to eat my dinner, but again, I would end the live if I wanted to, and if I wanted to stay longer, I'd stay it. You know, I do like having the chats, and some people they come and they go, and they might not want to listen to this, and that's perfectly fine. Each to their own. And there's other people that like to stay the entire life, you know, and do whatever because this is a family and a home to them, you know. And for that, I am gratefully appreciative of, and so is Aspen, you know, and Charmaine as well. Gaming a misunderstood hand. God, I meant, yeah, other creators. Yeah, on there. You know, I might not respect certain creators, you know, and that's my God-given right, of course, and stuff like that. But who am I in the midst of all this, right? Some people might not respect me. Don't care. As long as I live, as long as I know that I'm living a life that I feel like I'm caring, honest, genuine, and sincere, that's all I can ask for of myself. I don't need to prove that to anybody, right? Either people get that or they don't. They go to another channel and want to support them, and they've done all these bad things, or there was each to their own, right? You want to go over to Gray Hughes's channel and you want to be told you're an idiot and then keep donating to him, go right ahead. Enjoy. If that's your cup of tea, so be it, right? At the end of the day, I'm nobody's judge and jury besides my own on what I do and how I handle things. And I'm not perfect by no means, but I think I'm a pretty decent person in life, and try to give as much care as I can, through the internet, even though it's not the same as when you're in person, obviously. But thank you guys for being loving, caring people yourselves. That's why I don't like the trolls. So I know that typically when most people are watching the lives, it's a very caring group that's in here. And that's why the conversations, people will always say that there's like no drama in here typically and stuff like that. And it's because I control who I want in here and who I don't want in here. And the only people that I want to see in this live or in the channel or subscribe to the channel are just the caring, honest, genuine people that care because maybe something brought them to true crime, but care about other people. And they would rather help and stuff like that instead of trying to bring people down. No. On there. Anyways, I'm going to get going, you guys. I appreciate you guys all. Thank you for joining the live. Please, if you want, hit that like button. If you don't want, then don't, of course. But it was a pleasure spending this day with you guys. And the biggest, happiest Mother's Day to everyone. My mother, she's no longer with us. She died at 67 years old back in 2015 on February 15th. So to my mother, happy Mother's Day tomorrow, Mother. And love you, miss you. And thank you guys. And again, however you spend your Mother's Day tomorrow, just know, again, thank you guys. Love you all. Okay. So you guys take care. Yeah. Oh, is that what's happening? Yeah. Have good sleeps. Yeah. All the best to you guys. Sunday tomorrow. Sunday brings Monday. Anyways, he was what? Mike was a sweet guy. Yeah. Again, but it's only when it's getting over talked because he wanted to interject many times, in a sense, but when somebody's speaking, and it's hard if somebody's lagging as well, but in saying that, so that was a little bit hard because, a question was being asked and then, somebody's talking and then he was interjecting and cutting off. So Mike, again, if you're watching this, just try to remember that is that when somebody is talking, you need to let them finish first, because you want everyone to be heard in a sense. So that's my only little gripe is when people overtalk each other, and especially when someone's in the midst of talking about their sad story, and then they're being interjected by things that can wait till after. That's all I got to say about that. But I appreciate Mike and what he had to offer and say. And I appreciate Tremaine and you guys. And with that being said, I don't necessarily love Aspen so much today. I don't know why. Just kidding. Bye, guys. Love you. Have a great Mother's Day. And with that being said, we're going to play the outro. If I can find it. There it is. Bye, guys.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight.